playing this thing? Coconut, please. Oh my god. Coconut is being insistent. Come on. Come here, bud. Can I help you? You look so grumpy. He looks grumpy, but he's anything but. What are you gonna do about that? I am now half coconut. What are you gonna do with that pat? Yeah. Oh, it's warm. I do not want coconut on my lap right now. He wants to be on my lap right now, so no, please no. Okay, gee. Come on. Come on. Come on, G. Don't. Oh, God. Okay. There. It's easier for you to get over now. Come on. I can't hold this forever. Come on. Come on, Chi. She also wants to get up, but at least she'll just lay on the little bed here. Chi. I have captured you. What are you going to do about it? Bonk. Oh. Cats being cats. All right. Hi, hello, what's going on? Welcome in. Day 6 with our Tales of Azure experience, journey, whatever. And it's basically just been, 200 hours of, and not just this game, I mean like the whole trails of leading up to this point. More like 250. Well, at least Coconut is settling. He's settling in one of his spots he likes to sleep. She, on the other hand, is being coy and pretending that she doesn't want to come up here, even though she was just trying to get up here and then decided that the effort wasn't worth it, or that it made her look too desperate. I can't tell. You can never tell with Chi. Yeah, you. Not you. Anyway, hi, hello, welcome in. What's going on? Hope everybody's having a good one. Thank you, Played Isaac, for the 301 bits earlier. Zyfreak, thank you for the raid. For those of you coming in from Zyfreak stream on BGG, I've been streaming for almost 10 years now. Love RPGs, retro, but I kind of just generally like everything. Having a broad taste in video games helps me have a bigger appreciation for the good ones. But even something like this, it's right up my alley, actually. Typically, I grew up with RPGs, so that tends to be my fallback. But what were you doing today, dude? What were you up to, Zyfreak? What was in the stream for you? I wasn't even looking at you, Coconut. Relax. Oh, man, that cat. Not much to say. I don't think there's really any gaming news. They announced... I don't think they actually officially announced who the actors are for the Zelda movie. I think people were making assumptions based off of some stuff, because I never saw an actual post by Nintendo confirming that those were the roles for Zelda and Link. It felt like it was just information, like information being spread by side people, you know? Okay, nice. Yeah, I stopped playing Genshin. Just, I don't know. I didn't struggle with the game. I could do all the hard content. That wasn't the problem. And so getting new units wasn't an issue because Ganyu just basically carried everything. But I think I just got over it, I guess. It is what it is. I think a lot of it kind of made me feel a lot along the lines of like why I stopped playing a lot of games where BBC reported it, so it should be true. I guess BBC is a little bit more reputable these days than pretty much anything else, I think. Oh, yeah, like just getting caught up in like an MMO or something, and it's just like all you play, and you feel like you have to constantly keep up with that, and so you don't get a chance to play other games, you know? What was another one? There was another one that I stopped playing. Speedrunning. That's what it was. It was speedrunning. Nintendo did tweet it? Oh, okay, cool. Then that's. But yeah, speedrunning is why I stopped speedrunning. I enjoyed speedrunning. It was a good time while we did it. Managed to get a world record. But it was just like... I want to play other games. I would not have been able to play the Legend of Hero games. I would not have been able to play... I don't know, so much if I had still speedrunning. Heck, I probably would have never gotten around to Rebirth and Remake or FF16 or any of those other phenomenal games. Gosh, how many games have I played since I stopped speedrunning? 200? A lot. A lot. Heck, it's got to be more than 200 because personal choice reviews are at like 160 alone, and I didn't even start that until Remake came out in 2020, so 5 years. 4 years technically, but yeah. Well, I guess actually no, Remake came out in March or May or something like that. So yeah, 5 years, almost to the day. Whew. Yeah, honestly, I will take DK Bonanza reviews with a grain of salt because it's the hot new Nintendo thing, and games like Mario are just gonna get good reviews. They're never gonna get slammed. The only time you'll get a Nintendo game slammed is when people that don't like Nintendo feel like they can get away with it, like with the Mario and Luigi Brothership, because it's not technically a main Mario game; it's some side thing, so that they can try and trash it. But I don't know. I'm sure the game is competent and fine. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna take that kind of thing with a grain of salt usually, just because of how main Nintendo titles are typically treated. Same thing I do with Final Fantasy games, honestly, because they're usually run through the ringer and review bombed, despite being like 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 games pretty much every single time. So I take those reviews with an even bigger grain of salt, more like a reverse salt when it comes to the general reviews. But yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm sure the game's fine. If I were to pick it up, I definitely want to play it. I probably won't pick it up, at least not now, not for a while. Yep, yeah, it was. And yes, you're right about off-stream practice for speedruns. Like, speedrunning is not just, yeah, I speedrun when I'm live. You have to, every time a new strategy comes out, you basically, you have to devote your weekend to practicing the new speedrun strat. And just, no social life, no personal life, no anything life, just speedrun. And I just don't want to do that anymore, you know? So, I mean, I quit speedrunning 7 years ago, so been streaming for 10. And didn't look back. The routing, you don't necessarily have to do that. So, some speedrunners just don't route. I don't route. I never routed. I mean, I would like kind of use my own strats as I went along, but yeah. It's a commitment, Lone Fellow. Some people really lean into that, to be honest. Like, for some people, that familiarity and just kind of playing the same game is like exactly what they want. It just kind of helps them. Some people just really like, that's just the way their mind works. I need something new and fresh and appealing and stuff. I need to break out. Which is why the Legend of, I know it's ironic coming from playing Legend of Heroes games where there's 5 games that are literally identical. But I mean, you know, gotta do some of this and some of that, right? I would say that it's a little ironic saying that playing this, but I still enjoy them. And also, you kind of have to play them all in order to get to the new ones, which are different. So, we'll see. We'll see. Besides, it's one of those, like, RPG checklists. You know, Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Breath of Fire, Legend of Heroes, Chrono Trigger, Secret of Mana, and all those other side square things or whatever. But like those are like the big ones you gotta play. I would say SMT, Persona to a lesser extent. They're not exactly. I mean, SMT is one of the OGs that are still around. You have Final Fantasy DQ, SMT / Persona, or any of the SMT stuff, and Kiseki, Legend of Heroes. Those are like the OGs of RPG franchises that are still around today. And they all started around the NES era. SMT isn't for everyone? Yeah. And that's the hardest thing about like trying to talk to SMT fans is like a lot of them are really like adamant and vocal about their interests, and they don't understand, you know, why they don't sell very well, why they're not very popular, and it's just like they're kind of you know, but they really speak to people specifically, and it's just their vibe. I think a lot of it has to do with like what you grew up with too. I mean, obviously I grew up with Final Fantasy, so maybe that's why I like Final Fantasy. Or maybe I like Final Fantasy because Final Fantasy is awesome, and it just happens that I have a lot of history with it. Who can say? I'd like to say that I've kind of escaped the nostalgia trap, you know, where like you get attached to the things you're nostalgic for because of some, you know, arbitrary feeling that you got when you were an ignorant child and the world was new to you. But I'm still a human at the end of the day, and it very well may be that I'm so attached to Final Fantasy because of that. But I don't know. Final Fantasy has always changed and adapted, so you really don't ever get that with Final Fantasy. I think part of the hate of newer Final Fantasies is because of that. Because they think that it's not the same, and thus it's not the nostalgic thing that they grew up with. Part of it, not all of it, but a good chunk. But because Final Fantasy is also different every single time, it's not really a nostalgia trap. You know, Pokemon is the same every time. Dragon Quest is mostly the same every time. SMT is identical every single time. Hell, even non-SMTs like Metaphor are still identical. Like they don't. I feel like Ellis only knows how to make one RPG. You know, they're the fucking Bethesda of RPGs. I guess technically, Skyrim is an RPG, but yeah. So it's like nostalgia is definitely going to play a big factor there. Well, 10 was actually turn-based, but it hasn't been turn-based since 4 because the ATB creates an active element. Fire Emblem is mostly pushed by Nintendo because of the gacha game that is actually still running and still relatively popular. That's the main reason why Fire Emblem is kind of pushed still today. Otherwise, they'd probably be taking a back seat. But in order to create new pulls and new gacha elements for their gacha game, they need new Fire Emblem games to have new characters. I mean, Three Houses definitely helped. Oh yeah, Three Houses was it went mini viral, kind of half viral. And it, gosh, I think it sold like 3 or 5 million, which is phenomenal for an RPG of that type. Let's find out. Fire Emblem Three Houses sold 4.12 million copies. Yep, right about where I said. Yeah, that's groundbreaking. Fire Emblem Three Houses is basically the Persona 5 of Fire Emblem, meaning that no other Fire Emblem game even came close to that, but Three Houses, for whatever reason, popularized Fire Emblem a little bit more, and it carried the series quite a bit. But Persona 5 was basically the equivalent. It sold like 5 or 7 million in total, partly because they re-released the game 18,000 times, so the same people bought it 5 times. but also partly because it just went viral. A lot of it had to do with the aesthetic of the interface. A lot of it had to do with the Last Surprise track, which is exceedingly popular. But none of the other SMT games or Persona games sold even remotely well. None of them even broke 1 million before Persona 5. So the fact that Metaphor sold 2 million is purely because of Persona 5's popularity. Which is partly why it's such an insult that Metaphor got RPG of the Year, especially the year that Rebirth came out, because it's not unique or original or special in any way, shape, or form. It's Persona 6 in all but name, you know? Its popularity is derived from Persona, its entire content is derived from Persona, and it just does nothing special. But that being said, I mean, it's a perfectly fine RPG. I'm not trying to think Jazzy just picked it up. And I don't think you're gonna, I don't think you're not gonna get 20 pounds worth of value out of it. I think that's a perfectly fine price for it, but I wouldn't pay much more for it personally. I was thankfully able to play it thanks to a Sega creator program, so thankfully I didn't have to pay for it because I would have felt a little ripped off. Even though I put 100 hours into it, it's just Persona 6. That's all it is, you know. Persona 4 sold 800,000 on the PS2. And then there was I want to say it was 800,000 in total, including Persona 4 Golden on the Vita. I want to say that's what it was. It might have been PS2 800,000. Either way, Persona 4 only sold 800,000, either only on the PS2 or combined with Golden. But when the remaster came out, it ramped up to 2.2 million in total sales. I wonder why. Couldn't possibly be because of Persona 5, and the whole remaster was basically shaping Persona 4 like Persona 5. Oh yeah, there is a Persona 4 remake coming out. Guess what it looks like? Yellow Persona 5. Surprise. Yeah. Yeah, it did well because of Persona 5. That's what I'm saying. Persona 4 Golden first came out on PS Vita a long time ago, and it didn't do too hot there. Golden was re-released for Steam after Persona 5 came out, and that's where it did well, because of Persona 5's popularity. It didn't. Golden is fine, but if Atlas does anything, it's re-releasing the same game over and over and over again so that they can just keep collecting on the same production. I mean, just look at Persona 3 FES, then there's Persona 3 on the PSP, and then there's Persona 4 Golden, then there's Persona 4 on Steam, and then there's Persona 5 Royale, Persona 5 on Switch, Persona 5 on PC, they just, and they space it out too. They space it out. Like, if you look at total sales and you eliminated duplicate purchases of the Persona SMT games, and I mean, I include things like Royale and Golden, which should have just been DLCs. Golden less because PS2 era, I get it, whatever. Anyway, if you eliminated that, Persona 5 would probably be at about 2 million, 3 million sales. Probably, maybe even a little less, because you get diehards that are buying it for like multiple platforms. You get people that are getting, Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royale and everything. It's just, there's so many duplicate purchases. They do it a little bit with SMT as well. They did it with SMT 5. The only reason they didn't do it with SMT 4 is because it didn't sell, at all. And to be fair, they only started really doing it with Persona games, so they probably were not really considering it with SMT until they realized how profitable it is, because you get minimal effort and maximum profit. Okay. I'm not too keen on I'm not too knowledgeable about the whole SMT paths and releases. Just enough to know what Atlas does. Re-releasing the same game over and over again. And I want to be clear, I don't mind Persona or SMT. I think SMT is a great example of like your typical average, basic, simple 5 out of 5 RPG. It's all right. I think Persona 4 was a decent game, and the fact that they held together that kind of story for so long is commendable, especially with so many moving pieces. And I think Persona 5 was fantastic. And so it deserves a lot of its acclaim, but the problem that I have with Atlas now is they're just taking Persona 5, they're just whoring it out, man. Like, everything is Persona 5, but different. Slightly. A different color, a different, maybe a class system, a metaphor, or just generally, like, slightly different Persona 5. And, like, think about how many Persona 5 projects have been released since then. There's Persona 5 Strikers, there's Persona 5 Tactics, there's like a Persona 5, literally a Persona 5 gacha game out now. It sucks, I played it. What else Persona 5 is there? Just like Persona 5, like what do you call them? Collaborations with like every gacha game in existence. It's just, oh man. Oh yeah, Persona 5 dancing with the dumbasses. It's just such a sold out game. And it's not even the franchise, it's just Persona 5. Skies of Arcadia? I could see Sega remastering that. I think Sega's into the remaster business, aren't they? They're doing some stuff like that. Hopefully they choose the GameCube one, but I mean, again, a pure remaster of a game is just the game, but slightly prettier. It's not really a new experience. Honestly, from what I remember of Skies of Arcadia, there was a lot of cool concepts from it, but I don't remember it being like really stand out in terms of gameplay. It felt like pretty typical. But one thing that was nice about Skies of Arcadia is that as you moved around the field, you kind of stayed there, which kind of gave it some vibrancy, some life, some movement, which is nice. The airship battles were more of a paper, rock, scissors thing, but it was still fun. Depends on the project. Yeah, like they remastered Yakuza 3 and 4, but that was in order to kind of like carry on the franchise to keep it going, because Yakuza right now is probably their biggest moneymaker. What are you talking about? Baiten Kaitos 1 and 2 have a remaster that came out, what, last year? Also, Baiten Kaitos is not popular. It is not a popular game, even remotely. In fact, from what I understand, it's generally frowned upon as a relatively poor quality game. But there is a Baiten Kaitos 1 and 2 remaster. It's out on Switch and PS4 and stuff like that, so, you know, it's there for you. It's got a modern release, so... But I don't recall Baiten Kaitos being, like, praised, you know? Sega has neglected so many iconic franchises. Have they, though? Have they? Or have they just put to bed something that's dying? Yeah, Sonic games are still coming out. Yakuza's doing well. There's a new Shinobi game coming out. I still think they release Virtua Fighters, don't they? Those are pretty much the only ones that are from Sega that matter. Everything else is kind of, Capcom needs to bring back Breath of Fire. I mean, it's hard to say. You know, Breath of Fire didn't do horribly well in terms of sales, and when you're competing against juggernauts like Dragon Quest and Breath of Fire, or Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy, it's hard to really get into the JRPG market, or the turn-based RPG market anyway. Not because like it's flooded, it's just that it's not a super popular genre, and if you just make another like low quality anime RPG, it's just one amongst a million. You need to do something like Expedition 33 and really stand out. So yeah. I mean, I would be for it. In fact, I've already pitched my idea for Breath of Fire reboot. What I said is that they should take the entirety of the Breath of Fire lore, all of it, 1 through 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4, all 4 of them. Take that lore that they've built up with all the different types of like anthropomorphic races and stuff like that, all the history of it, all that stuff, and then remake it in a new reboot series just called Breath of Fire 2020, whatever, 2026, 2027, whatever the year is, so just Breath of Fire. and the quality of the game needs to be somewhat polished. It has to have a decently high production value. So somewhere like, as high as Final Fantasy, but nowhere lower than like Expedition 33 or something like that. Somewhere in there where it's like, this is a quality production value, and then give it like some really good cinematic treatment to make it really come alive, because you're dealing with big ass dragons and shit. So, use some inspiration from things like FF16 and stuff. It's out there. And just re-deliver us Breath of Fire in a new reboot franchise. I think people would eat it up. I think that's like 4 million instantaneous sales. Because, see, here's the thing about Breath of Fire. Breath of Fire doesn't have the hater squad like Final Fantasy does. Final Fantasy has the hater squad, which is basically a bunch of people that just hate on new Final Fantasy because, I don't know, their lives are miserable. I can't tell why. Anyway, it doesn't matter how good or how bad modern Final Fantasy is. They're just going to hate on it because boohoo, not turn-based. Go fucking cry me a river and I'll build you a bridge. You can get the fuck over it. How about that? Anyway, Breath of Fire doesn't have that stigma. Breath of Fire is one of those franchises where every single RPG fan is going to sit there and be like, fuck Breath of Fire 5, fuck Breath of Fire 6, the gacha game. I want a new Breath of Fire RPG, gimme, 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 gimme. And if they put a little bit of effort onto that and rebooted it with a new, like, breath of fresh air or fire, people would just, it would just 4 million pre-orders, so before the game even came out, they'd be getting it. It would probably sell like 6 million total, depending on the quality of the game, of course, because it's not going to compete with something like Monster Hunter. But looking at a lot of Capcom games, I'm not quite sure their development teams are capable of it. They have this sort of, how to explain it? There's this sort of uncanny valley with the way a lot of the characters move and operate, and a lot of the stories kind of just feel sort of like they're trying to push it forward instead of relishing the moment, like Monster Hunter Wilds. We just played through that recently. I did it off stream, and it had some really decent cinematics to it, but it just kind of felt like the cutscene couldn't be over soon enough. You know what I mean? And there's this sort of like half effort put into everything. It's nice, but like something's off. You just feel it, right? So yeah. Didn't they re-release the Panzer Dragoon 1 through 3 series, like a remaster kind of thing? If you want to play the Legend of Heroes games, you can play them on PC or PS5, yes. All of them are on PS4. Sorry, Trails in the Sky are PC only. So if you want to play Trails in the Sky, you either need to play the original PSP or PC. They're a little wonky on PC. Control detection and stuff is really off, but you can get through it. And the rest of them are all on PS4/5. We are playing the PS version. Is that so, No Name? Yes. Yeah, we played Dragon Quarter. It was garbage butthole. One is getting a remake. Big difference. It has not gotten a remake. The Trails in the Sky remake is coming out. September? Proper release on Modern Hardware. Sky 1 through 3? Oh, you mean the Breath of Fire games? Yeah. I mean, you can get Breath of Fire 1 on the Nintendo Switch Online, like you said, but that's like paying a subscription just to play it. Which game is that, Lone Fellow? Guys. That's so. Guys, forget about guys. Yeah, you can play Breath of Fire 1, 2, and 4 on modern hardware, but not 3. That being said, it's not entirely too difficult to get a PS2, hook it up, and start playing those games. But, you know, it's still costly because retro hardware, upscalers, and stuff. One got a remake, Panzer Dragoon 2, and Saga, we don't know. Ah, okay. Well, as far as source code goes, Demidot, you can pretty much assume that any retro game lost its source code because no developer kept their source code. So any remaster that comes out is typically going to be HD remaster adjacent. HD remaster basically is the same thing as a remaster, except they have to build it from the ground up, which means they're not taking the original code and just altering it slightly to give like slightly better visuals or audio, enhanced audio, that kind of thing, where it's exactly the same code and same game, but slightly enhanced, right? An HD remaster is scrapping all of that and then using the original as a basis, like inspiration, as you rebuild from the ground up something new. Saga Frontier, Legend of Mana, those are HD remasters, which means they were built from the ground up. So any kind of like remaster, for the most part, is going to be HD remaster. Heck, even Chrono Cross, which is labeled as a pure remaster, still is kind of technically an HD remaster. Because they were missing a lot of the original source material, but not all of it. So yeah. There have been some amazing stories about how like certain games have been saved because some random employee had it on a hard drive, hid it in storage or something like that. I want to say like, what was it? World of Warcraft. The World of Warcraft Classic was only possible because there was some random server in storage that still had all the source code on it, and they just randomly found it. They like the whole classic World of Warcraft was never gonna happen. It was never gonna happen. But just some random employee had it sitting on a server in storage or something like that, and they pulled it out and they're like, "Oh shit! I guess we can make money out of this. Let's go." Yep. Yeah. PS1 era is really rough with that. Sudden jump and storage necessities. The cost of storage not really being all that much less expensive. In fact, probably more expensive because storage was a big deal back then. There was never a thought in their mind about remakes and remasters because why? You know, what am I gonna do? Remaster FF7 after it just came out? It's the peak of gaming. What do we need to do that for? Yeah. So they just. In fact, there's another thing, number 4, which is a lot of time when developers were localizing games, they would take the original Japanese source code and they would just write over it. So you would already be losing the original source code because they would just write over it for the localization, and oftentimes that basically completely destroyed the source code because it's no longer got its source. It's no longer got the original source. It's got different coding kind of thrown in there. The dialogue's all changed to English. Like it's all cattywampus, right? So yeah. I don't give a shit about Oblivion Remaster because I know it's just Skyrim, which is what Oblivion is, and what Skyrim is basically Oblivion, and so as much of a technological marvel as it might be, bleh. Sir Phobo's literally playing WoW Classic. Funny. Yeah, I know, Lone Fellow. I know. I always gotta put up my 2 cents when it comes to Elder Scrolls and Bethesda because I just really do not like them. Yeah, we have the National Library as well in the U.S. You think everything that needs to be done with games as well? I mean, I think it's a good idea. I think it's a little unrealistic though, because there is a much greater need for storage for that kind of thing. Not to mention, that's not going to preserve source code. That's just going to preserve a copy of the game. So it's like, you know what the difference is between source code and the actual like game code? Source code is like when an author writes a book and they got all these little notations and sticky pads and all these different, manuscripts, loose pieces of paper, whatever. They just got stuff, all the things that they're using to write their story. It should just be this huge collage of, like a whiteboard with, this name links to here and all this stuff and notations and what's going on here. And it's just this big spread. That's basically source code. And then the actual game is the book in your hand that has none of that in it. And it's only just the book. That's the game. That's the source code. It makes more sense. So even books don't have the source code as it would be equivalent in the national libraries. So games, it'd be the same thing. I seriously doubt they're gonna get a copy of the source code. First off, a little shaky, but second, storage is much more difficult. Yeah, right, Demi? Especially with how much is out there. I mean, I suppose that could definitely work. And getting the funding for that would be awesome. And I would fully support that legislation, 100%. That would be great. I'm just saying it's slightly unrealistic. But who can say? Right? Who can say what the future holds? I can say, at the very least, video games. Yeah. Oh my god, I predicted the future. Video games are in fact in our future, which is now our present. Gosh, I hope it doesn't take 20 years. How about 2? I mean, I agree that not every game has to be preserved, but there is something to be said about, a comprehensive collection of our gaming history, A waitress, an artisan, a maid, and a sister. And a nurse. Yeah, I saw that, but I'm not quite sure exactly what that is. The whole Stop Killing Games initiative. Where's the waitress? Oh, there she is. If you pay for a game that is a live service, the company needs to provide a way for the payer to experience the game after the live service has ended. Really? Oh, wow. That is amazing. That is really good. That's I honestly, I feel like with a lot of like continuing games, you know, like living world games, you know, it's like when the service ends, you're just like, man, like what do I do now? You know, but yeah, just give them, let them download the rest of the game and play offline and create some like generic loop of the game, like different events, you know, continue to be played. Like let's take World of Warcraft as an example. You are given the rest of the game, so you don't have to connect to a server. And then they like cause the holiday events to trigger and go away at the same rate as they normally do, and just let people vibe with it. Single player, fine, whatever. Maybe even create like balances for single player rating and stuff. You know? Yeah. Wow. That's such a good. That's so good. I'm so hyped for that. Did it actually do well, or? Sort of. I mean, it's not. The difference is that they made an offline game and then charge you $30 for it. You know. Although I guess the bill probably doesn't have anything saying that has to be done free of cost or anything. So. We got a waitress. We got a sister. Artisan and a maid. An artisan? I mean, what qualifies as an artisan? Like, I know what an artisan is. I just mean, like, what would they, like, do I need a sculptor specifically, or do I, you know, somebody that makes homemade jams, you know? Like, what are we looking at? It's gonna be people that we're familiar with. And I know there's tons of maids in this game, but I can't seem to, place any. I know, right, Demidot? Yeah. That's one of the major things that's got me, because it's like, man, you know, if you've played any gacha games, like, you put a lot of effort into those. Having something that, like, just lets you play it at your own pace and just not worry about it and just, like, done deal, you know? Like, they're shutting down because they're not lucrative anymore. Just give me an offline version of it, fuck's sake. There's actually quite a bit of gacha games that I would actually play if there were offline versions of it. Like the whole Mega Man X Drive offline thing actually seems somewhat attractive if I actually had an interest in that game, which I don't, because I played it and it sucks. But, like, yeah, I would totally go for some of those. Just pop it open, vibe with it a little bit. No constant ads to spend your entire paycheck on, you know, 2 summons or whatever kind of thing. I mean, they killed 90% of them because they weren't lucrative. That being said, Square has really toned down on the amount of gacha games that they release. And I think they're starting to realize, like, a lot of those gacha game releases were from, like, an old era of mindset. And not only the ones that actually do any kind of decent sales are the only ones that stick around. Record Keeper JP is still going. Yes, I think. Gacha game bloat is a problem. Yes. It very much is. The 7 remake one? Oh. Ever Crisis or whatever. It's technically not a 7 remake one. I mean, technically, they use footage from FF7 Remake for some of the special abilities, and the models are modeled after the FF7R models and everything, but it has nothing to do with remake specifically. In fact, FF7 Ever Crisis is specifically a what if the remake was something different, and then they made a gacha game and it's kind of hilariously awful. Like, the game itself is whatever. It's a gacha game. It's about as good as you can expect. But it's technically a separate experience from the OG compilation and the remake compilation. So technically there are 3 FF7 universes. There's OG FF7 compilation with Crisis Core and all that nonsense. Then there's the remake, which is separate from everything else. And then there's Ever Crisis, which is separate from all of it as well. So none of them are in the same universe, or they're not based off, or they're only loosely based off of one another, and that's it. Even though Ever Crisis is everything bad with gacha games, it's embarrassing, to be honest. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. It's like sometimes I just want a gacha game to fidget with, exactly. Just like something to kill the micro minutes between things, so I'm not pulling my hair out with boredom. You know, you pop on, click a few things, and move on. Done deal. I figure if there's gonna be a maid, then it's gonna be here in the residential area, right? Yeah, when I first heard about it, I was like, oh wow, they're doing like a turn-based version of FF7. You know, it's just got this cute little chibi aesthetic. It looks like it could be really neat for those especially that wanted a more classic style approach to it. But as soon as I heard that, like, as soon as I saw Aerith, like, what was it, fighting Guard Scorpion, I knew right away that it was a gacha game, because that's how gacha games work, is you get a roster of characters and they can be used for whatever level. It doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter what the narrative is. So it's like, yep, it's a gacha game. I'm a humble ice cream vendor, not a glorious maid. Really don't know where I can get a maid and an artisan. And it to be ladies. What's up, Janine? Doing good. I tried playing Fantasian. I didn't particularly think it was all that special. I only got like about 5 or 10 hours into it before I just kind of got not interested in it anymore. It's got some alright neat stuff with it. I just think it's, you know, I think Sakaguchi has a lot of amazing ideas, but he just doesn't have the budget with what you call it, Mistwalker, you know, and he can't get away with just, you know, the retro style of like Final Fantasy anymore. He has to make something a little bit more modern, and that's where that gets in the way, I think. Because Microsoft paid for exclusivity, so I'm willing to bet that it wasn't. Ooh, lol. This is so sad. Enigma 2 play hope of after the sacrifice. Alexa played Despotico, basically. But yeah, Microsoft paid for exclusivity, and there probably wasn't a timed exclusivity, which means that it's probably just locked in some archaic contract from yesteryear that they can't do anything with. Lost Odyssey is definitely Sakaguchi's best work outside of Final Fantasy, though. It's got its own flaws. It's definitely a solid 8 out of 10 kind of game, but there are a couple factors in it that hinder it. Yeah, it's not to say that they can't draw up some new contracts and re-release it. Like, they can absolutely do something with that. But who's to say that they want to do that? Not to mention, Sakaguchi's getting to the age where he just wants to retire. Also, we don't know the details of Vesberia's contract. It could have been long since expired. No, it doesn't show the police station blown up over from this angle. Womp womp. I need a artisan and a maid. Doesn't give me any indication about like where I should look for that. This might be one that I just abandoned. I want to finish it. I would like to finish it. But it's weird because I haven't even found a maid this whole time, which is odd considering that I remember seeing maids all over the place. Are you kidding, Demidot? Nothing, I'm just looking for a maid and an artisan for this quest. That is so Tales of, dude. That's such a Tales of thing. To just completely make the player experience meaningless and just destroy you, you know? I wonder if I'm supposed to look outside of the town. It doesn't say anything specific about where to look, so it could be literally anywhere in the entire game. Let's do something else for now. Oh, I believe you, Demi Dot. What I'm saying is that's a very Tales of thing to do, to just completely shit on the player, you know? Like, there's all these intricate combo systems in Tales of games, and then they basically make it unusable because the bosses, especially humanoid bosses, just get super armor and just can do whatever the hell they want. Walk all over you. Just makes for a very frustrating experience that punishes players for existing. It's like, how dare you play video games? I will kill you where you stand. Vanilla raisins. Slow work. I haven't put any work into it in a while because YouTube sucks. But as soon as I get some time to really mess with it, I'll just throw up a bunch of videos. I'm also kind of trying to figure out how I want to run it, because like I thought I could just keep videos private and then make public playlists, and then I wouldn't have to worry about like releasing content. I think I'm just gonna have to slam it all at once, you know, just get it all out there and then do one day at a time kind of stuff. It's gonna suck for anybody subbed, but better to do it now while I only have like 500 subs, because I don't really give a shit about YouTube. I don't put any effort into it. Not that I would have more if I cared, just, you know. Yeah, but then I have to set up the schedule. Like if I only do one stream a day and I release that video on YouTube that day, no problem. You know, I could do that. I can manage that. But I have like thousands of videos that I need to organize into playlists and stuff like that, and it's just stupid Twitch pisses me off, honestly. Like, I usually am the first to kind of defend Twitch from unreasonable criticism. That shit is stupid. I can't forgive Twitch for that. That's just awesome. It's just awful. There's no reason for it other than just shit on people who use it.
必要な資質だからな。とりあえず今日いっぱいはプロの運転を堪能させてもらうぜ。
ああ、ノエル、よろしく頼むよ。
はい、お任せください。どうしますか？目的地を選んでください。お安いご用です。お待たせしました。
That's not true, Lone Fellow. That's a complete ignorant take on how businesses actually operate. I'm no fan of Amazon, but that's not how that works. Whenever you have a parent or daughter company or whatever to another company, that has to make a profit by itself. You can't just take a loss and have Daddy Amazon pay the difference. Like, they're just gonna shut it down at that point, you know? Like, they can still keep Amazon and their brand intact by having this separate entity called something else that if they want to, if it doesn't, you know, if it doesn't earn anything, then they can just get rid of it, you know? So as much as I would like to say, sure, yeah, that fine, but like, that's completely, if you were running Amazon and you had a separate company called Twitch and it wasn't making any money and it was costing you money, you're not just gonna sit there and be like, just take from my main Amazon business. No, you're gonna just be like, well, gotta shut it down unless you want to, you know, go bankrupt, I guess. I don't think so, Zyfreak. I think Twitch is actually making a lot of very decent decisions. I just think that they're not backing up a lot of what those decisions are properly, and they're a little misguided on how to operate that. But, I mean, if you look at any of the other live streaming platforms, they're significantly worse than Twitch. It's not even close. So, I mean, you know, sure, they're not making the best decisions, but they're definitely not making awful decisions. What's up, Ellie? Thank you for the raid. What's going on? What are you up to today? How's it going? Welcome in, everybody. I'm BGG. I've been streaming for a million years, and I'm actually just a vampire IRL, so that's why I can just keep streaming. Right now, we're just doing some side missions on Trails to Azure before we get back into the meat and potatoes of the story, so we're just kind of mashing through the generic text. I'm not Ginger. Who says vampires can't have a soul? Oh, yeah, that's right. You were doing the OG FF7. I'm surprised you're still doing that. I guess you just didn't have don't have time to stream every day like I do. That makes sense. Awesome, awesome. Yep. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much FF7's story is told in a meaningful way and how much it mirrors remake and everything. Yep, exactly. Burning up in the sun thing? Fair, fair. But I do eat a lot of garlic, so Alright, that's that one done. I guess I could look around for an artist. Oh! Yeah, I wonder if any of the hunting farmers out here are considered artisans. I mean, we already know why Sephiroth and Aerith have extra knowledge of everything. It doesn't require time travel. You know, no spoilers, obviously, but some people just are in denial. It's not just a river in Egypt. I think a lot of the reason why people are in denial about that is because Remake feels like a different story, because, I mean, when you have 25 plus years of game writing evolution and game design evolution, it can feel like a totally different experience, which admittedly it is, but the story is still extremely similar, right? But I think they're delusional sometimes, oftentimes, because that goes against, you know, what the original is, and they can't accept it, so they scream sequel as a way of, like, coping. Obviously not everybody, you know. But there's a lot of unjustified FF hate out there for modern FFs, and it gets tiring because their arguments are usually horrible. Oh wait, let's see what other job I have first. Knox Forest Road. Ancient Battlefield. Oh, this is right around the corner. The Knox Forest Road, I'm not sure where that is. Ah, there it is. Okay, it's that training road. That's fine. But the Ancient Battlefield's over there, right there where I'm at. And I want to go around and get those chests and see if I can fight them. I mean, they end with the player knowing that there is more in store, but they have a fulfilling ending all its own, you know? That's why they have big culminating events. Wait, how am I supposed to get over there? Command room and tag room gate, okay. Yeah, you know, people are gonna be mad about every tiny little thing. I mean, okay, I see where you're coming from, Zyfreak. I think that's a very valid criticism. I think, though, you have to understand that you would be way more disappointed if they didn't have fulfilling climaxes. You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine how you feel if it felt like, I don't know, these games where there's not a fulfilling climax and it just kind of ends and the story doesn't actually be complete? You know? So, I mean, I think it's like an impossible task, right? You're gonna have you're gonna have something missing. Someone came in your chat, we were talking about Zach's death and how the scene confused them at the end of Remake because they thought that happened at Mount Nebel. Let's be careful of spoilers, Ellie. But yes, I mean, I do feel that there's just a lot of, like, kind of, not misinformation per se, but just like a lot of people that don't realize how things actually occurred. And that could lead to some confusion, especially with FF7's sort of poor localization. I wouldn't say it's a poor localization, but there are definitely some flaws in the localization. You gotta consider the era when localization wasn't really highly regarded or prioritized, so the localization of FF7 definitely has some flaws. Mostly just kind of mega duda. Mostly just like the whole clone thing can feel a little off. Treasure from the east. No seal mute. Meh. Price is awful? Isn't it like $40 for the tactics thing? Also, it's like, I don't know. Almost up close to mass in the 8 leaves, 7th form void. That sounds like a Disgaea 7 or 6 reference. Cold Steel reference? Oh, because it was localized later. Okay, well. Guess we'll get there when we get there. So they didn't play the original then, where there's a lot of kind of campy stuff. That's sort of Final Fantasy's vibe, is serious plot with a good amount of levity, you know? Like there's sort of like a ridiculousness, but there's like a very careful logic to it as well, you know? Pixar Master is worth more than the original secondhand shops here? I mean, if it's a secondhand shop, then you're getting all 6 games, so it's probably going to be about $60, $80 for the physical edition since it's a little bit coveted. Which makes sense, but you're getting all 6. So if it were more than the original, you'd be paying like $500. Which I doubt is happening. Yep, that's about right. But it comes with 6 amazing games. You know, the lack of casting quartz really makes spells kind of garbage in a lot of ways. There was a fishing hole here. It's gone now. Okay, thank you. Prevents freeze and petrify. Okay, we're getting the double debuff resistor accessories here. Which honestly feels like more of a mid-game thing, but we're definitely in late game here. The chest tries to swallow you whole, but it doesn't find you very digestible. Sigh. But yeah, I want to say FF6 is what, like 60, 80 bucks for the cart? It's about the price that came out. So getting a Pixar Master coveted physical edition of it for 6 games being the same price, I mean, come on. That being said, you don't need to get it at a secondhand shop. I'm pretty sure you can still get a physical edition from Square or something. Case of Incheston. Of course. Of course I did. One day it is prophesied that the true treasure chest will lead all chests to the fight against the Avengers. The day will be called Ragnabox. Come the Aboxalypse. That'd be a good parody game where you play as a treasure chest, trying not to be looted by adventurers. Kind of like Cthulhu Saves the World, you know? Whoops. Good enough.
よし上出来だ
You mean the Pixel Remastered? No, there's only one Pixel Remaster. Level 4. So, what do I get new? That's predictable. More turns of strength up. Yep. I didn't get the master art yet, apparently. I thought 5 was the max. Alright. I want to check my job. Okay. We just gotta kill the pack leader. Mine 3. I wanted to be a music box, but I couldn't carry a tune. Oh, what a shame. Sad story of the ages. Wonder if I should put the Heaven's Eye down here. Because she only gets Photon Shot, what I really don't give a shit about. I lose the red, which I don't give a shit about, and I lose 2 Mirage, but I'll get... five Mirage. EP slowly recovers on the field. I like it because of the earth. I don't know if I have a spot for it though. It does have 2 red, 2 Mirage. Final Fantasy 1 through 6 Collection Anniversary Edition? Okay, I think what that is the one that came with the collector's edition stuff with the record and everything, and they took it out of the box and are trying to sell it by itself. If it's still Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters with the same Pixel Remaster cover, then it's still Pixel Remasters. You'd have to show me the box art because that feels like it could be something different, but it feels like it could also just be something normal. I imagine even the Pixel, the anniversary edition would still just be called Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. Oh wow, he saw me for whatever reason. Chest fact. Chests have domed lids to encourage being set on and repel water when pulling atop it, thereby extending the lifespan of the chest. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially considering they're typically made of wood, which would get waterlogged. It would have been a crime not to open me. What charge, you ask? Resisting a chest instead of arrest. Yes, The other chests with rounded sides do not, well, yeah, they were talking about the different ones.
そこか
Damn.
しまった立て直さないと
甘いっての
私の番です
行くぞ行って
曲がった
電池ネット
Why? Oh, the formation got screwed up because of the ambush.
失礼しましたタン
Well, I didn't expect the boss to be right here, but hopefully it's not a problem.
試練作戦来て私の番ね行きます
I was fucking afraid of that. Of course she gets focus fired. Stupid fucking video game.
さっとドライブ開始私の番ね助かり
Oh,
ます
it's a crit.
俺のピッタ悪いな先に行かせてもらうよ
Get him, Zeit. Eat him. Your dinner is served. Gur wolf. Wolf wolf gur gur wolf wolf wolf. Gur wolf wolf wolf. Wolf wolf gur gur gur. Gurgle friggle murgle. Hmm. Interesting.
何でもありません今は気を伺う時
Why is this voice acting?
行きましょう
She has a whole new outfit and everything. I think it's kind of funny because when she was like basically trying to hide her identity, it was head to toe covered. But now that her identity has been discovered, she's like, well, now to have the sexy ninja outfit instead of just keeping her same outfit with maybe the whole hood pulled down or whatever. Just typical. How am I making the game so fast? There's a fast forward function. See? And when it comes to like the generic stuff or the battles or something, they can take really, really, really long. So using that fast forward really helps. Really, really, really helps cut down on the bloat of the game. I don't fast forward during main story or anything like that. It's only for like side story stuff that I do that. And I watch every cutscene at least once, like every combat cutscene. I won't fast forward for that. There's still some stuff I want in here I want to check out. I do like it when some side quests have a little bit of main plot in them, you know? It's like we did that side quest and then we got not only just some little interesting information, but some actual voice acting. Funny that you should say that, Ellie, because that was the first thing I said when I heard that track on the last game, because it's the same world map track as it was in 0. But the first thing I thought of was it sounds like another world map theme. The way it starts, anyway. Actually, it sounds like both of the world map themes, but one more than the other. Yep. Do. Yeah, that. Yep, exactly. Congrats on your win there, Quetz. Oh, not that it matters. I think this is a good opportunity to go to all the little trap chests and see if I can do the fights no matter how many levels above them, above me they're supposed to be. This one's just my level though. This is gonna crit and it's gonna be amazing. Intimidation. Thought you could get more, did you? Sorry, pal. No duplicates. Chesta la Via. Oh, hasta la vida. Hasta la. I don't know. Chest la Vie. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Whatever. We got a thing. Let's check it out. Enemies more likely to run away on the field. Has to be party lead though. Earth 4, Wind 2. If it was water, I'd definitely replace HP 2, but it's not. Can't get rid of cast 2. Essential for a caster. Really want detection because of the mirage and the space, and it's got a lot of it. EP cut 2, I could see myself starting to get rid of that. EP 2, no. Action 2 is required. EP 2 cut, the only ones that I would consider. Oh, okay. Chesta la Vida, got it. Why does the character make the same sound as clowns? What clown sound are you hearing? What if I can go in here and... No, I didn't think so. Shut off. That was the last dungeon in the last game. Whoopsie. What's up, Mayru? 75 friggin' months, thank you. Damn, that's a long time. Thank you. Succulent, tender whitefish. That, I definitely do want to save, thank you. Oh, it's empty. The honk when she attacks.
Hey, hey, そこです. Hey, hey,
Pa is a clown sign? Or sound?
hey, そこです.
Like, I'm not sure what clowns sound like, I guess.
敵接近迎撃を開始します。
すんねみんな。
エニグマ駆動私の番です。エニグマ駆動。
Well, I might have to die here so that I can restart the fight.
任せて。エニグマ
よし
駆動。よし。
Yeah. I'm just gonna Sudoku here so I can redo this. No, she's saying like ta, like hiya, ta, you know. This game doesn't have enough self-awareness to make a clown sound, unironically. Or at all, period. Actually, ironically or unironically.
負ける気とすんないみんな。
ダメです。負けられない。
FF4 1 through 6 collection. It's not the Pixel Remaster? Because it looks like the Pixel Remaster. It's got all the same artwork and everything. Alright, we're gonna redo this because, like, I could probably have picked that up and won, but losing all my craft points and everything and having to constantly recover, I felt like it would just be easier to just restart.
俺の番だな。
私の番ね。行きます。エニグマ駆動。
And it looks like I didn't get hit by any debuffs this time either. Okay. You killed my only friend, so tell me, who's the real monster here? The monsters. EP3 will be good because it'll be, again, more stuff for her. I think I can get rid of this one. Yeah, it's only one. So EP3 here, and then Cast 2 down here. Now she has Galleon Tower, nice, and Shadowblade, both excellent, which means the space is less needed, but I'm pretty sure I still need space just because that's how all those work. They all kind of need each other. Yeah, they need 11 space for Argent Arc, holy shit. And Reincarnation needs time, and that's a space attack. There's space and time and Mirage all up in there, so yeah. I want to prioritize probably Mirage, though, because I think it's a little bit easier to get Mirage, since you want things like EP3 and all that kind of stuff, Cast 2 detection, so time and Mirage are the priority. But I'm nowhere close to that 11, or 21 rather, that I need. But Galleon Tower and Shadowblade are like, I could take those at the end of the game, you know, no problem, so. Sudoku, yeah. You know, when you just gotta give up the ghost.
皆さん
You Sudoku.
エニグマ
行きます
駆動。
私の来たぞよやさて良いデータが
Oh man, the track ended. Presenting our delicious addition to the new and improved special sports set, the same dishes you know and love. Now with Wa Caesar salad and a refreshing glass of Noel Lemonade. God, that was a stretch. That was an embarrassing stretch. Wazzy and Noel. That was an embarrassing stretch. We should be embarrassed. I wanted the boots on her because I saw that they had a lot of speed on them, and I want more speed on Ellie. Wop, 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 wop. Wop, 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 wop. So there's just a fishing spot down here, eh? If it's time, we're cooking with just be cooking anything. Time goes with just about every damn savory dish you can imagine, and then some. Hell, there's even time in some ice creams. It's a Chrono Cross song! I just realized the sound on this is pretty quiet. Turn that up for y'all. Alright, so we wanna go through and snag the different chests and stuff, so we're gonna go
乗ります目的地を選んでください
here.
お安いご用ですはい
I do want to check in on the fishers and see if there's anything about turning in X amount of fish anymore. Okay. In that case, we're just gonna try to snag the chests and stuff. Oh, you know what? I should probably... Nah, it's fine. I don't need EP. Realistically, the only thing I need is... That I might want to do, actually. Okay, fine. I'm gonna go back to the town first. Just because some of these are like level 100 chests and stuff. Oh. Yeah, but that doesn't, it's not a solution. I need to go back to the city specifically because I need to go to the hotel and get my craft points. Costs a little bit, but you get full 200 on your craft points.
Yosh.
Let's see. We're just resting. We're just taking a load off, man. Completely.
さあ行くぞ到着だ
Out of my way, loser! Level 100. We're 75. Oh, we're dead. We're very dead. We are super duper dead.
ありがとう。よーし。
俺の番だな。
行きます。行きます。はい。エニグマクロ。
行くぞ。それ。
助かりました。
援護するとシャー。
さてと。エニグマ。
I think we may be able to do this
ドライブ開始。さてと。
if my arts could actually go off. I think I'm getting interrupted. Yeah, I'm getting massively interrupted. One.
ドライブ私の番ね。ありがとう。行きます。システム移送空間絶対そうです。個別展開。はい。
任せてくれ。行ってや。
Well, I managed to live this long and get half of them down. That means that, like, it's only going to be easier from here on out. In the last game, trying to kill an enemy box that was even like 2 levels higher than you was basically impossible. So, seeing that I can do this is really nice.
私の番です。
Means the balance is quite a bit better on this game versus the last one. Let's see if I'm just gonna keep casting because her attacks are not gonna do anything. Like she needs to be able to cast.
エニグマ。はい。クロー。
Yeah, regular attacks are not gonna do anything. I might even just need to wait for craft points, period, you know?
行くぞ。
Like he's the only one that could do a regular attack and actually do damage. Nice, thank you.
エニグマ。私の番ね。エニグマ。はい。クロー。
But I'm gonna need to wait for team attacks and hopefully getting spells off and not getting interrupted. It does seem that they are prioritizing people who are casting spells, which is garbage, but whatever.
エニグマ。私の番です。ドライブ。私の番ですね。
Maybe I can bait off interrupt by casting spells on her.
さっと。エニグマ。エニグマ。よーし。エニグマ。移動。ありがとう。今のは。
行くぞ。
はい。エニグマクロ。
行くぞ。つってや。
さてと。エニグマ。行きます。ドライブ開始。行きます。行きます。さてと。
任せてくれ。行ってや。
はい。ステータス。オールグリーンで。
Hell yeah, dude! Level 100 expected level. And we did it at 75. Uranus bell. Ding 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 ding. Does everyone consent to this loaded the SSS chest? I do. Ideos, I don't. That's definitely a modern meme. So that's just you shaking your booty and it just rings.
そこです
Well, the chest is optional, but it's out here in the middle of the field. Like, we've seen that chest there since the beginning of the game. So, the fact that we were able to do it just means that we were able to overcome a challenge, that's all. So that's 2 bells. I've got a Uranus bell and another bell. I think it's equipped, actually. Yeah, Jupiter bell right there. So what does Uranus bell do, anyway? Connect immediately after using space arts. Okay. I want to say, like, I should prioritize space on her? Because that would... Yeah, that might be the better way to do this. Because she's got the Heaven's Eye. I could just move, like... the Speed Breaker, probably. Maybe even the cast. Yeah, the cast. Well, action for now on that one. I need to upgrade her slot, though. Because this is 3... Well, Speed Breaker's not. Okay, so... let's figure this out. I need the Heaven's Eye and the Bell on a 3. But I can only move the Speed Breaker. Actually, I could probably just get rid of Speed Breaker. And just... Ah! You can only have 1 bell at a time. Alright, fine. We're gonna have to figure this out. Next up is basically just go crossbow and go to the other side. Definitely gonna have to hit up the end for the restoration on my craft points, though. But it does mean that realistically none of the chests are outside of my power level, basically. Like, I should be able to take on anything in a trap chest.
よし着いたぞ
Because the highest I've seen is level 100. And if that was a level 100 chest, that means I could do anything. But yeah, so Demi-Dot, the way the last game worked is that chapter 4 was the last chapter before the finale chapter. It was just called finale, though. All final chapters are what's called finale in this game. So more than likely, chapter 4 is the last chapter that would be called chapter number, and then we'll have the finale. And right now we're in chapter 4. So it's endgame in so much that this is the last chapter before likely the final dungeon. In 0, the finale was only the final dungeon. So yeah, kind of endgame. Sort of. Kind of. Sort of. A little bit.
よしどこに行こうかな
More than likely anyway.
さあ行くぞよし
I mean, we just started chapter 4. So like, 20 hours at least, Kappa. How did I miss you?
そこです そこです。
Gosh dang pineapples up here, they belong at the bottom of the sea. Ain't never watched no SpongeBob. Level 82, this should be a walk in the park comparatively, right? Damn, they're spread out just enough.
駆動
私の番です。エニグマよーし。
やっ世話は焼ける
I'm like buffing up because I want them to.
行くぞ
I'm buffing up because I want them to group up for these, and they're just not doing it, and it's rather annoying. So I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Please take me to St. Ursula Hospital. All that fighting left me with chest pains. You know, the only thing I don't like about this is that, like, I don't really cast fire spells on him, so... I guess I could replace that. And see what I can actually get from it. From this... Well, it wouldn't actually give me anything. Well... I don't know. Maybe there's something there. Meow 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 meow. Lawn Mira. Good thing I checked. I like one of the things to think about. Okay. All right. There's like 3 on this road, so I'm not gonna take the car. What's up, Moogle? I gotta go to the Knox Forest Road anyway for a thing, so I'll go to Belgar Gate first. Okay, I suppose I could take the bus. It's always a bummer when you do something that's supposed to be tuned to level 100 at 25 levels under and you don't get any levels for it. It's just like slap in the face, honestly. Level 86. Oh, I can give this guy a hand.
さあ めましょうか。
Ooh.
行きます。私の番ですね。私の番です。
みんな
Everybody's stunned. That's such bullshit. How are those way more difficult than the other ones that were tuned for level 100?
よーし。
They stun lock you and do an AoE that's just like massive damage.
そこだ。
私の番ね。
ありがとう。
助かりました。
よし。
Of course, they resist everything that could actually give me a chance.
行くぞ。よし。攻撃。
行きます。システム行きます。絶対処理全個別展開。行きます。任せて。助かりましたね。ありがとうございました。
Oh my god, she could just get free turns over and over and over with that. That's amazing.
行きます。
行くぞ。よし。上出来だ。やるじゃない。
What do you call a crocodile wearing a waistcoat? An investigator. A waistcoat? Why not like a magnifying glass? Something that's actually tied to investigating. I guess I should have taken the car because, again, well, it doesn't really matter. It's 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. Just because I gotta go back to rest. My thought was like I could just hop between chest and chest and I wouldn't be taking the car anyway, but I gotta go back to get my crap points maxed out in order to have a chance against these fights, so whatever. Investigator. Oh. I guess. This is the last trap chest that I've found that's visible. So if there are any other bells, I don't know where they're at. But my my elite quarry is also over here, so we're gonna get the trap chest first though, because we'll use whatever we have left on the elite, since it'll be much easier to deal with. What are you doing? I see. Seems like the joke requires too many steps in order to get. Okay, this is also level 100, so we may struggle with this one. Unfortunately, everything challenging just has like full immunity to status effects, so yeah, this one seems way more difficult. Oh, that was fine actually.
任せてくれ。俺の番だな。エリ
Damn. If I had gotten all 4 of them down, I'm gonna die now, probably. Oh, maybe I won't.
俺の番だな。
Okay, we're good. They took like no damage, and then all of a sudden they started taking damage, so yeah. Sweet. Hello, Bracer Guild. Yes, the chest grabber is right here in front of me. Please send someone quick. Haha, but we have already escaped. What will you do now? The Mercury Bell I could definitely utilize for sure. But I'll probably end up removing it in order to equip a different bell, you know? Like, I'd prefer to have a water that has some other stuff on it, you know? Because she wants Mirage. So I got all the primary element bells and the Saturn bell. Right? Yeah, I got the green bell here. There's yellow, blue, red. And so I'm just missing the time bell and the Mirage bell. Cool. Exterminate.
手強いです。エニグマ
行くぞ。
私の番ね。行きます。そこ。
そこだ。
Good lord.
さてと。
Does she not have an AoE spell? I hate the stun locking that so many enemies do. Tends to be one of those like we don't know what else to do, so we're just gonna stun the ever-living shit out of everything. Stunned again!
エニグマ。やっ。
ありがとう。私の番ですね。
What a fun, exciting experience to just sit here in a stun the entire time. How exhilarating. Yeah, that sounds like something this game would do. Here's an interesting thing. What does Mute 2 give me? 6 water. I mean, it's better. I'm gonna equip it just because I don't really care about the HP. But like, I really want something that has water with some other stuff. Let me see what we got. So effort or heal would be the only ones that offer something like that. Looks like heal would be the one to get, which is weird because actually heal is usually a pretty low tier. I got effort already. Pretty low tier quartz. Getting HP back on the field is not that big of a deal. I mean, I suppose you could just pass it around and heal up to full if you really were hurting for materials or like, you know, healing items and stuff. But still, just feels it's not that good. It's kind of a pain in the ass, and it's not like it's hard to get materials or anything, so. But the SSS building is right there. Why are we going to the car to rest? Oh wait, speaking of SSS building, I need to go in there to attend to my quests, which I think I might rank up. Maybe. Might need to do all of them. Huzzah! True gladiator belt. Well, how do you like that? I mean, it's basically an upgrade to the headband. Okay. Damn. I have no idea what to do with these. I need a artisan, and I checked the baker. She's like, I don't want to do it. And I have no idea where I'd get a maid. Yeah, I think I might just have to give up on it. Who knows, maybe something will strike me in my, as I go around doing this post-story, not post-story, but like post-destruction dealio.
Donovan 警部やイリアさんも入院してるんだよな。
はい。二人ともまだ昏睡状態のままだそう。
Why settle for Mew 2 when you can have Mew 3?
ドノバン警部はフランたちをかばったらしくて。フランの回復が早かったのも警部のおかげだと思います。
そっか。
豪快なおっさんだったが大したもんだよな。できればイリアさんともども様子を見舞えるといいんだが。
そうね。
それで妹さんの病室はどこだい？
ああ、うん。301だけど、その前に受付に一言言った方がいいかもしれません。
わかった。行ってみよう。セシル姉も。 相当忙しくしてるんだろうな。
あら、ノエルさん。それに支援課の皆さん、フランさんのお見舞いにいらっしゃったんですか？
はい。今大丈夫ですか？
ええ、もちろんですよ。でもよかったですね。妹さんの意識が戻られて。
はい。ありがとうございます。行きましょう。3階の301号室です。
ああ、お邪魔させてもらうよ。
失礼します。
And we have to go to 301. Oh yeah, they look so busy just sitting here. Bing bong.
失礼します。
Of course, Cecile's in here.
お姉ちゃん、皆さ
あら、みんな。
セシルね、ここにいたんだ。
ん、すみません。
Of course she's here. She has a portrait. She has to be where other portrait characters are, obviously.
大丈夫よ。点滴を交換しただけだから。
Here to swap out her 4? For what? Stage 4 cancer? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. IV. Oh. Oh. Never mind.
ありがとうございます。わざわざお見舞いに来てくれたんですか？
It's okay. She's saved by the power of anime healing. She has bandages around her head and over her shoulder. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. That's the power of anime healing. You could just like have your head chopped off, but it's like you just put some bandages around your head and over your shoulder and across your chest like that. Done deal. You're good to go.
ああ、ノエルから意識が戻ったって聞いてね。
Like she doesn't have she doesn't have an external head injury. If you do not have an external head injury, you do not need bandages around your head. Plain and simple.
思ったよりも元気。
Bandages are for external injuries. Period.
そうだね。顔色も良さそうじゃない。
元気も元気。まあ大丈夫ですよ。2、3日で一般病室にも移れるみたいです。
I mean, technically, the stethoscope is not decorative, but the reason a doctor might carry around a stethoscope often is because checking pulse and heart rate is like the biggest thing that they do. But yeah.
そうしたら退院まですぐですから。ダメだよフラン。体力も落ちてるんだからしばらく安静にしてないと。私なんて軽い方だよ。私をかばってくれ。
Oh, I get it. I know it's a trope. It's still bad, no matter how you slice it. It's stupid, you know. And this game was made in like what 2012 or something. Like, come on, man. Like this, it's we're past that. Like, you don't need to lean so heavily on just like generics. You know, make your own fucking game, not the game or the style of or something that's been made 5,000 times prior for the last 30 years. You know what I mean? I just, give me something fucking new. Stop relying on old bullshit.
フランちゃんが気に病む必要はねえだろ。悪いのはあの連中。赤い星座の両兵だ。
でも皆
Well,
さ
I
ん
mean, if there's something mystic going on, that's a totally different situation.
頑張って回復しないと。
大丈夫。安心してくれ。普段の声が聞けないのは寂しいけど、なんとか報告処理はできるみたいだし。
今は回復に専念して元気いっぱいに。
Was it a parody? Was it trying to parody it specifically?
そうしたら私たちも。
So I know there are animes that parody the whole over-the-shoulder bandage as just being able to fully restore you.
ありがとうございます。そういえばお姉ちゃん警備隊の方に戻っちゃうんだって。母さんから聞いたんだ。いろいろ考えたんだけどフランのサポートが受けられなくなるのはちょっと寂しいかな。ちょっとだなんて。
Yeah, it sounds like it's a parody then.
だいたいお姉ちゃんはフラン？大丈夫。 点滴の薬が効いてきただけだからお話はこのくらいにして。
Even though she's not in any pain or anything, we're just pumping her full of drugs, because why the fuck not? I mean, we get to charge you a boatload and just takes all the problem off our hands, so, you know.
せっかくロイドさんたちが来てくれたんですし、それに警備隊に戻る前に、何を言ってるんだか。皆さんすみません、寝かせちゃっていいですか？
もちろん。フラン
ゆっくり休んでください。体力が戻ったらケーキでも差し入れに来ますので。
Like how quickly they shifted to Tio having like a one-sided personality of just mishy this, mishy that.
やっぱり相当体力は落ちてる。
No, she was drugged because the nurse is incompetent and gave her drugs despite her not being in
かなり
pain.
輸血をしたから。でもあとは良くなるだけよ。大丈夫。すぐに元気になるわ。はい。
一旦外に出ようか。そういえばやっぱりドノバン警備やイリアさんは面会謝絶なのかな。
一応ね。でもあなたたちは両方とも関係者みたいなものだし、私が付き添うから二人の様子を覗いていく。いいんですか？それはありがたいです。
セシルさん、
すぐそこの302号室がイリアは303号室。しずくちゃんの部屋の向かいね。
I think it's important to note that healing magic does not like cure your death or serious injury. You know, I think people take healing magic and HP way too literally when they're just game mechanics. You should see HP more as like a stamina kind of thing, and when you're out of HP, you can't go on. Like you're knocked out or you're just too tired or whatever. It's your energy, you know, not like your living points. That's kind of why like Saga Frontier did the life point mechanic, where it's like the more times you get knocked around, the closer you are to actual true death, you know? But I feel like people take that whole HP thing way too literally. Either way, you know, you're not dead. You're just knocked out of energy, depleted, whatever. And healing magic just restores that. Maybe it might be able to clear up some minor scrapes and bruises or something, but that's about it. And that goes for just about any single game that I've ever played.
レイモンドさん。はい。
セシルさん。
Man, poor dude got the shit into the stick getting the bed that's turned around and face to the
レイ
wall.
モンドさん、どうも。
看病にいらしてたんですね。
たまたま警部の奥さんの代わりにね。警部が目を覚ましたら何油売ってやがるって怒鳴られちゃいそうだけど。
そうか。
いかにも言いそうな感じですね。
その装置、ひょっとして人工呼吸器かい？
うん。呼吸器系にかなりのダメージを受けたみたいでね。なんとか意識が戻ってくれれば回復も早まると思うんだけど。警部はさ、爆発の時僕とフランちゃんをかばってくれ
He
た。
did it very slowly. He's like, "Get out of the way! Watch out!" Watches the grenade fall in. Ting, 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 ting. Watch out! Oh no! You know. So maybe if you wasn't so bad at it, you might have avoided injury.
しかもフランちゃんは手術までする大怪我だったのに、僕はかすり傷くらいで自分の運の良さとずうずうしさが情けなくなるよ。
レイモンドさん、
あんたのせいじゃねえだろ。
レイモンドさん、休憩してきたらどうですか？
Or, you know, maybe go back to work
今容体も安定しています
since
し、 私たちも
the city
循環
is
していますから
extremely low on resources right now. Might actually be able to be helpful.
持ちませんよ。
すいません。でももうちょっとしたら警部の奥さんが来るので。
I mean, the city is probably covering the bill of any of the police officers at least, but still. It's
わか
like
りました。
it's a bad nurse that pumps a patient full of drugs when they do not need them.
どうかお大事に。またお見舞いに来ます。
I've heard some horror stories, by the way. It happens. Like, it actually happens.
警部も
So at
喜ぶ
least
と
they're
思う
portraying that realistically.
Shuri ちゃん。
シュリ
来ていたの。リリアさん。静かで綺麗な寝顔だ。いつもグースか豪快に寝乱れているくせに。リリア・プラティエラ
Confirmed Disney is in the same universe as this, so looks like we'll be having the next Kingdom Hearts with Legend of Heroes characters in it instead of Final Fantasy characters.
容体の方は
Honestly, I feel like these characters fit better in the Kingdom Hearts world because the storytelling integrity is similar.
全身の骨折と内臓へのダメージね。手術の方は成功したけど、まだ昏睡状態が続いていて、今は生命維持装置に頼らざるを得ない状況ね。
そこまでくそ
意識を取り戻しても復帰は絶望的だってさ。信じられるか。あのイリアさんがステージに二度と立てないんだ
This
ぞ。
means she can't jump around on wires and stuff. She can still do other smaller
そ
parts.
れを俺をそんなのって何だろう。
大丈夫。きっと大丈夫よ。イリアのことは私が一番よく知っているわ。どんな逆境でも決して諦めないで。それがイリア・プラティエよ。
でも
俺もそう思うよ。そうでなきゃあんな常識外れのステージなんて生み出せるはずがないと思うし。
そうね。イリアさんの貪欲さがあって初めて実現できる空間だと思う。そこにステージがある限り、きっとイリアさんは戻ってくる。不思議とそう思えてしま
Yeah,
う。
a little bit, Locke.
だな。今はエイドスとイリアさんを信じて自分にできることをやってきな。
今日はともかく舞台の練習は
I feel like the story would be better if she didn't make it. Honestly, I feel like the story would be better if she just fucking died right then and there. It'd be way more powerful. Like, yeah, it sucks that when a character dies, but like, it's supposed to evoke emotions. If there's nothing at stake, then you don't care. There needs to be stakes. And in these games, nobody important ever dies. So if nobody ever dies and you get kind of used to that, then there's no stakes. And then if there's no stakes, then you stop caring and there's no emotion. Like, somebody needs to die, and it could be Ilya, it could be, I mean, party member, it could be anybody, but like, especially in a situation like this where there was a tragic thing that occurred, a big moment, that's the perfect time to remove somebody from the equation, you know?
その方が彼女もつられて起きてきそうだし。
うん。きっとそう
But
だよ。
dragging this part out, I feel
楽
like,
しそうなステージにつられて絶対に目を覚ますから。
I don't know. Also, with the way these games are typically told, where they're basically telling you how the story goes in the dialogue, like Cecile saying, "Don't worry, she'll never give up. She's gonna make it." It means that she's not going to die. So
アンガト、ちょっと元気出てきた。そうだよな。俺たちがしっかりしないと。リーシャ姉もいなくなっちゃったんだし。なあ、あんたらできればリーシャ姉のこと 見つけてあげてくれないか。どんな事情があったとしてもリージャネーはリージャネーだから。それにリージャネーが戻ってくればイリアさんも元気になると思うんだ。
わかった。特務支援課の名にかけて必ず見つけ出してみせるよ。
Don't worry, we will charge you the regular fee.
みんなありがとう。これでシュリちゃんも元気を取り戻せると思うわ。私も少し勇気づけられちゃった。
セシルね。
やっぱり相当深刻な容体なんですね。ええ、正直安心はできないわ。それでもやっぱり私はイリアを信じてるから。それに信じる人が多ければ多いほど。
そうっすね。
確かにそれがイリアさんの
Get well soon surcharge.
しかしそうなると鍵はやっぱりリーシャか。ロイド見つけられるのかい。
Anyway, just blow the horn.
正直
The Rixie horn.
わからない。
And then she'll just appear.
本気で身を隠したんだったら見つけるのはかなり困難だろ
そうですね。行方不明のヘイユへ同様、自治州にいるのかいないのかもはっきりしませんし。
カルバード方面に戻っちまった可能性もあるしな。だが首里蔵にあんな風に頼まれちまったら諦めるわけにもいく。
ああ、
ヘイユへの行方と合わせて気を配った方がいいわね。私も動力ネット方面を本当にありがとう。私はナースステーションに戻るけど、ロイドたちはどうするの？
ああ、
I'm gonna go
仕事
bowling
も
or
残ってい
something.
るしそろそろおいとまするよ。
案内していただいてありがとうございました。こちらこそ大変な状況だけど、お互い頑張りましょう。ただし無理はしすぎないでね。
了解っす。
お疲れ様でした。
本当にここが踏ん張りどころだな。
ええ、そうね。心と体を傷つけられた人たちに笑顔を取り戻してもらうためにも。
Apparently there's something with Kia. Maybe, oh my gosh. I just thought of something. Maybe there are like multiple versions of Kia, right? There's A Kia, B Kia, C Kia, D Kia, all the way up to IKEA.
はい、特務支援課
ロイド・バニンズです。
ああ、いたいた。今どこにいんのさ。
何や？
な、こういう時はちゃんと名乗るのが礼儀だろ。ウルスラ病院だけど、どうしたんだ、ヨナ。
あんたら、確か今日から支援業務に戻ってんだろ。ちょっと僕の頼みを聞いてくんないかなーって。
いや、だから勝手に警察のデータベースを覗くなって。 それにこっちだって忙しいのは忙しいんだから。
ふふん、この前行方不明の遊撃士の捜索を手伝ってやったのは誰だよ。仮。
仕方ない。何でもは引き受けられないけど、どこまで行けばいいんだ？
だったら港湾区にある東大の前まで来て、そこで待っ。
東大？なんだってそんな場所で？
ふふん、来てのお楽しみだって。そんじゃ
あまったく。
またヨナが勝手なことを言い出したんですか？
いや、まあ。
はあ、もうなんだってそんな場所で。
港湾区
Yeah,
の
natural
灯台
light is
と
scary.
爆破された兵ゆえの建物の。
確かにリンさんたちの調査も手伝ってもらったし、話を聞いてあげるくらいはいいんじゃないかしら。一区切りついたら早速行ってみましょうか。
ああ、そうしよう。
まあこちらの都合を聞かずに勝手に行ってきたことですから多少待たせても問題はないかと。
はは、それもそうだな。
I don't like the nicknames Randy gives them because like the way they're voiced is like Tio-chan, which is kind of like a term. Chan usually means like something cute or small or something like that, and so it's kind of a term of endearment. To some, it could be an insult to others if you feel like you're overly masculine or some bullshit like that. But anyway,
どこに行こうかな。さあ、
they just made up some really weird nicknames for them that just
よし。
don't particularly care
着いたぞ。
for. Alright, so the only quest we didn't do was this beauty pageant one, which honestly, beauty pageants suck anyway, so whatever. Can't find a nurse, not a nurse, a maid, and a artisan. You know what? Actually, East Street may have some artisans. This might be something. Oh. Yeah, that's right, the angler duels that I didn't care for. I didn't go in here, actually, so... I just feel I already found somebody in the Eastern District. Usually they make you go all over the same places multiple times. Okay, well, then I give up on that quest. Well, she just happened to be down here, which makes no sense whatsoever, but hey. Oh, good. The bank may have been completely destroyed, but at least her dolls are safe. That's the important thing. I know that.
待ってたぜ。
but I'm just saying it's like people's lives were ruined, but at least the rich person's luxuries are all right. You know what I mean? It's just who fucking cares?
ちょっと待て。いきなりわけわかんない
Bank destroyed, thousands dead, lives in turmoil. But those dolls, lucky us, right? We can go along our day with a smile on our face, knowing that's okay.
たく相変わらずマイペースな小僧だな。
と、そっか。ちゃんと話してなかったな。いやー、実はさ、ジオフロントの端末室まで僕を連れてってほしいんだ
The
よ。
special ironic aspect of it was she had her servant gather them and put them in a trunk and take them to safety.
ジオフロントの端末
Like that was the thing that she did during the town being invaded.
前に爆破されたあの部屋かい。
あれはジオフロントの B 区画にある第8制御端末。連れてってほしいのは C 区画にある第4制御端末さ。いやー、他の制御端末だとあんま自由が利かないんだよな。
ローナ、また懲りもせず。動力ネット基本法はすでに執行されているんだし、さすがに違法占拠を手伝うわけにはいかないわよ。
っていうか、話を聞いた時点で止めざるを得ないんだが。
いや、一応は。
Why don't we just set him up with a terminal?
僕の今の立場は財団
There's such a thing as cybersecurity, you know, and the laws are the laws still apply to people in cybersecurity, but there are some things that you can do when operating on like a Sting kind of operation. You can sort of bend the rules a little bit.
ジオフロントの制御端末の管理資格も持ってるんだっての。
ティオ、どうなんだ？
管理資格は本当ですが、それでもグレーな感じですね。動力ネット基本法ももう少し整備されるべき。
Or just get permission.
さすがにちょいと微妙じゃねえか。
そうですね。グレーゾーンの行為を手伝うわけにも。
ああ、もう頭固すぎだっての。結社だったか。あの変な連中が動力ネットにもいろいろ仕掛けてたんだろ。
Yes, illegally.
今も何かされてない保証が。
それは確かにそれは言えてるかもしれないね。
おっさんも気にはしてたけど、忙しくて手が回ってねえし、動きやすい僕がわざわざ援護射撃してやろうってんじゃ。感謝されこそすれ。渋られるのはおかしくね。
たく口だけは達者な小僧だな。
でも確かに気になるといえば気になります。あの道化師の少年ノバルティスという博士、財団を超えるネットワーク技術を確かに持っているようでした。
わかった。手伝おう。ただし、明らかに違法なハッキングは控えてもらうぞ。それと、地下で何日も過ごさないで、部屋のベッドで寝ること。それが条件だ。
おいおい、勘弁してくれよ。なんでこの天才ヨナ様がそんなリアルに合わせ。
ジロ。
そういうのはロイドは厳しいものね。まあそのくらいの条件は飲んだ方が無難かと。
ああ、もう分かったよ。その条件でいいからとっとと連れてってくれ。制限ガチガチのオルキスタワーの端末なんてもう耐えられないんだってば。
How are those state-of-the-art newest model terminals worse than the old first thing that was ever built in Crossbell underground
まあ
terminals?
本音はそんなとこか。
That makes no sense.
やっぱり少し不健全だな。
うっせえな。それで C 区画だけど、他のジオフロント区画と同じく魔獣とかいると思うぜ。
そうだな。
I'm so surprised that this is going to be a dungeon.
そんじゃとっとと降りようぜ。
降りるって
どういうことだよ。
ああ、C 区画の入り口はこの灯台にあるんだ。知らなかったのか？
そうなのか。
ふふん、見てなって。
こんなところに。
やれやれ、趣味全開な作りだね。
よし、そんじゃとっとと入ろうとしよう
Windows
ぜ。
Vista. It's got Windows Vista on it. Still miss that old track of the, what do you call it? Dungeon, whatever this dungeon is. I'm not inspired to clap at all. Geofront. That's what it is.
これは
GeoCities, yes.
またすごい場所だ。
That's what I was thinking too.
データベースによると熱処理プラントやゴミ焼却場を併設したエリアみたいですね。
Oh man, Sylvie with the godly tier 366 months. Holy smokes, thank you. Hope you're doing well.
ルピナス川から水を引き込むことでプラントの冷却処理をしつつ都市全域に蒸気を配給する。
I feel like the very presence of this heat plant, whatever, like, yeah, the river is used for cooling, sure, but like, where do you think that heat goes? It doesn't disappear, it gets displaced. That's how cooling works. And what happens is the river is going to increase in temperature and it's going to kill fish. Even just by a few degrees, it'll upset the entire ecosystem.
あくまで当初の予定では
なんつうかつくづく箱だけはすげえよな。
But then again,
そうね。このエリア
when did city planners and corporations care about the environment, right?
しかしここって通商会議の時ダドリーたちが共和国のテロリストたちを追跡した場所じゃなかったっけ？
Weird how they figured out all the other major aspects of technology and improving things and such within 10 years, but not everything else that's inconvenient to the development of the game's vision.
なんだか随分昔のことのように思えますけど。
I talked about this extensively when we first opened up the Orcus building,
まだ2ヶ月
about how some things in technology and like quality of life and everything just require time, and advancement can't be fast forwarded. You need to have time to make things more convenient. But you still have the heat from the machinery. You know, this is like a furnace, right? The whole place is a furnace. So you're still having heat going up. Just because it's in a room doesn't mean it's not going, you know, displacing through the walls.
暑いしムシムシするしこれだからリアルは嫌なんだ。これで端末室の冷房が壊れてたら
お前な。
そんなに文句があるなら引き返しましょうか。
嘘文句なんてないっての。第4制御端末はエリアの一番奥にあるはずだ。とっとと抜けて涼しい風に当たろうぜ。
たく
行きましょうか。そこです。
I read all about the raid in the Chessbell Times. What? I like to keep a chest of the new events.
敵先生、気をつけて。私、
俺の番だな。
よー、そこ。私の番。
Oh, I'm gonna get crit.
手こずはっ
よし。その程度じゃ俺たちは止められない。
Ironwood kimono.
Hey, hey.
よし、一気に行くぞ。任せてくれ。
今だ、全火力。
チャンス。
上出来かな。
やるね。
そこです。 そこです。 そこです。チャンスね。データ収集
Oh,
終了しました。
Happy Chocobos redeemed 0% game volume for 30 seconds. All right, then. Here we go. Totally not awkward here. Totally not awkward. Yep. It's very not awkward. It's the least awkward I've ever felt in my entire life. Yep. Not awkward at all. Cool. So how's everybody doing? How's everybody? So painful. It's probably been 30 seconds, right? Right? Okay. Reading the message adds 5 body points to one of your characters, but we're not going to tell you which one. It's basically like playing Xenosaga,
し
yeah.
かし相変わらず変なマシンが動いているっていうか。
火を吹いたりしてさすがに危険じゃないかしら。どうやら結社の人形兵器ではなさそうですが。
僕のせいじゃねえって。そりゃ B 区画の掃除マシンは僕が暴走させちゃったけど、この区画に入ったのは初めてだし。
怪しいな。
別に怒ったりしないから。
Well, once again, Pinocchio exists in this universe, thus confirming that Disney exists in this universe twice now. We had a Sleeping Beauty and a Pinocchio reference.
だから違うっての。
そういえばこの場所はオルキスタワーの基部からもつながっているんだよ。そっちから行くっていう選択肢はね。
ああ、例のテロリストの件以来地下が封鎖されたらしく、そっちからだと第4制御端末もめちゃめちゃ近いみたいだから、
Of course it
僕
is.
一人でも行けたと思うけど。
確かに D 区画方面のルートも封鎖されていましたしね。
ま、第4制御端末の近くには出口への直通リフトもあるみたいだ。それを起動させたらこの先はあんたらには迷惑はかけないって。
Does this look medieval to you?
まったく調子いいな。
先を急ぎましょうか。
Also, yeah, Grimm Fairy, all of the Disney films are based off of Grimm Fairy. Well, most of them are based off of Grimm Fairy Tales. Oh, pink liquid. That does not seem safe. Oh, it's Pepto-Bismol. Of course it is.
ここは俺たちのターンだ。
任せてよーそこ行きました。これもみんなの勝利ですね。タンへいチャンス皆さん。良いデータが取れました。お疲れ様。
We did forget to buy quartz before heading in here, but it shouldn't be a problem. But I should try to remember to go and upgrade quartz and slots and stuff after this. Especially I want Tio to get her full slot upgrade. You open the chest, find a scrap of paper that was with some writing on it. The pun is this pun is terrible. You groan as you close the lid. Yes. Yes, I groaned. Oh, hold on. There we go. Honestly, it's a good pun if there's some groaning involved. You know? Because that's kind of the purpose of a pun. To get somebody to groan, you know? Like, ugh. Boom, success.
私の場へい
行くぞ。
行きますそここの 調子でいきましょう。
You know, it's kind of a bummer that the first breath has such a weak range, because the healing from it is still decent, but it's such a small radius that, like, it's basically a single target heal, you know? And that's kind of dumb. I feel like stronger spells shouldn't necessarily be bigger range, because then there's no how do I explain this? Breath, regular breath is basically worthless. Just do a single target heal, you're gonna get more out of it and less casting cost, right? So having a weaker AoE heal would help build up, right? Like, okay, you got your weak group heal, you got your strong group heal, you got your very strong group heal. You have your weak single target heal, medium single target heal, strong single target heal, and they're balanced accordingly, right? But if your weak AoE heal is also like tiny radius, it's worthless. It's trash. And that's what breath is. It's complete and utter garbage. It's completely worthless. But the healing from it is still decent. So it's just this, like, I think it's just a poor design, you know?
さあ始めましょう。
よし
私のや
任せてきた。
私の番です。任せて。やそこ。だって
俺の番だな。任せっこっしゃ。
私の番や。さあ先を急ぎましょう。
Ooh, Scent. Was under the impression that this was the Geofront's Sea Hest chest. Huh? Sector. That would give her the blue that she needs. No, she already has the blue because Wing gives her the 3 that she needs already. So if anybody's gonna use Scent, it's gonna probably be him. No, he's already got. Oh. Yeah, I suppose I could move these around a little bit. Like, prioritize blue and green on one, and like replace move with Scent. So all of those are on the same thing. Yeah. And then that way I have the space and time ones together. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. We'll do that later. Right now I can't take advantage of Scent. There's no passive on it that's good anyway, because what Scent does is it makes it so enemies detect you from further away. Do you have a particular chest voice you read all these in? Nope. So it's not like I benefit from having just the quartz equipped by itself, you know?
敵出現交戦します。
行くぞ。よし、上出来だ。
敵接近迎撃を開始します。そこです。そこ。
I mean, if I grown out of a pun, like if I grown from a pun, that's a sign of acceptance. It means it's like burping after a meal, you know? In some cultures, that's a compliment. If I grown from a pun, it's because I appreciate it. I could just ignore this and just go across the fire and then heal afterwards, but there might be treasures. Receive the chest's pom-pom party account info. Sweet. Oh. Okay, that usually means we're at the end, so... Let's go back. Apparently the switch to turn off that fire is elsewhere.
Hey,
Oh, it's right here.
hey,
Really?
ここは通らせてもらうわ。
Wow.
任せてくれ。
任せてそこ。そこです。さてと、
行くぞ。
Oh, well, I'm getting a game over here.
私の
Oh, he didn't die.
戦闘終了。警戒態勢に戻ります。
Jonah caught on fire.
Let's 始めましょう。
よし。
行きます。は
Oops.
よ
I
し。
told him to default to those ones. We're on fire.
いや。私、いや。
The best way to enjoy Jonah.
よし。まだ
Get
ま
a
だ
good sear on it. Juggler. You find a bag of round breath fresheners in the chest. They're labeled lemon flavor. Okay. But I did get the first tier 3 Master Quartz. It's already level 3. Looks like the amount of element you get from it is the same. The difference is basically just the stats and the passive. That's it. Crafts inflict random ailments? Ooh, offensive arts inflict random ailments. Ooh, oh, I like that a lot. Interesting. I feel like this would be really good for her. It actually has more strength anyway. Gives her a little bit more magic power too, and everything else is kind of just the same or better. It's like basically the same growth as the one that she has, but better. So the stats are better, plain and simple. I won't have any blue, which I don't really heal with her anyway, so I don't really care. Like I would have to set up blue and green all up in here to get anything out of that. Earth is kind of where she wants to be anyway, so yeah, I think that's better. We're gonna put her on that. And now she can just inflict a bunch of random ailments. I do basic attacks with her quite a bit, and then arts can also do stuff, so yeah. Abso-friggin-lutely. But yeah, that's the first max tier Master Quartz.
君ただでさえピザとかスナック菓子は好きみたいだし。
よかったらヨナ朝のジョギングに付き合うか。週1くらいでもいいからさ。
ああもうほっとけっての。
Dude isn't even like big. Are you kidding me?
とにかく暑いんだから端末室に入って冷房を。
ヨナこっち。
こいつは
Oh no, not the magnifier.
掃除マシンのデカ版か。
そんな生
It's gonna magnify us so strongly that it'll pull the iron out of our blood and just cause us to, like, you know, be full of holes or whatever.
リュラ君下がっていて。
あ、わかった。
Beep, 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 I will magnify you. Magnify you. Hostiles? How would they even identify us?
なんだこいつ。
まさか
ネットから僕たちのことをわざわざ特定したのか。
I hate how this game takes itself seriously, honestly. It's just like
とり
so hokey.
アバウトすぎるっての。
とにかく迎撃しましょう。
It could do things like this and actually have like a really good sense of humor about it, but instead it chooses to try and take itself seriously and just loses all integrity when it tries to do things like this. You know what? Let's do something that's better. Let's do analyze first.
情報を入手しました。
Because yeah, okay, it's vulnerable to stat downs and weak to wind.
よし。
私の番ですね。
やっ
やっ行きます。ドライブ開始。
援護するとシャー。
よし。
私の番ね。エニグマ。ありがとうございました。エニグマ、私の番です。行きます。エニグマ鼓動。ありがとうございました。任せて。私の番ですね。エニグマ起動。私の番ね。
行くぞ。
私の番ね。
Actually, the aerial sickle is doing crazy good damage.
私の番です。エニグマ鼓動。
Plus, she gets a free turn after aerial sickle. She just casted it again. But for the kind of spell that it is, I mean, what, 2700 or whatever, 2400? And then getting to go right away after it casts? Pretty good.
行きます。エニグ。それ。ありがとう。ありがとう。私の番ね。エニグマ。負けられない。みんなありがとう。なんとかしないと。ドライブ開始。
負けるか。
立て直さないと。や
Zap.
良いデータが取れました。
やるじゃない。
Seal 2. Or.
今のマシンは
どう考えても不法投棄された機械というレベルじゃないような。
Yeah. We don't need iron in our blood anymore. We got
結
microplastics.
社の関与の可能性がルバーチェの会長室を守っていた人形兵器と似た反応でしたし
Sure it did, Tio. Sure it did.
あの武者っぽいやつか。なんかあれよりも高度なことをしてなかったか。
Especially hilarious considering the mafia is basically all but completely eradicated, so that archaism would have been modeled after their programs, but they're gone now.
やっぱり結社が何かしているんでしょうか。
ま、考えてもしょうがないんじゃね。それよりいい加減端末室で冷房に当たろうぜ。このヨナ様が連中の動きをいろいろ探ってやるからさ。
お前のんきというかたくましいというか
肝が座っているのは
どうやらさっきのマシンは1ヶ月前に放たれたみたいだな。無線で動力ネットに接続する装置が積まれてたらしくて、ノバルティスとかいう管理者名が記録に残ってるぜ。
How many years after the internet was invented did we get to wireless?
ノバルティスあの
どうやら結社の中でもかなりの地位の人みたいだけど
マット
Oh yeah, no Fartus.
薄気味悪いおっさんだったよな。
ひょっとしたら
He's the one with the nuclear buttocks, because his name is No Fartus. He just holds it in
なんというか
until he releases it and it goes nuclear.
みたいですから
ああ確かにそんな感じだね。
見た目以上に危険人物なのは間違いなさそうですけど。
まあでもあれ以上は放たれてないみたいだし、これで心置きなく引きこもれるってわけだな。いやー、タワー近くだから回線速度がめちゃ速な上に制限もほとんどないし、イエーイ第4制御端末最高。
ノリノリだな。
やっぱり引きこもる気満々じゃねえか。
ような主任には一応報告を入れるんですよ。あんまり勝手はしないように。
ああはいはい、あとは僕一人で大丈夫だからとっとと帰っちゃっていいぜ。おっと、こんなところに新しいサーバーができてんじゃん。いやー、クロスベルのネット環境もなかなか充実してきたよな。
やれやれもう夢中みたいだね。
でも大丈夫そうですね。
ええ、結社の動きはちょっと心配だけど。
ま、たまに様子を見に来ることにしよう。このまま引きこもり続けないかも。ちょっと心配だしな。
ですね。
We'll just leave him here forever. He's good. He can take care of himself clearly.
そういえばヨナのやつ出口に通じる直通リフトがあるとか言ってたな。
Conveniently, it's not closed anymore now that we've gotten through this dungeon.
どうやらこの場所はボルキスタワーの基部付近に、そこから港湾区の灯台まで。
それは
またあのクソ暑い中を通って帰るのは。
確かに。それにしてももう夕方くらいになるかな。
そうだね。それじゃあリフトを使って
Don't worry, all the
街
bad
に
things
入りましょうか。
that'll bring the game to the conclusion will happen tonight and tomorrow morning.
そうだな。
So Noel will still be with us. I'm guessing there's a possibility of Noel like leaving and then we need to get her back kind of thing. But I gotta use the restroom really quick, so hang tight a minute. Stay here, kitty. What? She's looking at me like I got something for her. Go back to sleep. She's been sleeping up here for a bit. Pretty much since we started. This kind of feels like... Yeah. Oh, you know what? That little lift probably takes me back to the beginning of the dungeon, actually. This one here. Sure does. I think they wanted us to go to C sector though, so a shame. Oh yeah? Nice. It's always kind of something special when you earn the affection of an outdoor cat, simply because they're a little bit more wary sometimes. It's been an outdoor cat that's been coming around here. I've tried to get its attention, but it doesn't stick around. But I'm not out there enough to really try, you know? A lot of my plants didn't grow this year. Like, I'm probably not getting any yield of any kind whatsoever. I planted quite a bit this year, but we also had a freeze. Like, right after I planted everything, we got hit by a freeze, which pretty much ruined any chances of anything happening. But more than that, the things that were, you know, struggling to stay alive, I think got eaten by either, like, squirrels or the cat in question. Yeah, and when there's sprouts, all it takes is one little gnaw, and that's it, done deal, you know? Wait, shouldn't this be the way out?
Hey.
Even the peach trees, which are doing really nicely, I think all the things that were supposed to grow into peaches, the flowers and stuff, got wrecked by the freeze. So no blueberries, no peaches, no blackberries, nothing. I'm gonna try a little bit harder next year, I think. I'm gonna get, as long as my back holds up. The biggest problem for me is I got a bad back. So
皆さん、いろいろとお世話になりました。短い間でしたけど、本当に勉強になりました。
my back holds up, then I'll like plow it like a regular field, you know? Get some good nourishment in there. Dig a little bit deeper past all that hard clay. Oh, that reminds me of another task I need to do.
私も名残惜しいです。それに結社や両兵団、幻獣とか青い花の問題も
I have some ideas.
全然解決していないのに離れるのが申し訳なくって。
まあ立場は違っても
I mean, I'm only 42. I don't just have a bad back. Like, I have like intermittent severe pain kind of thing that's like crippling kind of thing.
で僕が言うと うさんくさいかもしれないけどさ。
Like having a sore back, whatever, is not a big deal.
マジか。
What I have is
それに
like
一段落ついたら
I just bend over and it's like a lightning bolt, you know?
君一応
Sometimes I can do
期待さ
some
れて
pretty
るな
hefty work. Sometimes I gotta pour myself a glass of water and I'm on my knees, you know?
警備隊でドンパチやってるだけより確かに視野は広げられるし。
もう最後まで生意気なんだから。
ま、確かにソーニャ司令もそのつもりでお前を出向させたんだろうしな。
ノエルさんさえよかったらぜひまた一緒に働きましょう。そうでなくても休日とか一緒に遊びに行ってもいいし。
私も車の運転とか年齢制限のせいで今回は襲われませんでしたし。
喜んで。
ありがとうノエル。君の運転と戦闘技術と行動力には何度も助けられたけど、何よりもそのまっすぐなところにいつも勇気づけてもらった。
ロイドさん。
離れてても俺たちは仲間だ。警備隊で困ったことがあったらぜひ俺たちを呼んでくれ。俺たちもノエルの助けが必要な時は遠慮なく頼らせてもらうから。
はい、喜んで。
さすがリーダー。
一瞬でいいところを持っていきましたね。
こりゃお嬢ももう少し頑張らないと。
私は別に。
どうしたんだ？
Nothing.
すみません。別に。
We shook hands. We shook hands.
そういう
Oh, God, they
どう
really
いう
force
わけかね。
something there that's just not
そうい
there.
う意味でも支援課に戻ってきてもらって続きが見たい気がするね。
先輩、ワジ君。
あティオ、何の話だ？
まあロイドさんもまだまだ未熟ということかと。
Premarital handshaking, yeah. True. Swear you can't have like a normal interaction between a guy and a girl in these games without them being excessive romantic sexual implications. It's just it's tiring.
今何時だっけってもう朝かよ。はあ、あのピザ屋何時からやってたっけ。確かあの店動力ネットを試験導入するとか言ってたよな。ふふん、調べりゃ一発で。あれなんだこのゴミみたいなデータ。いやデータじゃないのか。構成体？いやそれよりもはるかに。なんだよこれ。
Okay. 2 days later, the referendum to gauge the cross-billion public sentiments towards state independence was held. The very same day, the results were announced, and after 1 week had come and gone, Crossbow was locked on a collision course with destiny. Huh? Well, as far as I know, there are no like hidden affinity meters in this game or anything like that. State Election Board has announced that over 90% of eligible voters submitted a ballot in the referendum, of which 70% were cast in favor of independence. This high voter turnout, 90% eligible voters submitting a ballot, is laughable, though. Like, 90% of voters. Sure, 90%. I mean, it's a major issue, and you only have to campaign across one city, so, I suppose. But, like, even U.S. presidential elections don't even come close to that. This high voter turnout can be attributed to the anguish inflicted by the raid at Crossbell City. Many voters suspect that the attacks may have been perpetrated by the Empire or Republic. As such, these results can be reflection of the average cross-Bellian's frustration with the status quo. Regarding this result, the referendum was designed to gauge the opinion of the average cross-Bellian. After the ballots were counted, however, something exceptional occurred. Despite all the admonitions? It's a weird form of that word. Of many Diet members, Mayor Croix chose to disregard them all and declare independence unilaterally. This unprecedented move will doubtlessly have major ramifications on Crossbell's relations with its surrounding countries. In light of this development, we would like to stress that our publication is committed to reporting information as accurately as is within our capabilities. At a press conference yesterday, Mayor Croix declared independence on behalf of Crossbell's citizens, and what he termed an official international proclamation. The mayor moved that the land be known as the independent state of Crossbell thereafter. If the country only existed for a few years, then I can believe the voter turnout would be huge. Yeah. They have 2 villages. Well, technically they have 3, but like those are tiny little hovels, compared to like 99% of the population living in Crossbell. Mayor Croix then outlined his upcoming reforms aimed at cementing Crossbell as an independent nation. First, the creation of a state constitution. Next, the abolition of the state's subservient relationship with Ereboni and Calvard, including repeal of the 10% revenue tax collected by these nations. Finally, the formation of a Crossbell Defense Force. This organization will unify the police and CGF, assuming their respective responsibilities of keeping the peace and maintaining national security. Following these announcements, Mayor Croix said that the state government, soon to be the independent state government, would be enacting these changes within the next month. As for the declaration itself, even those well-versed in politics were taken off guard by the abrupt move, calling it an unusually swift development. Apparently, the mayor went against the cautious advice of Speaker Medell in pursuit of this decision, and maybe sometime before all facets of this unprecedented declaration are elucidated. I mean, it was kind of a last-ditch effort to prevent Calvert and Erebonia from, calling Crossbell's defenses into question. Both the Imperial and Republican governments, the current suzerains of Crossbell, issued statements on the day of the declaration rejecting the bid for independence. The Leonard Crossbell state as a historic basis as part of the Republic's territory. The Republican administration proclaimed rebuking the declaration as a matter of course. Queen Alicia II of Liberal weighed in, saying that while the will of the populace should be respected, the Declaration of Independence itself was greatly premature. The Principality of Remiferia, who has requested confirmation on the situation, is expected to issue a similar statement. Meanwhile, the Holy City of Arteria has opted against any formal statements. A nation is not made in a single day, said a bewildered PR staff. Despite the widespread uproar caused by the sudden announcement, many citizens are welcoming the change with open arms. Others aren't quite so eager. I thought the referendum was just to gauge interest, one resident tells us. That was the only reason I voted in favor. It was. What's up, man? Wild, thank you for 61 months of summon. Dang. The prevailing theme throughout the entire story is the ubiquitous confession felt by everyone involved that said, if Crossbell truly is set on independence, then this may be only the beginning of troubles our fair state will face. I mean, they had to, right? Mayor Croix declares asset freeze. Today, Mayor Croix had an emergency press conference at Orcus Tower to announce that all foreign assets held by the IBC would be frozen. This policy will remain in place until Crossbell's independence is acknowledged internationally. The sudden declaration seemed to indicate that the mayor, who also happens to be the IBC CEO, is willing to exert his influence on foreign economies despite lacking the domestic authority to do so. Due to the sudden nature of Croix's press conference, further details remain unknown. He's kind of strong-arming. Like, if a lot of the foreign countries have funds within his bank, they won't be able to access them. So he's basically kind of hitting them where that hurts. Before funds were seized, the IBC managed to the majority of the continent's financial assets. The sudden withholding of said assets has caused markets across the Murray to plummet, with some reports describing mass pandemonium in the Republican Stock Exchange. We reached out to experts for comment. Already the impact of the international economy has been immense, explained one economist. It's difficult to tell how things will progress. A diplomat had this to say: we want to be certain we understand the full extent of this freeze before taking further action. I mean, it's smart in a way. Like, he's going to drastically affect the global economy if his independence isn't given. At this point, he's got to fight. You know, the next extreme step would be war, of course, and obviously he wants to avoid that. He wants to pressure them into saying, you know, hey, I have weight here. Give me my damn independence, you know? According to a new report, both Ereboni and Calvert have held press conferences regarding the financial crisis. The Republican government demands that Crossbow State and the IBC revoke this asset freeze immediately. Failure to do so will be met with force. Well, there it is. Yep. Stated the Calvarian press secretary. Our sources claim that the imperial government has already begun mobilizing its army as well. It's possible these press conferences are meant to serve as an ultimatum. We will follow up on the story as we receive special communications. Yep. Things are heating up. I expected the imperial government to be the one that would be more militaristic in its response, because it's an empire, and empires are oftentimes authoritarian. I mean, they're literally authoritarian, literally, but authoritarian typically goes hand in hand with highly militaristic.
おじい様にも確認しようと思ったのだけど、昨日から連絡がつかないし、課長も朝早くに本部に出かけたきり帰ってきませんね。国防軍という組織について。
ああ、正直寝耳に水だからな。俺たち
Little mini me? He said little mini me Descon.
おいおい、さすがにそりゃおかしいだろ。ノエルやミレイユたちの方はどうしてんだ。
現在警備隊方面とは連絡がつかなくなっていますね。おそらく問い合わせが多すぎて無理もないわ。この資産凍結にしても帝国や共和国が黙っているはずがないし。
実力行
Money
使
talks.
国境方面が心
Well,
配
to be fair, the Republic did not say that they were going to use force, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to.
ごめん、不安にさせちゃったか。
大変なことが起きてるのはキーヤにだってわかるし、それよりワジ朝から見かけないね。
ああ、そういえば。
あ、ワジさんなら野暮用で出かけるって言ってました。課長が出た後だったと思います。
そうなのか。
もうこんな時にちょっと感心しないわね。こんな時に。
誰だ。
はい、どちら様で。
よかった、いてくれたみたいね。私よ、セシルだけど。
セシル。
セシルだ。セシルさん、どうなさったんですか。
ここに来てくれるなんて珍しいっすね。
ごめんなさい、いきなり訪ねてしまって。そのアリオスさんとかこちらに来たりして。
Oh no. His daughter's eyes have started to explode. And if the special medicine isn't given, then her eyes will detonate at country leveling powers and destroy all of Western Zemuria. I don't know. It's just the way that they treat Shizuku or whatever her name is. It's weird. She lives in the hospital despite only being blind. That's it. It's just weird.
それが夕べ夜遅くに病院に来てしずくちゃんを連れて行ったの。その場で退院の手続きもしてしまって。
Okay.
それってしずくが。
それでどういう事情なのか確かめに来たのだけど、ギルドのミシェルさんも。
Maybe because he doesn't want to keep paying a medical bill for something that's not essential. I mean, not the fact that she doesn't need to see kind of thing, but like, she's not sick. She's just blind.
そうだったのか。
あのおっさん、なんだってそんなことを。
夜遅くというのも普通ではない気がします。
Oh, it's the banana phone!
エニグマじゃねえってことは。
まさかアリオスさん関係とか。
はい、こちらクロスベル警察特務。
ノイドバニンズです。
よかった。 顔になっていたみたいですね。
この声グレイスさん？
そうみてえだな。
グレイスさん。
どうしたもこうしたもあなたたちにも教えとこうと思って。さっきオルキスタワーからとんでもない通達があったのよ。どうやらディーター市長がクロスベル独立国の初代大統領に就任したらしいわ。
Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't a president need to be elected fairly? If you're, I suppose, you know, that is interesting to think about though. When a independent state is formed, and there is a democracy being created, how is the first president decided? That is, knee pain randomly. How is that? Is it just like, you know, we of the, you know, forming government bodies kind of just decide, or is there a fair election still held? You know, I think it's just kind of like people vie for the position, and then you just kind of agree who.
初代大統領？
大統領っておじさまが？
おいおい、何の冗談だよそりゃ。
Yeah, that seems like the most reasonable thing is making a temporary government and then doing an election.
私だって最初は冗談だと思ったわよ。でもその通達をしてきたのが白い軍服を着た兵士で、発表されたばかりの国防軍って名乗ったわよ。
本当ですか？
兵士ってことはまさか。
An actual
警備隊の
army.
メンバーなんでしょうけど。
Yeah. I mean, if you're forming an independent state, you need an actual army. Although, technically, the defense force could have just been converted to that, since there's already a chain of command in there. By creating a new one, you're kind of just saying all that old stuff doesn't matter, and authorities are going to start to be shifted. It's a major upstart, honestly. Or upset, rather, would be more accurate. And if that is, in fact, what's going on, it calls into question what's his name's integrity. You know, because if he's just dismantling old systems and creating a new one, that feels pretty authoritarian. Dismantling set systems across the board like that and then empowering other systems that are under your control, basically the sign of a fascist takeover. So, especially if it's military based or force based or whatever. You can see these kinds of things in history and in our current times.
それと驚かないでね。就任直後にディーター大統領が国防長官の任命を行ったの。
Yeah, exactly, Berserk.
それもアリオスさんに。
I mean, it's not a bad thing, but still odd. I feel like he wouldn't care about something like that. A lot of fascist countries pretend that they are democratic. Also, a republic is a form of democracy. Like, we in the United States are a democratic republic, but we're a democracy because a republic is a form of democracy. Anyway, aside from that, when you get things like the People's Republic of North Korea or something, it's not a republic. But fascist countries typically lie like crazy and pretend that they're democratic when in really they're authoritarian, fascist, etc. I mean, look at like the 1930s Germany. You know, Germany, same deal. They what was it like? What was it they called themselves? Anyway, the same deal. They pretended and lied like hell that they were a democracy when in reality they were, of course, fascist. If there's one thing that fascism does, it lies like hell. Like lie. On top of being highly militaristic and damning freedom of expression, that kind of thing. Yeah. Actually, I heard some really interesting thing about Haiti. The reason that there's such turmoil in Haiti is because nobody wants the presidency. Because apparently, as soon as a president takes office, they're basically killed off, like almost instantaneously, because there's so much like conflict that they can't stabilize. And until somebody can come in and stabilize and actually be a leader and not get killed off immediately, it's all, like, you kind of need a government. I know so many people are like anti-government or whatever, and I understand why, because the government does fuck with people quite a bit when they start to become corrupt. But a non-corrupt government is kind of essential for stability in a society. The government sees to maintaining everything. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to maintain order and peace and prosperity for its people. But then people get in office that have power and desire for more power, and then they start making changes in favor of their pocketbook, and that's where the problems start. Well, that's the whole point of a democracy, is that it's not controlled by a singular figurehead. You know, that's the whole point of like the U.S.'s system of having the judicial, the executive, and the legislative branches of government, because each of them have different kinds of power. However, there's a lot of things that have been happening in the U.S. recently that show that you can basically get around all of those systems and basically put a lot of power into a single branch. And it's very interesting. But anyway, we're not going to get into that. But that's the point of it, is to not have a main figurehead, because as soon as you have a singular person in charge of everything and they are corrupt, they will take advantage of that every single time. So, you know, that's why like monarchies kind of suck. Even monarchies today are full of parliaments and stuff like that, which are basically councils, and that helps keep power in check. Honestly, like the king and queen of England have virtually no power whatsoever. It's all parliament. Yeah, the reason Haiti is destabilized is not because they're incapable of maintaining order. It's because there are foreign influences that are keeping it destabilized in order to profit from it. Yes, that is true. Oh yeah, there are multiple ways of, I mean, there's multiple forms of government that don't have power in the hands of a single person, but they're usually just as bad, like oligarchies, which are essentially governments run by a few super wealthy businesses, which anyway.
それってアリオス
The one dot is green because it's going through from the light.
ちょうどこれから大統領の就任演説が始まるらしいわ。動力ネットでも配信するみたいだから、よかったら見ておきなさい。グレイ先輩、なんとか取材許可が下りました。よっしゃ、レインズ君でかしたわ。
All right, Grace is the
ご
reporter.
めん、これから就任演説の取材なの。
Yeah. It really does depend on the country and the people, the mentality, the culture. All these things play a big role in what the preferable government structure is. Yeah.
今のは本当なの？
A lot of people like that, Locke, that want complete control, feel that order is the same as peace. And only true order can only be obtained by controlling every aspect of other people's lives and putting down any dissenting opinion with extreme prejudice, which of course is awful. You know, so a lot of people suggest that, like, oh, if I bring complete order to the people, then there will be peace. Yeah. If you imprison everybody and tell them they're not allowed to speak out or do anything other than survive, then yeah, sure, there might be some order until everybody's like, man, this fucking sucks, and they want freedom. That's why there's no such thing as true order. You have to have a little bit of chaos. You have to have guidelines. You have to have a sort of like loose and fast sort of system where, you know, obviously the really bad things are illegal completely and absolutely. But then everything else is kind of like, you know, hey, you know, be yourself, do what you want, go out and try to find yourself. But there's these guidelines, you know, because people are varied and different. People are all over the place. People like all sorts of different things. And if without that kind of freedom, then you're just going to get a lot of frustration out of your people.
わからないけど、あのアリオスさんが国防長官。
長官ということは
You know, I did kind of suggest that Arios may be bad back in the beginning of the first game when he's talking to Ren, and it kind of like seemed as if there wasn't like really a partnership there, just that they knew and understood each other, and that was that. But it makes me wonder if they've just been hiding it so well this whole time. Yeah, it's true. It's true, Quino, actually, because like when your people are so spread out, it's really hard for them to centralize. But if your entire population is one city, then all you need to do is basically fight for that thing alone.
ありえねえだろ。遊撃士の肩書きはどうすんだ。リーダーのおっさんが大統領ってのも唐突すぎるし。
とにかく端末で就任演説を見てみましょう。
ああ。
皆さんごきげんよう。この度クロスベル独立国の初代大統領に就任したディーター・クロイスであります。突然の発表で驚かれた方も多いでしょう。ですが現在クロスベルに未曾有の危機が迫っています。正義を踏みにじり我々の尊厳を奪い取ろうとする邪悪な意志が迫っているのです。その意志はつい先日もこのクロスベルを恐怖と悲しみのどん底に叩き落としました。聡明な市民諸君ならばうすうす気づかれていると思いますが、私はあえて今日この場でその勢力を名指しで弾劾しましょう。エルボニア帝国政府。もちろんお気づきの通り邪悪な意志は一つではありません。カルバード共和国政府。
I feel like they just kind of say he's just kind of saying they're bad and naughty and doo-doo heads instead of saying like through the searching of evidence and finding connections we have determined that da 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 da. So people know that there's some kind of connection to what happened instead of just saying they're doo-doo heads. Okay, there we go. Interesting.
自分たちの属州として扱ってきました。彼らがどんな犯罪を犯しても我々に追及する権利はありません。そして今もなお豊かな税収をかすめ取られる形でですがそれだけではありません。我々は生命の危険すらこの地が
To be fair, he was already the mayor, so he's already kind of the head of the city, right? So really, by changing the government structure, it kind of makes sense that he's president since they already elected him as mayor, right? So like, if you're the mayor of a city-state, that's it. You're the mayor of everything within that city-state. You know, mayor, we know him as the mayor of a city, but if you're a city-state, your state is the city, you know? So, I mean, he hasn't really seized power. He's just changed his title, but he's making the moves towards independence, which means he has to create a system that feels independent. A mayor of a city-state is not independent of its controllers. A president is. So it's all theater. It's all just to like say, hey, you know, I am taking this seriously. I am not the mayor anymore. I'm the president. And it's not really a grab for power. However, it kind of Like there's something shaky going on, right? Especially with Arios. It doesn't feel like him, right? So I feel like there's still something about it, and we should be hesitant about what's going on. But at the same time, it's not really a power grab, especially if they're going for a more like Republic-styled structure with like a president and I imagine a Senate and House of Representatives. And well, I guess you wouldn't really need that because you wouldn't need to represent lots of different places. You would just need a Senate, and then you would just need like a Supreme Court kind of thing, But creation of those systems, because here's the deal. Calvert and Ereboni are not going to just be like, okay, you're independent now, go ahead. They're fighting for it. They're the ones that caused all this violence in the city to make it seem like we're not capable of defending ourselves, right? That's the whole thing. They're trying to undermine Crossbell's authority. They're undermining Crossbell's abilities intentionally by colluding with mercenary groups that came in and destroyed the city. So in order for you as a city-state to actually be taken seriously, you kind of have to sort of say, no, like we're now this government and we're going to live our lives like that, and you can't do anything about it. We're going to stop paying your taxes. We're going to stop giving, you authority, and we're going to start building our army, and we're going to start building our defenses, and we're going to start building our structures based on our independence and what we want to move forward as, kind of thing. However, it's interesting because they held a vote on the general interest of what the people wanted, and it wasn't meant to be like, okay, we're gonna do it. But they could have taken that to Calvert and Ereboni and said, look, 70% of our people say they want independence. That's huge. Give it to us, damn it. And then you can bring that to the table and you can discuss it and come to terms, right? Calvert and Ereboni are not gonna go for it. They don't care. They do not care. They're ready to go to war over this whole situation with Crossbell. So Croyce knew that. He knows that it's not going to do anything. So he's taking this 70% of the population in favor of independence and going, you know what? Fuck it, we're doing it, kind of thing. Because they already declared independence. All they have to do now is just build the structure around it. So there is a lot of logic in like this whole aspect of him being president now and him building the structures needed to be a pure independent military and system. But it is kind of sudden, and without a lot of the systems that help support that, it just kind of feels like, oh, you guys are in agreement? Okay, we're doing it. And I feel like it's a tactic, not a mistake in writing. And also, it can't necessarily be for sure said that it's a grab for power. Because, again, what else is he going to do? Take this to the table, give them more time to build up their armies while they're sitting here waiting for Calvert and Ereboni to never agree to give them independence? Like, they gotta, yeah, you need some things. Exactly. He's gotta just say, fuck it, we're going. Deal with it, But it could be shady. We don't know yet. What's up, Suntop? Yeah, exactly, Locke. It's like we don't really know where it's at.
確かにそう正されるとピーター君。
Wow, McDowell didn't even know. That does feel a bit sudden.
そのために私は今日大統領という立場に就かせていただくこととなった。無論これはあくまで迫り来る危機に対処するための暫定的な処置に過ぎない。
I like how his portrait is facing this way, and then the TVs are facing this way.
この場でお約束させていただく。
That, like, I mean, that makes sense, and I could totally see where somebody would be coming from in there. Like, hey, we need to establish order, and then we can have a fair election. But, like, who's to say he keeps that promise, right?
そしてもう一人、諸君もよく知るこの人物が
Having the support of Arios, though, is pretty much like slam dunk for the people, because he's well known as the hero of this area. So by having him as Secretary of Defense,
ご紹介しよう。先のクロスベル氏襲撃において獅子奮陣の働きでオルキスタワーを死守してくれた人物、風の剣聖の名で知られる遊撃士協会クロスベル支部に所属していたクロスベル国防軍司令長官アリオス・マクレイン君だ。
ご紹介に預かったアリオス・マクレインです。未だ若輩者ゆえ不安に感じられる方々もいらっしゃるかもしれません。ですが遊撃士の時以上の働きでいかなる脅威も退けることをお約束しましょう。クロスベルを守り抜く盾として、そして正義と平和を脅かす全ての敵を打ち破る剣として。
order is one of those words you gotta be careful with, because order is important, but like when you're talking about order, ooh, that's not good. It's one of those words you really need to understand the context there.
そしてギルドではご存知のように国際的な案件をその意味で決して見当外れな人事ではないということを。
お父さん。
Yeah, it's because you're 9, you don't understand politics.
はい、ロイドです。
ああ、俺だ。
課長、今の就任演説。
当然見ていた。ま、是非はともかく警備隊はここ
Oh, okay, yeah.
完全に再編成されたようだ。
Crossbell Guardian Force, Crossbell Defense Force. Okay.
俺たち警察もその一部として組み込まれる
Oh.
ことが決定している。
So now we're part of the military? That's...
そんな、ひょっとしてソーニャ司令も。
映像に映ってただろう。
I did see her up there.
了承したんだろう。どうなるかわからんが。
I mean, okay.
タワーには近づかないようにしておけ。
The thing is like if you're a city state like this, or a independent city state kind of thing or whatever, it is a little redundant to have a military and a police force. But at the same time, when you have a military managing law enforcement, oh boy, not good. Yeah, military police, that's bad. It's really bad. But if it's done in a way that's like they feel more like local police and less like a military, I mean, yeah, okay, but uh-oh.
国防軍の兵士たちが厳重に警備しているはずだ。
了解しま
This
した。
could be a very big uh-oh moment.
また連絡する。あんま先走るんじゃねえぞ。
課長はなんと。
ああ、国防軍だけど
Yeah. The reason it's the right amount of questionable is because it's like you kind of got your eyebrow up, but not enough to be like, holy shit, what the, we got to get out of this, you know, kind of thing. We got to stop this. Yeah, exactly, Jazzy. I made a comment about that when we first started the game, and I was just kind of like, that's an interesting series of letters that they chose.
そうにゃ指令があっち側に回ったのかよ。
まあ立場からすると仕方のないことかと。
Or she understands the that it's a greater good kind of thing, or she feels that it could be the best move considering the circumstances, or she could be in on it.
そうですね。あんな立場になってしまったら。
反対派に狙われる可能性とか出てくるかもしれねえしな。
この状況ですとないとは言い切れないかと。
キーヤ、大丈夫だ。しずくちゃんに危険が及ばないようアリオスさんも考えてるはずさ。
そうだね。ちょっと心配だけど。
セシルね、悪いんだけどちょっと留守番を頼むんだけどな。
Dropping a lot of frames. Seems like it's stabilizing now, though. Yeah, we're good.
ロイド？ええ、夕方までなら大丈夫だと思うけど、どこかに出かけるの？
ああ。
You can you never tell if you're ever dropping frames when playing a Legend of Heroes games because none of the cutscenes have any movement. Oh shit!
なあみんな、とりあえず
Zing.
ギルドを訪ねてみないか。
それもそうね。確かにアリオスさんの件は事情をお聞きしたいです。
だな。さすがに寝耳に水だぞ。
わかったわ。 キーヤちゃんと一緒にここで留守番しているから大変な状況みたいだけど、くれぐれも気をつけてね。無茶だけはしないこと。
ああ、わかってる。
セシルさん。
それではお願いします。キーヤ、セシルさんと一緒に。
キーヤちゃん。
キヨ。お。
キヨ、どうしたの？
確かにいろいろ起きてるが、心配することはねえ。
I mean, she wouldn't really have any idea about what's going on unless she's not human or something like that. Even the most intelligent 8-year-old doesn't understand the political struggles and what that means. However, this does look like a death flag, so.
大丈夫だ。確かにこの先クロスベルがどうなるか俺たちがいつだってキーヤの元に帰ってくるのは。
We'll handle that in just a minute, Kim.
そうですね。
前に俺たちが出かけた時もちゃんと帰ってきただろ。
だからキーヤちゃん、安心して待っててちょうだい。
Yeah, this is like super duper death flag for Lloyd. It also is a flag for Kia going away or disappearing in some way. Alright, I'm definitely gonna have to do some... Okay. We'll do that first. We're gonna go into the store first though, because. All right, let's do the kitties. Should be able to do this. 1 second. Ginger's doing kind of meows. He was in the basket. Guess what treats? Kitties. Nom 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 nom. Kim has redeemed 200,000 channel points to give the kitties treats. That's what's going on here. Nom 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 nom. Cecil, buddy. Well, I might give some to Cecil afterwards, but he's not coming in. Oh, gee. Boop. Oh, Raven's got that one. Yep. Raven gets the last one. Nom 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 nom. Thank you, Kim, for giving the kitties treats. You know, they're just sitting there waiting for more to drop or looking around. That's it, no more. All right. Thank you for giving the kitties treats. I'm gonna go take my quick break as well. So kitties got treats. I'm gonna go get some snack for myself to tide me over for the next several hours. We got plenty of game left, so hang tight. Things are really heating up, so BRB. Okay. Let's upgrade our armaments. Yep, as I thought, we can get the 3s. Ooh, action 3 as well. Oh man, I can only afford 1 though. Damn. Because I gotta upgrade some slots, that's the most important thing. Oh, that's so expensive. Let's get everybody up to snuff first. I can get cast 2 as well. Alright, let's get an action 3 and a cast 2. I think EP. Damn it. Ugh, I thought I had so much Sepith too. It should be enough though, the slots. Is detection too? Honestly, everything looks like it's 2, yeah. So I can't put action 3 on her. Oh, gotta put it on him actually. Because he's got only action 1 going on, so let's do that. So action 3. I don't need attack 3, do I? But that might be good actually. Do I want to attack 3? If I put scent there, then I'm just 1 away from getting the big heal. That gives him everything he had, plus a ton more, plus Golden Halo. I only really need 1 more blue. So if there was something that was a little bit of green and blue, that would be better. Wonder if intimidation and scent cancel each other out. I do need 3 green. And I need 10. Sorry, I need 3 blue, 10 green. So this is just putting myself in the same situation there. I can always just hang on to this. Upgrade this later. I mean, I don't really need Spirit Breaker, so anything with green and blue would be fine. Things with green, things with blue, not both. That's fine. This is actually pretty good. He's got a really good setup with just very simple stuff here, so that's fine. What bell does she want, though? I could give her the Mercury Bell, and that would let her act immediately right afterwards, but I really want her to have the whatever Mirage Bell, I can just take off detection and put that on somebody else, doesn't matter who. However, the detection is some pretty good stuff. It's got a good versatility of things. If I got Cast 2 and Action 3, that would really flesh out her kit as well. Alright, well for sure I can just give him the Mars Bell. Just really stack on the fire. I don't really care about his attack up. Besides, I can always just put it right here. Honestly, that makes the most sense. I don't really give a shit about defense. And just really bringing home the fire with him. What goes well with fire? A little bit of wind. Honestly, just a little bit of wind. The other ones are just not going to happen for Randy. So, better to have... Oh, he's got some space already, actually. Wait, if he's got space here... No. Is that space or Earth? Yeah, he's got space. Wait a second, so if I got space there, I would just need time. 6 time. And I can do that with, well, cast would work, but an action, which he doesn't have, which he needs. So I'll stick an action here as like a reminder to upgrade this to action, because he needs 5, which he'll get from an action 3. And then these can just be like whatever, you know. I would like an evasion 3. Honestly, don't really need that either. These just need to be like whatever I want for stats and passives. But cast 2 wouldn't actually be terrible, but she needs that first. That's why I picked it up. So I can give him cast 1. Honestly, I feel like everybody should have a cast 1 because, like, magic is worthless without the cast bonus. Evade 3 would actually be good on him. Let's see if I can snag one of those. Yep. The evade quartz in this game is actually like solid. It gives a good amount of evade, and evade has quite a bit of value. He doesn't have a cast. Would it be better than Spirit Breaker? But he's trying to get healing here, isn't he? So maybe not. This will be fine for now. I kind of want to put the Mercury Bell here. I mean, I don't really give a shit about Mute 2. But a Mercury Bell will give her more water, which may not be important, but it allows her to cast water arts in repetition, which without enough wind to give her the big AoE heal, that'll allow her to do single target heals in quick succession, since she'll keep getting free turns for every blue spell she casts. Plus it'll allow her to do something like Cobalt Sphere and go again or something, if I wanted to go that way. Or Hydro Cannon. It's an option. It's better than what I get from the other one, which is basically nothing. And since it has to be water, might as well make it a bell. The only bad things about the bells is they don't actually provide anything. They just give you the elements, and that's it. So. Oh no. Okay, Geofront Sector C. So first things first. Entertainment District. Whoops. It's only 800 mirror now because we lost some dead weight. Sweet. That reminds me I should check his armor. Yep. Uh-huh. I'll go with that one. Oh, it actually lets you go right to the roads in this one. Whoops. Been wasting my time with that. I like how there's this evolution of like the area being cleared out and gated off and stuff. That's nice. I actually appreciate that little bit of like showing that there's a passage of time, you know? Yeah, the water and water and water quartz. Let me guess, it's in here, right? No, it is not. Quite tanky. Shackle. Enemies attacked in the field are slowed. Well, I mean, that's kind of garbage, but 4 time, 2 blue, 2 mirage. I mean, that actually takes care of some stuff. I did want her to prioritize time, right? And all these most usually have like a combination of time. I don't really need this, even though her magic power is lacking. Oh no, I can just give her a speed breaker. I don't really need that. This is mostly about just adding some mirage, adding some water. Silverthorn allows her to have an AoE that's mirage as well. I think that's better. I don't really give a shit about the passive. This slot is basically not used for anything. Oh, actually, that might be better. If I get AP3, maybe. Or AP cut. Might even be better than that. Yo, Jonah, there was a death robot right behind you. Only one job this little part of the game. Kind of a relief, actually. Ah, I forgot to check what level I was. Oh well. Or like, yeah, what rank I was. Racer Guild.
やあ、ロイドたちか。やれやれ、揃いも揃ってしけた面並べてんな。
余計なお世話だと言いたいところだが、まあ否定はせん。
よりにもよってなんでアリオスさんが寝耳に水すぎるよ。
本当にそんな気配は全然なかったものね。
I mean, again, this isn't like a usurping of power or anything like that. It could just be that things were sudden, you know? However, I did suspect Arios quite a bit at the very, very beginning of Zero.
強いて言うなら、オルキスタワーを訪れることが最近多かったくらいかしら。
そうね。あくまで今後のギルドの対応を協議しに行ってたはずだけど、まさかこんな段取りを話し合っていたなんて。
So what?
実はそのあたりを
How dare he seek different employment? You know, like if there's nothing actually wrong with it. It really just depends on whether or not Kreuz's government is in fact as they say it is, you know.
アリオスさんはまだギルドに所属してるんですか？
昨夜いきなり辞表を出して遊撃士のエンブレムを返してきたわ。
Damn.
持っていた仕事は全部片付けて、今後の対応策も出してくれたのはいかにも彼らしいけど。
そうだったんだ。
He's just there to protect Crossbell and his daughter, probably. Like, again, this doesn't seem malicious or like a power grab or anything. But at the same time, they're playing evil music and acting like it's bad. So, you know, who can say? There's not really objective analysis in games like this when they just slap you in the face with it.
だが、このように唐突にやめるのはさすがに問題だろう。しかも、クロスベルトクリツ国の国防軍長官など。
こう言ってはなんだけど、エレボニアの反応が怖いわね。資産凍結なんていう脅迫すらしてしまっている状態だし。
そうだね。共和国の反応も怖いな。
だが、アリオスさんの気持ちも理解できないわけじゃない。
Really depends on how the rest of the world sees this. If they see Crossbell as an autonomous nation at this point, then attacking Crossbell will result in reciprocation from external countries that are not Crossbell. You know? Usually, in a sane world.
スコット、
どういうこと？
俺もアリオスさんと同じクロスベル市の出身だが、確かに演説にもあったような原因不明の不可解な事故は年に 1,2 回は起きていたんだ。本当のことはわからないけど、皆帝国か共和国絡みで起きたことだとは
それは
まあここ最近はそうした事故は起きてないが。
Were you here 2 days ago, brother? Hello? The city was set on fire. There was an explosion. The bank was completely leveled, more or less.
5年前、アリオスさんの奥さんとしずくちゃんが巻き込まれた事故が最後と言えるかもしれないな。
Oh, you know, and also the people being mind controlled and trying to take over the city as well. The month before, yeah, but yeah, no, nothing strange has happened. Are you fucking dumb?
5年前に表通りで起きた、当初はオーバルエンジンの暴走と可燃性の積み荷が原因とされたけど、そしてその事故に巻き込まれて奥さんのさやさんは亡く。
そういう顛末だったのかよ。
断片的な情報は
No wonder that Arios is willing to join the government and be head of the army in order to get vengeance for the death of his wife and blinding of his child, or at the very least stand tall in the face of that oppression. Maybe not being, you know, taking an army for himself to get revenge, but at the very least wanting to do what he can. So I mean,
それでアリオスさんは警察を辞めてギルドに移って
again, motives seem in line. It really depends on action at this point.
彼一言も言わなかったけど、ずっと引っかかってたんでしょうね。そう考えると今回の大役を引き受けたのも
ミシェルさん、失礼は承知で尋ねますが、アリオスさんのスケジュールで。
ロイド君、どういうこと？
国防軍の司令長官、いきなり引き受けるにはあまりに重すぎる役目だと思います。
No.
多分ビータ市長、いや大統領との間で根回しがされていたんじゃないですか。それも最近ではなくしばらく前から。
ミシェル、
まさか本当なのか？
確かに行き先など報告と食い違っていることはたまにあったわ。あれだけ仕事を抱えてたら当然だとは思ってたけど、考えてみればアリオスが報告を間違うなんて不自然極まりないのよね。
それじゃあそうした時間にディーター市長とコンタクトを。
その可能性は考えられるかもしれない。
I mean, I guess I can buy that. Sure.
さすがね。怖いくらいの洞察力だわ。
It's not what on the nose means, but okay.
いえ、失礼なことを言ってすみません。その失礼ついでにお聞きしますけど、そうしたアリオスさんの行き先やスケジュールの食い違い、半年以上前で覚えはありませんか？
半年以上前って
I don't know. I mean, I think it's pretty safe to assume that during the big trade conference or whatever, that Croix got pushed into a corner and declared independence a little prematurely as a sort of like defense, you know, to all the stuff going on. But it's also possible that he brought this conference intentionally. However, to suggest 6 months ago, before Christ was even the mayor, I don't know. I feel like that's a bit of a stretch, right? You know, because there was no space for him to be mayor at all. There was no reason to think that he would ever acquire the mayorship at any point, right? Because it was so set in stone. He didn't have political like visions or anything like that, you know, to like you know, to be part of that, right? So I think that's a bit of a stretch. But the reason being pushed into a corner matters so much for this point is because in that instance, when he got pushed into a corner to try to stop Calvert and Arabonia from suggesting that they weren't fit to maintain their own city, it means that he had to act fast, which means he needed to act on ask people about certain things that he could trust. I could totally see it's been like what, 3 weeks since he announced his the independence thing, right? So 3 weeks, like the first thing that he should have done after, you know, announcing independence would have been like, shit, I'm in it now. I need to like think about, you know, what I need to do. The first thing I need to know about is like my cabinet and the people that will support it, you know, building an army, building the tools and systems. So let's go ask some people. Next day, he would have probably asked Arios then. 3 weeks is plenty enough time to think about that and agree. You know, hell, 3 days is enough, right? And at that point, you start making the plans. So, I don't know, 6 months, I feel like that's a bit of a, like, there was nothing going on. To suggest all the events leading up to this was all part of Croy's plan or whatever is ridiculous. But it is possible, I suppose, that he knew about the speaker's tendencies and tried to like make it so that he would have been removed from office, so that Dieter or whatever his name is would have taken the speaker position, leaving the mayoral position open, and then using his massive influence and wealth in order to easily secure the mayorship. I suppose that's not too far out of the extraordinary, but like to then also conclude from there that you want to, you know that Arabonia and Calvert would try to like undermine Crossbell and try to get the mayorship simply so that you could call a trade conference, knowing that they would do that so that you can then declare independence. That's all a bit of a stretch. That's like predicting you're gonna go take a shit at 6:45 exactly, and that's part of my glorious plan or whatever. It's a bit much.
まだディーターさんが市長にもなっていませんが。
そこまで前だとさすがに覚えてないんだけど、あ、でもあれがあったか。
Of course there was this one time.
あれ？創立記念祭の最終日よ。
That was 6 months ago.
彼仕事でレミフェリアに出張することになってたんだけど。
Wasn't the anniversary festival like 2 months ago? Because it's only been a month since the events played out. The anniversary festival was like a couple days before Zero ended, and then the game only had a 1 month period between Zero and Azure, and it's been about 3 to 5 weeks since then in this game's passage of time. So I feel like that's not accurate on the time frame.
キャンセルしたのを報告し損なってたのよ。後で気づいて聞いてみたら忙しくて報告し損なったって言ってたけど、何か気になるの？
まあ、あの記念祭は殺人的な忙しさだったし、
報告に齟齬があったとしても無理もないと思うが。
記念祭の最終日といえばあれがありましたけど。
それがどうつながってるんだ？
わからない。でも何かつながりそうな気がする。今まで俺たちが忙しさのあまり見過ごしていた点と点が。
I mean, I did suggest that Arios was behind a lot of stuff very early in the game.
あなたは
さて私は誰でしょう。正解された方には漏れなく豪華景品を。
Definitely things are
くだら
happening.
ないクイズは結構です。一体どの面を下げて。
やれ嫌われたもんだ。
I don't know who this is.
派手なことになってるみたいだがちょっとあった話だ。
Oh! Things have been going off the rails. You called us, guys. That's what's it's official now. It's going off the rails. Oh, I know who this is. It's that Erebonian guy.
わかりました。どこに行けばいいんですか？
クリムゾン商会、いや、元ルバーチェ商会と言った方がいいかな。あそこの会長室にするか。
地下のあそこですか？わかりました。
Yeah.
そんじゃ、待ってるぜ。
もしかして行方不明のザオシとか？そういえばこの前ランディさんがいなくなった時。
そうだったのか。
いや、帝国軍のレクター大尉だ。
あの人またクロスベルに来ていたんですか？
確かにどの面下げてって感じだ。
I wonder if he is one of those society peoples, because they were talking about how they were going to be back in Crossbell, and there was some names that I couldn't account for, some voices I couldn't account for. So it's possible that he's one of the more male-sounding voices that I couldn't account for. So he could be a society member, which would make a lot of sense. Actually, it would answer a lot of questions.
どうやら旧ルバーチ商会で話があるみたいだ。赤い星座とのつながりを考えると、とても油断はできないけど。
だな。
虎穴にいらずんば、準備だけは万全にした方が良さそう。
あなたたちも大変そうね。
どうやら面倒な相手とやり合うみたいだな。
情報局のアランドールか。恐ろしく厄介な若造らしいが。
厳しそうなら助立ちするから。
そうね。湿地帯での借りもあるし。ありがとうございます。手に負えなさそうだったら。
I want to check the item shop just in case, because I'm not positive if I got the new Chapter 4 stuff. Okay, I did. But I want to check the armors. Okay. Pretty much everybody needs one of these, except for T.O. Tio needs these boots badly, and Randy. All right, that brings everybody's defense up to snuff, because a lot of my defenses were pretty low.
もう誰もいないみたいだな。
警察でも施錠だけして放置していたはずですが。
わざわざ呼びつけたってことはピッキングでもしや。
とにかく入ってみましょう。
Yay, casual breaking and entering, because we don't own this property.
どうやら先に。
ああ、慎重に降りてみよう。帝国軍情報局所属レクター・アランドールか。油断できる相手じゃない。入るなら覚悟を固めよう。
Once you proceed in the room, you'll be unable to buy items, just equipment, or change your ornaments for some time. Be aware that any outstanding support requests will expire as well. Open the door. I think I'm pretty good. I don't have any stuff anyway, so.
Yo, ご苦労さん。どうやら国防軍の連中は引き連れてないみたいだな。
だからといって、あなたを捕まえるつもりがないと思わない方がいいですよ。
On what grounds? He's a foreign officer, so good luck with that.
赤い星座の所業、あなたにも関係がないとは言わせません。
Well, we do know that as well, but there's no proof.
担当直入に聞くぜ。なんでクロスベルに現れた？それとおじきたち。赤い星座はどこに行った？
クライアントならば、もちろんご存知ですよね。
まずは最初の質問に答えさせてもらおうか。俺が来たのは今日。テートからの始発でな。もちろん、ギリアスのおっさんの指示によるものだ。
鉄血宰相の。
どういう目的で？
その前に、あんたらに耳寄りな情報を教えてやろう。今日の午後くらいに、帝国軍が侵攻してる。
This afternoon? Holy shit! Like they said they mobilized their forces. There was a rumor that they mobilized their forces, but like, also there's kind of the gate. Like, good luck, you know.
冗談きついです。
Also, like, first off, that's huge. If you understand the ramifications of an invasion, it's not just because this game like kind of sort of has a lot of pride in its military political exchanges and everything like that, so I'm going to take it seriously. It's not just like your typical RPG where bad army invaded other town and whatever you fight them the end kind of thing. Like, this is a major political event. You don't just go and invade another place, especially when they've just declared independence or whatever. But like, it's more than that. Obviously, you know, the Empire is saying, oh, hey, you're not allowed to declare independence. You belong to us. So stop that. We're going to invade right now kind of thing. Also, the logistics is insane. What that usually means is that they already had an army in place in hiding close by so that they could mobilize instantaneously just in case anything came to it, which is, I'm sure, something that they'll eliminate on. Anyway, because we already know the Empire is warmongers. Like, they've been wanting to go to war. They almost went to war with Liberal on a whim, you know, but they want to go to war. They're a war hungry country right now, especially with the way things are, as we've seen in many of the previous stories. But anyway, the point I want to get across is that they didn't even waste time with diplomacy. They didn't go, hey, you're not allowed to declare independence. We still own you and stuff. Come on, cut it out. Let's make a deal. They didn't do that. They just said, okay, we're invading then. Like, straight up, you know, like they were, I bet they were like hoping that they would declare independence and like deny their rule or whatever, because it gives them a bit of a pretext to invade. Not a strong one, but it gives them something. They can say, hey, you're trying to take our land. You know how Texas in the US is always saying it wants to secede from the nation or whatever like that? You can't do that. There's no legal action that lets you secede from the nation. There's only two ways that you can actually, as a state in the United States, secede from the nation. They let you, fat chance of that, or war. Those are the only two ways. So, like, that's essentially what Crossbell is doing, but it's a little bit more complex than that. You know, we already are a city-state, and we pay taxes to Erebony and Calvard as a means of sort of maintaining some autonomy, but not really autonomous at all. So, like, by declaring independence, it's kind of like if Texas declared independence, and then the United States was kind of like, no, you know, we now have like precedent to invade and bring you to heel because you belong to us. But it's still a little bit more complicated with Crossbell because, like, technically it's not a part of Erebonia or Calvard. It's kind of just in between both. It was created as a buffer zone so that Calvard and Erebonia wouldn't war anymore. and it was an agreement between both nations, and so there's this growing tension between them. It's like they both want it back so they can continue their war again. Yeah, remember Liberal when the Liberarch came up and all the Orbiments went out and they just rolled up an army like the next day, you know, which it was insinuated that they were already preparing to invade anyway, and that was more pretext for it. And if it wasn't for Bonerface, whatever his name is, they probably would have. Right, in their eyes, they'll say an illegitimate president kind of thing. And, you know, he was acting against the orders of Erebonia or something. And that's their pretext. Exactly. Really? I have not heard anything about that in Canada. That's crazy. Is it, the French one? Is it, the French province? The one that feels like it's not part of Canada? I forgot the name of it. Gotcha. Oh, that's all the information I need there. I understand completely. It's not literally North Texas. He's implying that it's the same mentality as Texas, which I think we all understand.
この状況じゃ本当だとしてもおかしくねえ。もちろんベルガード門からだな。
ああ、すでにガレリア要塞に機構師団が集結している。
I mean, they have like this big canyon separating them and mountain range. That would be like a massive bottleneck. You would have to have an air force strike from behind while the front line was managing the bottleneck, take over, and then open the gates. That would be the only way. I imagine Erebonia has a military strong enough to do that, but it would not be an easy operation, and to just have a frontal assault would be stupid. It's like basically 300 in a nutshell, because it's a massive bottleneck. All you have to do is just sit behind walls and you know, done deal.
ま、たかだか一個師団だが。最新の重戦車が揃ってるから、クロスベルの装甲車くらいは余裕で蹴散らすだろうな。
But there's a wall and a bridge. They could just take out the bridge. Honestly, they could just take out the bridge. Done. Like, that's all they have to do. Now, no tank is getting across. You know, as soon as they see one tank cross it, I would just be like, detonate the bridge. Like, that's it. Done, you know?
すぐに警備隊に、国防軍に伝えないと。
いや、とっくに伝わってるぜ。
Uh-oh. They don't need to have a force then. Oh no. Is the president dude in league with the Empire? And he's just saying if the Erebonia comes in, you let them in?
一応、事前の通達は実習政府に言ってるしな。
A declaration of war then.
なのに、ディーターのおっさんは IBC の資産凍結を撤回せず、大統領なんかに就任しやがった。
So it's a declaration of war.
侵攻してくる帝国軍を防ぐのが不可能なのは分かっているはずなの。
Don't be so sure.
それが俺が改めてクロスベル入りした理由ってわけだ。
Smaller forces have stood against large forces plenty of time in history if you have advantageous land and if you have competent leadership and skilled warriors at your disposal. You can do that. You just need a way of self-sustaining, and you just need a way of very good defense, and you can hold out against a large army. In fact, in certain circumstances, a smaller army has a greater advantage over a larger army because a larger army requires way more food. And if you're just sitting there at camp surrounding that small army in their little defensive fortress, you're going to go hungry real fast. And you can just wait it out with a small, small rations and just bide your time.
その状況でアリオスのおっさんを国防軍の長官に任命してどうなる？
わからない。いくらアリオスさんでも戦車相手に戦えるわけがないし。 どう考えても何か切り札があるとしか。
もしかして共和国と和解して帝国軍への牽制を。
もしそうだったら大統領演説で共和国のことまであんな風に非難するはずがないわ。あくまでカルバードとも本気で対決するつもりのはずよ。
ええ、そうでしょうね。
So they're in league with Calvard?
あなたは
キリカさん。
お久しぶり。アランドール大尉も遅れてすまなかったわね。
So they're forming an alliance with Calvert in order to push back Arabonia. Interesting. At least that's what it implied there. But that means that they would be indebted to Calvert, which is exactly what we don't want anyway, unless that's what they do want.
おおむね予想通りの進行ね。現在アルタイル市の郊外に空挺機構師団が展開しているわ。
Oh, I see.
共和国軍も。
空挺機構師団ってことは戦車と飛行艇の混成部隊かよ。
ええ、機動力のある新型戦車とガンシップの組み合わせね。カルバード軍の中でも最高の機動力を誇っているわ。
I mean, against a smaller force like that, you could bring in the fancy equipment and just wipe them out.
そんな。
挟み撃ちということですか？
ええ、あなたたちにとっては。
It's like a temporary alliance to bring Crossbell to heel in order to fight for control afterwards. It's kind of sad and pathetic, honestly. It's childish and violent and irresponsible.
でもこの状況になるのは少し考えればわかるはずよ。にもかかわらずディーター・クロイスは一切の妥協なく
No, 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 no. No, no. Y'all refuse to compromise, actually. And based on what I've seen, he just hit you where he hurt, and now you're mad that your pocketbooks are being, are suffering for it.
これは一体どういうことかしら。
それともう一つ。
One thing that's interesting, though, is Dieter is already wealthy. But by seizing their assets and being in control of that bank, especially for an enemy that they're at war with, I can just take it, and that makes them very wealthy. And with money, you can hire mercenaries, and mercenaries can fight your battles for you. You don't need a standing army if you got money. So
2番目の質問について大サービスで
hell,
答えて。
you know what he could even do? He could hire the Crimson Dipshits.
2番目？
赤い星座の行方か。
Oh my god. Am I right?
ああ、答えは
Oh my god. Am I right?
俺たちだって全然知らないんだ。
Am I fucking bang on again?
ここまでぶっちゃけておいてそれはないのでは。
クロスベルで暴れた後、契約は終了したってことか。
いや、待ってくれ。赤い星座は通商会議の時、帝国
But
政府と
that
契約を
contract is
結んだ
over.
契約内容は最小の命を狙うテロリストたちの殲滅。それは間違いないですね。
ああ、連中もそう言ってたろ。
でもひょっとして帝国政府との契約はその時に切れていたんですか？
Bingo.
それって
まさか。
ロイド、やっぱりあんた割と諜報に向いてるかもな。もう少し性格が悪ければだが。
それじゃ
答えはイエスだ。通商会議以降、帝国政府は赤い星座と関わりはない。にもかかわらず連中がクロスベルに残ってたのはこちらも妙だと思っていたが、まさかあんなことをいきなりぶちかますとはな。
そんな。
じゃあどうしておじきたちはあんな真似を。
A contract's a contract.
結社と新たな契約を結んだとか？
いえ、かつてリベールの異変では彼らは強化傭兵という独自の戦闘部隊を運用していた。 もしクロスベルを襲撃するならそういった部隊にさせた
Not
で
to
しょ
mention, they're not the type to launch full-scale attacks, to be honest.
なるほど。わざわざ外部の傭兵団を雇う必要はないわけですか。
そうなると他の候補は絞られてくる。いかにも帝国政府が黒幕と思われるような状況でクロスベル市を襲撃させて何らかの得をした勢力、そして最高ランクの傭兵団と長期契約を結ぶ
We are literally the
莫大な
richest,
資金
like,
力を持っている勢力。
per capita nation in, like, all of Zemuria. And he owns the banks. And he's mega rich by himself. And he froze the assets of the other countries, which he could then just take their money because they're at war with them, more or less. Dude's Scrooge McDuck over here. The most likely person is Dieter Croy.
ま、そういうことかね。
信じがたい可能性にこそ往々にして真実は潜むものよ。
ちょっと待って。今の話の流れだと。
Come on, get with it.
該当しそうなのは一つしかねえだろうが。
いや、さすがに決めつけはまずい。
It's a very smart development.
レクター隊員、キリカさん、情報提供には感謝しますが、あなた方の立場も立場です。ここから先は自分たち。
Ring, ring, ring.
はい、特務支援課バニンクスで。
Like how he just doesn't. Not the police department, not the defense force, whatever, just special sports section.
セシルね、そんな慌てて何かあったのか。アリオスさんが。それでキーヤちゃんを連れてそのまま出て行ってしまって。
Time to kill Arios.
わかった。そのまま待っててくれ。
どうしたの？
お前、すげえ血相だぞ。
アリオスさんが支援課に来て、キーヤを連れて行った。
Well, his daughter's gonna have a playmate.
なんだと。
一体どうして？
とにかく支援課に戻ろ
う。Okay, first off, all these developments are interesting and very big, right? But there's nothing that says anything that this new establishment in Crossbell is bad, right? Like it's still, it's like he could just be taking Kia away because he wanted to keep her safe since he knew war was coming, right? And he cares about us and he cares about our friends, so he was like, hey, let's go. You know, war is coming, we know, let's keep you safe in here kind of thing. That is totally on the level still. Like, so jumping to conclusions and assuming the worst is dumb, especially considering that we have no reason to believe that Arios is doing anything wrong, you know?
キリカさん、レクターさん、俺たちはこれで失礼します。
Like the Imperials and the Republic are still bad.
ええ、気をつけて。
ま、頑張れよな。
And if we're just gonna jump to conclusions and say, we don't like you, you're bad, how dare you? It's gonna be a forced conflict. You know, there needs to be reasoning and developments that let us actually not like them, aside from what we've already learned. Even if they hired the Red Constellations, because honestly, that is the smartest move that they can make, realistically speaking, because they only have money as a resource. So the only way they're going to defend themselves against both Calvert and Arabonia is through the hiring of a lot of mercenary forces to fight the battle for them, because they just don't have the standing bodies to do it, right? So, again, I don't know.
間に合うと思うか。
そうね。多分難しいでしょう。
They're gonna need some developments that actually solidify a villain meaningfully and not just scary music and tense talking, you know? Because right now there's no logic to any of these people being antagonists or villains aside from Calvert and Erebonia.
ロイド。
それでキアは
アリオスさんに連れて行かれたそうですが、
あの白い制服を着た有吉さんが一人で来て迎えに来たって声をかけたら、キーヤちゃんもうなずいて。
そんじゃ希望は自分からついてったんすか？
Yeah, where's Zeit? That's the most important thing.
私にはそう見えたわ。でもあなたたちに無断でというのも変だったから止めようとしたんだけど、大丈夫だからって。それで警戒してたサイト君もおとなしくなっちゃって。
そういえばサイトがどこにもいません。
二人がいなくなってからふらりと出て行っちゃったの。ひょっとしたら二人を追いかけたのかもしれないけど。
どういうことだ？
しずくちゃんのことで約束でもあったのかしら。
私もそう思ったんだけど、どうもそうじゃないみたいで、ミシュラムに行くようなことを有吉さんが言っていたし。
ミシュラム？
ええ、ボートの用意は。
Well, it seems a weird place to go.
つまりミシュラムに行くということよね。
ここ数日ミシュラム方面は完全に営業停止しているはずだわ。そんなところにわざわざ。
ちっ、やっぱ普通じゃねえぞ。
追いかけましょう、ロイドさん。
ああ、なんとかボートを調達しよう。セシルね、ごめん。とにかく追いかけてみるよ。
ええ、気をつけて。有吉さんもキーヤちゃんもいつになく真剣な目をしていたわ。多分よほどの事情があると思う。
わかった。
とにかく追いついてその事情を聞かないと。
We got a boat somehow. Just happens to be the exact same boat as before. How convenient.
なんとか警察のボートを確保できたのは良かったけど、どうやらミシュラムは完全に封鎖されたそうですね。テーマパークや各種ショップの常駐スタッフ。
I always like the throwaway line about how they managed to secure a boat somehow, or managed to get the thing somehow, or managed to do exactly what they needed somehow. Like at every scene where they don't intimately describe every detail, they just have some throwaway line at the beginning to start the conversation, and then they immediately change the subject. Stop, you don't need to. They got a boat somehow. It's fine. Especially considering that we already use this boat, and we know the guy, like it's fine.
間違いなくミシュラムが正解だ。
エリー、マリアベルさんとは連絡。
ここ数日なかなか捕まらなくて IBC
Makes me wonder what she's about.
忙しかったみたいだけど。
あのお嬢さんはともかくレクターの野郎と
クロスベル襲撃の真の黒幕はエレボニア帝国ではなくディーター・クロイス市長、いえ大統領である可能性ですか。ロイド、
Quickly sink it!
必要はないわ。昨日からおじい様との連絡が取れていないのだけど、執事のヘルマンさんはもしかしたらオルキスタワーに拘束されたかもしれないって。それは
完全に黒じゃねえか。
That makes more sense, Jazzy.
ディーター市長が一連の事件の黒幕。
I mean, I had my suspicions about him when I first met him, because he's a rich person, and rich people are usually pretty awful, usually. You don't get that kind of wealthy without doing a lot of underhanded things, right? Usually. But it seemed like he was altruistic, which I was like, fine, whatever. They made an altruistic billionaire. Okay, I can buy it. Fine. But, you know, the build-up of making him seem so innocent, only to have this, you know, turned around on you, it seems believable. But the problem is, like, I still need more out of what they're doing aside from just declaring independence to villainize them, you know?
その場合、 赤い星座や結社は彼の雇った実動部隊ないし協力者。
That's a bit of a stretch. Making the assumption that he was not only always working with the Red Constellation, but also working with society, that is massive, massive assumption. There's nothing drawing those connections together at all.
場合によっては教団すらも利用されただけの可能性がある。
DJ 教団も。
バルドはともかくヨアヒムまでもってことかよ。
でも
もちろん直接のつながりがあった可能性は低い。
We're just making assumptions now.
ユア姫の言動から判断する限り他に黒幕がいた様子もない。だが彼自身が気づかない形で利用されていた可能性はあり得る。
そういえば太陽の砦からキーヤちゃんを連れ去った人物も判明していなかったわね。
I think drawing a conclusion between Dieter and the society is massive assumption. There's no way. Like, for the only thing that we know about what Dieter is doing is that he declared independence, which everybody agreed with was a good move. Yeah, maybe a little bit premature, but it was necessary for the situation. And he's trying to defend against an incoming army by hiring mercenaries, with the high probability that he hired the mercenary group that just days ago laid waste to the city. But they're mercenaries. They don't have allegiances. If I were in his position and I knew that that mercenary group that kicked our asses was free, I mean, why wouldn't I send them to the front line where nobody knows that they're there and just let them do their thing? Yeah, if the one resource you have is money, you hire mercenaries against an invading force. Absolutely. So, I mean, that all makes sense. So, to just assume that, like, all the other bad players at work were all, like, a big collaboration is kind of a stretch. We haven't actually seen Dieter do anything bad. We haven't seen Arios do anything bad. They've been working in what appears to be the interest of Crossbell. So until that time, you can't draw such wild conclusions to villainize them, because that's what the game is doing. The game is making you it's trying to make you villainize Dieter by making broad assumptions about things that they have no fucking right to do, and no proof, no even like connection whatsoever to assume at all. So if the game continues down this path, it's going to turn a really, really interesting, like, plot element into just bullshit fluff, you know? So they need to be careful about how they go forward with this and not try to, like, again, like, this game always does this thing where they talk all serious and dark with scary music playing whenever the bad guys are talked about, and then happy and lighthearted whenever the good guys are talked about, even though Jin was, like, literally or Yin or whatever is, like, literally a fucking assassin working for the Calvard Mafia. We just talk to them all nice and cheery, like, because their secret identity is Rixia, who's the coolest ever. So everything's all happy-go-lucky with the fucking death-killing assassin of Doom Death killing, you know, right? It's too. They shape the story in your head too much for you to draw any conclusions outside of the really slapping in the face tones that they're giving the player, and it feels insulting. Well, obviously, yeah, they're investigating, but the conversation and the tone is making the player feel negatively about it. That's what I'm getting at. Although, I will say this, it would make sense that the Red Constellations took out Heiyu during their invasion. It would make sense that they took out the police station during their invasion, and it would make sense that they didn't take out the special support squad during the invasion. And by blowing up the bank, you're creating a scenario that suggests that Dieter wasn't in cahoots, right? It exonerates him because, oh my gosh, my bank was destroyed, and creates enough chaos in the system for him to kind of control the pieces however he wants to in the banking system in order to steal all that money from those countries that were kept as financial records, right? So like, if you get rid of, hey, you no longer have that force against you as you're trying to declare independence, right? If you get rid of the police station, they're in chaos and disarray. It means that your military force that you've just created can take over the city without resistance, right? Or rather, at the very least, be leaned upon as the primary, like, source of protection, you know? When the police station can't operate, it's in disarray, everybody's in the emergency ward or dead or whatever, right? And then keeping the special support squad, which is kind of the secondary hand of the police station, kind of suggests, oh look, the police are still here doing the thing, but we're going to absorb them and they're going to be part of our system. So you get familiar with our army under the familiar faces of the support squad, which are basically harmless little errand boys, you know? But they're the friendly face of the city, which lets them sort of kind of give an impression of friendliness while taking over. So it does make sense from like a strategic perspective why the Red Constellations hit exactly who they hit. I mean, they made a big spectacle of, and I mean the game developers made a big spectacle of each individual space that they hit, right? From my perspective, at first I was thinking, oh yeah, they're just showing the carnage and they want to show you exactly what's being destroyed and everything, and they're elaborating greatly on it. Okay, fine, whatever. But like, I think they were doing it to show you exactly which pieces were hit in order for you to potentially connect the dots, or at the very least see that Dieter was being attacked with his bank, and that exonerates him. Also keep in mind that Arios was defending the tower, the Orcus tower, right? And they somehow weren't able to destroy that. That's their seat of power. Of course they need that, right? So that could have just been a facade. Either way, it does make sense from that perspective because, like, well, no. Oh, hold on a second. No. They said the contract with the Red Constellations ended as soon as they killed the terrorists, which means the attack on the city was not because of the Erebonians' contract. Okay, now we can connect the dots to demonize Dieter. That actually is bad. That's very bad, which means the assault on the mains road and on, that was not part of the Erebonian contract, or so says Lecter, which, you know, I guess we could take his word for it, I guess. So, oh man. So they were already being contracted. So then all those spots that were hit extremely strategically by Dieter through the Red Constellation were intentional in order. Okay, yeah, now we got it. Okay. Now we can connect Dieter to the Red Constellations, to assaulting his own city, to having a connection to the society. I buy it now. All right, fine, very good. I just needed to connect that dot. I mean, I did do pretty much all side quests. You know, I thought that was weird. I just thought that was Trails being, you know, less bloody about, like, people dying, so they evacuated first, you know? But now it tells me that it was purposeful.
ヨナ、どうしたんですか？
どうしたもこうしたもないって。クロスベルの動力ネットだけど、とんでもない化け物がいそう。
化け物？
どういうこと？
最初はネットワークの周辺に変なデータ構造体を見つけたんだ。意味不明な配列だったから。
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I will never 100% these games. They're basically guide required.
よくよく調べてみたら、例の結社が使っていたコードを進化させたものが使われてたんだ。
アストラルコード、つまり結社が仕掛けた何らかのトラップですか？
いや、日付を見る限り5年近く前からのものだ。確か動力ネットが導入されたのもそのあたりじゃなかったか？
ええ、確かに。動力ネットの導入を自治州政府に提案したのは IBC グループ。その結果、財団の技術が導入され IBC も深く関わってきた。それこそネットワークの基幹部分を知り尽くしているくらいに。
I don't think I could do two playthroughs of these games. They're so slow moving, and there's no action or movement in any of the cutscenes, and it just gets it's tiring. It's exhausting with how plain everything is. It's only when we get into like the really complex like political intrigue that I really get excited, you know?
ヨナ、その化け物とは何なんだ？そいつのせいで。
それは解析中だけど、ただ動力ネットの全領域を覆い尽くすような巨大なシステムなのは確かだ。
Yeah, fast forward helps. Honestly, when I get to like the quest part of my playthroughs, like when I start to do side quests, that's kind of when I'm just like, all right, I get to play. Uh-oh. That's part of code that goes with something else. Oh yeah? Yeah. No, Kaseki Fiesta, no. If the games were special and unique enough between each game, maybe, but like going through Sky again would be painful, I think. I know you love Sky. I just, I felt it was such a drag for me. I thought it was an okay series, don't get me wrong, I didn't think it was bad. There were some factors of it that really just annoyed me. It's funny you should say that because there was somebody in here yesterday that said Sky 3 was their favorite of the whole series so far. Well, my prediction about Kia being some kind of like doll or conduit or some kind of like construct or whatever is becoming more and more clear. It's almost like she's a key to something, which I think I kind of pointed out when we first got her. Yeah, I don't know why. Sky Third is just like, it's slop, you know? It's just a singular dungeon with a bunch of, like, basically the entire game is one giant side quest. I guess maybe it's because you get all of the party members, and that can feel pretty cool. Like, think FF6. A lot of people love FF6 because of the huge role, the huge cast that you get.
どんな目的のシステムかは現時点では分かりませんが、財団や結社以外でそれだけの巨大なシステムを構築。
今はこのままミシュラムを目指そう。キーヤもアリオスさんも全ての答えが
Cameo circle jerk a little bit, yeah. And there's no content to it. It's just one singular dungeon thing. It just feels so closed in. the exact same bow but red. Come on, man. It also has the least amount of relevance to the main story, which is also kind of a damning feature of third. And to be clear, for anybody watching that really loves third, no hate, right? Like, you like the thing you like because you like the thing you like, whatever. But like from a game development perspective, it's extremely lacking. Hey, don't tell me where Cold Steel takes place. Come on, I haven't gotten there yet. Let me discover that for myself. I did predict that we were going to be in Erebony with Cold Steel because it's a military academy. But still, let me discover that for myself. We're not there yet. We can talk about that when we get there.
どうやら冷圧のようなものが高まりつつあるようです。それも奥にあるで。
そうか。そちらにアリウスさんたちが向かった可能性は高そうだな。
行ってみましょう。
Even small stuff like that is stuff I like to keep secret because I like to be excited about it. I like to be like, ooh, we're here, you know, kind of thing. It just enhances my experience. The less I know going into it, the more my experience is enhanced. So if you love this thing and you want me to love it, your best bet is to not touch anything from those games that I haven't played, you know? Because I know that Kiseki fans really want to share their love of Kiseki and Legend of Heroes and everything. So basically that's like my advice to you. If you want the best chance of me to love Kiseki and Legend of Heroes games, say nothing about any of the games that I haven't played. That's all it is. I'm not trying to like threaten you or anything weird like that. Or am I? It's the bells that are ringing from all the different places where there were bells.
湿地帯に現れた化け物かよ。
Yeah, whenever there's a game that I like, this is how bad it is, Bella. When there's a game that I know I want to play, I stop reading anything about it. I stop looking into it at all. If Final Fantasy 17 is announced, I want to see like 5 seconds of the intro video and then nothing else, because I know I'm gonna play that game. I want to go in as surprised as I possibly can. That's how much I prefer it. I know some people just like tell me everything, I don't care, and then I'll play it, you know, whatever. But yeah, it's like when FF7 Remake 3 comes out, same deal. As soon as they announce it and I get a release date, I'm gonna get my pre-order and I want to hear nothing about it. You know what I mean? So that's just a me thing. I know I'm weird like that, so don't take it personally. I agree, Sias. That's kind of like my take. Like I said, it's like, well, like that surprise you get. It's like this. If you learn about anything, even like the combat system of a game, and you go, oh, and you start the game, and you're like, oh yeah, this is the combat system I read about. If you didn't read about it, at least the way I go is like, ooh, this combat system is neat. Look at this, look at that. Oh, look at how it does that. Oh, this is cool. You know what I mean? It's a total different mindset. And when you go into something new, when you get like all giddy about the new systems, it enhances your enjoyment. That's just me. I'm very passionate about video games, and I just really like them. So yeah, I'm like that. You ever watch that old like a dating site video of the cat lady where she's like, "Hi, my name is so and so, and I'm this and I'm that, and I really like cats, and I just really." I mean, they're so cute, and I just want to take all of them, and I want to hug them and squeeze them because the sun, you know, and she just goes, that's me with video games, okay? And somebody married me! Suckers! It's so counterintuitive to not have to sell someone a game they never played. I know, right? You gotta tell them about it. You're like, no, you gotta hear about it. And it's like, look, give me the name. I'll look into it at my time, at my pace, and then, yeah. Yeah, I know, Mr. J. Don't worry about it. At the end of the day, it's like if I've done it, it's safe to talk about. Or you can always ask questions that aren't leading questions, you know. I know I don't want you guys to be quiet, and it is a kind of a bummer. And it's not like I have this iron fist saying you shall not talk about this game or anything like that. It's just anything that I don't know about, don't say. Like, that's it. That's pretty much it, you know. After that, it's pretty much fair game. Just don't emotionally set me up or anything like that. Like, oh man, this next part is so sad. Like, well, now it's not sad.
大型の連死体の確認厳重です。
えいは任せてくれ。
I feel like I don't really need to worry about this enemy. Oh, we got the burst already. Oh shit, we got access to burst already? Oh yeah, you know, I made this prediction, Sias, about the bells being very important to cross bell during the last game. And so far, that's pretty much coming true. I think they're artifacts, specifically.
なんでこんな場所に幻獣が現れやがったんだ。
わかりません。ですが。
And I would also wager that a lot of this whole situation, the bells are a big part of that. And if there's one thing that the society does, it's going after artifacts to control for themselves instead of the church. So my take would be that all of this destabilization and everything was largely to get those bells.
それと総員と同じく鐘の音も関係しているのかもしれないわね。
そんな場所にキーヤとアリオスさんはとにかく中に入るぞ。
はい。
Do we get a full restore somewhere? So we're like out. The cost of magic is still way too high. Even after maxing out everything and EP bonuses and everything, it's just ridiculous. Usually the game's pretty oh.
ちのめすぞ。
大型の霊視体を確認。厳重です。
わかった。
Okay. This is a good time to use my dual attacks, I think. They're like special kinds of enemies that are present during during what the Plamora grass causes it. It's like the higher elements are at play, and they're kind of basically like dimensional beasts and stuff. Nice. That should give her the thing. I mean, calling them by their name cryptids doesn't explain what they are to somebody that's asking what they're about.
考えてみれば、キーヤもちょうどこの先だ。
本当に何があるのかしら。
考えても仕方ねえ。行ってみるしかねえだろ。
行きましょう。
They're gonna give us a restore point this time. All right, so with that. Oh, damn. Why are those in green? What does that mean? Oh, those were the new things I unlocked. How come they don't do that for everything whenever you change stuff around? Ugh. Oh, everybody gained a level. Sweet. Don't need to worry about it. Levels give you full restore. One of the good things about Legend of Heroes games, leveling up always gives you a full restore. Wasn't this place attached to a landmass though? Why is it surrounded by water on all sides?
単なるテーマパークのモニュメントかと思ったが、
明らかに冷圧はこの城から高まっています。それもおそらく確かこの城は彼女の提案で建造されたと聞いたことがあるけど、でもまさか。
とにかく中に入ろう。運が良ければ最上階まで。
Yay, refights of all the cryptids. Whoops. Yeah, I'm not overly fond of it. It seems a little cheap, but at least they're pretty low power. So I could just kind of sit here and spam attacks on it and build my craft points back up. Oops. Well, so much for hers. That's unfortunate.
撃完了。先に行きましょう。
Oh, there's heal. Found it finally. That's what I wanted to give to Tia. Right, because it's got green on it, I think. Yep. So by equipping this, I give her, first off, I give her some versatility here, but it gives her 10 air, and she still has 3 blue, which allows her to acquire Holy Breath there. So now she has Holy Breath. But she also has like Sparkdyne and just a lot of stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. So now she has Holy Breath. But she has no thingy. I still want to replace like detection or something with whatever this one is. Probably like the Mercury. Venus Bell. That would make her very good. Oh, hey, Detective 6th class. There's my rank. Yeah, exactly. I think it's fine. From a narrative perspective, it makes sense. And from a story perspective, it's just giving you content, especially since the burst gauge just started filling up. We really don't have a dungeon to go through. The burst gauge usually means we're nearing the end of the chapter, so. Although they may be forcing a dungeon out of this, even though all there was one stairway up.
どうやら霊力の粒子が上に登っているみたいですね。
正面の入り口が。
ああ、塞がってやがるな。
Okay, they're gonna force a dungeon out of this.
左右に入り口が現れてやがる。
何度か来たことがあったけど、あんな仕掛けがあったなんて。これは彼女の仕業。奥の方から奇妙な可動音も聞こえます。進むのなら警戒は必要かと。
とにかく何としても最上階にたどり着くしかない。アリオスさんを問い詰め、キーヤを取り戻すためにも。
ヘイヘイ。
Yep, they sure are gonna make a whole ass dungeon out of this place. Fine.
よし、行って。
私そこ。みんな怪我はない？
Don't know about that. Not sure what I do with that kind of stuff.
ヘイ。敵集団との戦闘を開始。行きまた。そこ。はい、ヘイ。私そこ。
行くぞ。
行くぜ。はあ、100年早いっつうの。
Oh, right, I have scent on. And these rooms are too small to draw them away. Oh, good. I can't do anything about this. See, this is why I fucking hate that bullshit death. Somebody's gonna lose their points. So I might as well just do that. Stupid. So I lose all my craft points because of the dumb death on the AT gauge. Things are going in some interesting directions, huh? No wonder they call him Detour Croy. Where did treasure chest come from? Well, when a carpenter and a pile of lumber love each other very much. He has sex with the lumber? Oh, it's she has sex with the lumber because she's getting the wood. Okay. Not, oh, never mind. That makes sense. Okay, yeah, of course. I'm gonna have to take off scent if they're not gonna give me an opportunity to like drag enemies away to get preemptives. I'm just gonna remove it, like straight up. Then when we get to the boss, I'll put it back on. Hopefully. He's gonna completely trivialize the dungeon if I can actually sneak up on enemies. So without that, the dungeon's gonna be a drag and very resource and heavy. And I won't be able to build up craft points and everything because I'll have to use them a lot. Especially when you consider the fact that enemies like already have been able to get death procs on the CT gauge, which causes me to lose all of my craft points. Obviously bad. Enemies respawn on screen transition? That definitely feels more like the right way, so... Chansu Desu! ZCF and Michelin Wonderland collaborated to invent the new playground equipment, but after months of work, they all came up with all they came up with was a swing and a mish. Is that so? No chuckle from me. I always get the shields. They always get the death. I hate those. I know you can manipulate a little. You can manipulate it a little. You still get caught in unwinnable situations. Lumiere sandals. Confirmed same universe as Expedition 33. I can't believe they collaborated with Sandfall years before their game even came out.
Nice fight.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the chestiest of them all? Rixia? Thought that was obvious.
チャンスだ。よし、上出来だ。
I suppose it could be Cecile. Seems like I'm getting more of those bonuses for bonus XP. I mean, we're talking about characters in this game, though. I don't think Lulu's in this game. Oh, fair, fair, fair. That's allowed. Skadoosh. I heard that Kung Fu Panda situation with Skadoosh and everything was just was like off the cuff. What do you call it? Improv. Arkansas tried to recruit me as a stage prop, but I hate being boxed into only one kind of role. Ayo! Knee slapper right there. All right, Dragon Vision, let's go. Automatically analyzes defeated enemies. Does give some stuff. Don't I need 21 to get like all fire stuff though? Nope. 17 is the most you'll ever need. And the Mars bell is otherwise pointless. This actually does something for me. It gives me exactly as much as I could possibly ever need. So yeah, we'll do that. It was overkill otherwise. Well, now all I need is just some action 3s. Oh, I only have 300 time Sepith. I need like 4,500 to get the action 3s and maybe another cast 2 or so. That's frustrating. I feel like the amount of elements that you get, or Sepith that you get rather, is not enough.
Ah, 最上階だ。
でもキーヤちゃんもアリオスさんもいない。前に訪れた時には気づきませんでしたが。
How convenient.
あの光っている大鏡の奥に。
本当か？
はい。かなりの霊力が渦巻くよう流れています。おそらくそこが終点かと。そう。
どうやらなんとか追いつけたみてえだな。
ああ。みんな装備の確認を。
ええ、はい。
ガット。
I guess it's just gonna lead directly back down to the beginning. likely to be some treasure over here. Hello, hello, little treasure.
みんな気をつけて。任せて。
よし任せてと。
そこです。
任せて。そこ。
私の番ターン。
Oh no, I lost the whole bar.
守りたい。
That's fine. It's filled up for the boss. Criminal! Stop right there, criminal scum! Are you back because you thought I was bootyful? Oh, you're silly, yes. That is also a tier 3 mega quartz thingy. So... I can't really give it to her because then I lose the healing, and I think that's important. Offensive arts deal critical damage 30% chance. Okay. 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 Oh, man. Damn, but the ATS boost at the beginning for 5 turns. Same deal, right? I mean, that time in Mirage is basically exactly what I'm going for here, right? Like, if I get rid of the air, what am I really getting rid of? The heal, right? That's the big thing. But she still has the... Oh, no, not anymore. How much would I be getting rid of? 8? Eventually, I'd have 8 of that. So, 6 times 3 Mirage. What are we at? 12 and 10? I'm not going to get Lucifen Wing at all. I mean, I will eventually, yeah, but I need 21 time. And I would only go up to 18, and then I need to level it up 2 more times to get to 21. But if I don't equip it, it's not going to level up. So, kind of a flaw of the system. And the 11 I already have, or I would get it by equipping it. Although I will say, by equipping that one, I would be able to get rid of like some other stuff, like maybe this one, and or even this one. Actually, yeah, I wouldn't need that one, so I could put on like heck anything, right, to give me back the 8 that I'm missing. Well, yeah, I would need 8 in order to get the win back. Most you can ever get is 7. Except for the master slot. You know, the ATS is not very good on this. I think that's the... Yeah. The magic attack power is low. I think that's the deal breaker right there. The preventing the status debuffs is important there. The strength bonus is important there. Strength bonus is important there. Like, I'll upgrade from this, but I don't think I can go for criminal. I think it'd be good on, what's his name? I'd put it on him. Fazzy, Mazzy, Pazzy, Scazzy. I don't know, whatever his name is. Skeezy.
先生可能良いデータが取れました。
I'm just bummed that they don't level up unless you have them equipped. It's a huge flaw in the system that's otherwise very decent. Faint particles of light are being drawn into the mirror.
今行くぞ。
これは
おいおい。
どうして。
That looks like a throne to me. Oh look, it's what's her name. Looks like she was part of the cult or whatever all along. Secretary McLean. You know, with her name being Belle, should have seen it coming. Oh, hello. She has evil face now on, so now it's okay to see her as evil. She's gonna speak all evil like and be like, oh, ho, 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 ho. And you know, all that kind of stuff. It's so just as you were. You know, it's fine to be as you were. Isn't it obvious? Here's this thing that you couldn't possibly know or understand. Another trope I can do without. Because I'm not the best, it's only the better.
話が早いですわね。はるか昔、エイドスが人間に授けたセプトテリオ。
Right, the Septarians. So the Liber Arc was 1. Whatever this is 2. Whatever's in Cold Steel is 3. Whatever in Daybreak is 4. Whatever's in Horizon is either part of Daybreak or a new thing. It would be 5, which means there's probably 2 more series left. You know, I'd be really happy if they just, like, didn't make everything a trilogy, because honestly, yeah, we'll see. So you have no claim to it. It was 1,200 years ago. Hey, anybody know their ancestors from 1,200 years ago? Show of hands? No? Nobody? Wow, what a fucking surprise. Well, yeah, that's accurate, Mr. J. Yes. Sorry.
不幸な出来事によってエイドスの司法は失われたのです。その結果、クロイス家の始祖は何としても司法を取り戻すため、このクロスベルの地に巨大な式を構築することになりました。
巨大な式？まさか動力ネットを使った不可解で巨大なシステム？
ええ、現代の動力技術とクロイス家の錬金術を融合させて生み出された。それによってようやく実現できたバカバカしいほど巨大な式ですわ。
魔導科学による式。それに錬金術って。
そうか、そういうことだったのか。
Alright, well, there's no...
かつて星見の塔を建造し、教団に技術を提供していた錬金術師たちの集団。
You know, the funny thing is that, like, you know how many people that are actually direct descendants of kings? A lot. Like, a ridiculous amount. Like, a stupidly obscene amount, because kings have ultimate power, and what do men with ultimate power do? Yeah. It's not good. It's not good. I like how this massive like assumption by Lloyd is being just like talked about now. Just oh, okay, yeah, you just know this now. Sure.
黒い助のことだったんだな。
でもそう考えると辻褄が合います。
This is the writer jerking himself off. Yeah, oh yeah, my characters are so smart. Oh yeah, oh they know exactly. My logic is perfect. Oh yeah, fuck off.
それじゃあ金谷ちゃんが眠っていたあのゆりかごというのももちろん黒い助が教団に提供したものですわ。彼らに信仰対象を与え気持ちよく働いてもらうためにね。
それじゃあやっぱり DG 教団というのは
黒い助の目的を達するために影から誘導された。ええ、傀儡というわけですもっとも彼ら自身にその自覚はなかったでしょうけどおおよその背景は飲み込めていただけたかしら。ああ、ちなみにこちらのアリオスさんは我が一族とは関係ありません。今回私たちの計画に賛同してくださった頼もしい協力者。
But why?
アリオスさん、あん
た正気か？こんな妄想じみた話に。
妄想じみた話か。確かにその点については俺も同意見だ。
まあひどいですわね。
だが
Yeah, just jamming on the organ.
この状況を変えられるならば俺はいくらでもその幻想に付き合うだけだ。たとえエイドスの意志に背くことになったとしてもな。
He wants revenge on the Imperials. Oh man, I just realized a major flaw in the storytelling. Remember how when we were talking to the Bracer Guild and they talked about how all the random misdeeds were happening, random explosions and terrorist acts and stuff, and they magically disappeared like 8 months ago or something like that? And then I was like dumbfounded. I was like, excuse me, the mercenaries just set our town on fire, and there was like this invasion of cultist mind controlling drug taking over the army and everything. The writer made a major snafu there, because the writer was only talking about the things that the Erebonian army did and not the things that Crossbell did to itself or other things that were unrelated to Erebonia or whatever. Because any person with like 2 fucking brain cells to rub together would see the major invasions that just happened in the last 6 months as part of the issues that have plagued Crossbell. Like, we would make the assumption that Erebonia is behind it, but they whoopsied there and said they stopped before the biggest events that occurred here. Oh, please. That was a writer mistake. That was an accident. Plain and simple. Because nobody wouldn't connect those dots, you know?
ただこれだけは言える。その妄想にキーヤを巻き込むのはキーヤ戻ってくるんだ。何をそそのかされたのか知らないけどキーヤはキーヤだろ。そんな辛そうな顔をしてそんな椅子に座ることはないんだ。
キーヤさん、あんな風にロイドさんは言ってますけど、どうするつもりです？
キーヤ、
どうしたの？
希望、迷うことはねえ。いつもみたいにロイドの胸に飛び込んでこい。それが一番お前にとって安心できるんだろうが。
なんで？そうね、事情はあるのだろうけど。
It's true.
それ以上に大切なことは
I sure did.
絶対にないと思います。盛り上がってるじゃない。
Oh my god, they're using the magic phone. They're using the magic space-time phone.
ウラボラス、やはり彼らとつながりが。
お互い協力関係を結んで
Notice how she does the generic evil laugh before she says anything. Every single time.
皆さん、もう準備はよろしいのかしら？
もちろんだ。
Gotta have generic evil laugh, and then I can just say, "Yup." Yes.
満足してもらえる性能に仕上がっていると思うよ。
It's like, hey, can I get those TPS reports? Oh, you'll get your TPS reports. They have been executed perfectly. Yeah. Thank you. You know, that's like you gotta take this language and apply it to like a real situation. And then when you start getting that like generic villain laugh shit, like every single line that they start with, it just, you know, there's better ways of making more organic dialogue and still keep the tone, you know?
金の準備もできています。あとはそちらの鍵を回す。
Turn the key,
彼らが納得するまで待っててもいいんだけど、そろそろ時間切れみたいだよ。
あらあら。
来るか。
何を言っている？
何が時間切れだってんだ。
決まっている。帝国軍と共和国軍の侵攻だ。
せっかくだから実況するとしましょうか。
They brought it at IKEA. Yeah, see this huge chasm? This would be where Arabonia comes from. Take out the bridge, they got nothing unless they have air support, which we have anti-air, like anti-air kind of stuff. Oh yeah, they did talk about that big cannon though. That would do some damage. But it's got limited mobility. Also, if you bombard that platform and that door, you could cave it in pretty easily. So, if you put all your eggs in the big cannon basket, it's not hard to take it out. Okay, there's multiples of them. All right, fair enough. Still, like, you get hit by those once or twice, or you see those forces, you put a stop to that pretty easily. A couple well-placed bombs, cave in the mountain behind it. Take out the bridge. They can't do shit. Oh man, is Crossbell gonna be lifted into the air? I do appreciate how each country's tanks look different though. Yeah, I mean, they might sneak a few in, but like, it's not hard. Hell, if I were in charge of that base, I would have charges already primed, like ready to go in case of an invasion. That would have been my secret little project, you know what I mean? So then, if something bad happened, all we'd have to do is hit an emergency switch and boom, you know?
来やがったか。
しかし、警備隊の戦力では食い止めようが。
それを覆せる鍵が彼女というわけだ。
Hey Dieter, what's up?
ディータ大統領。
おじさま。
That's a defensive mechanism, not a self-destruct
結社
mechanism.
の諸君、計画への協力感謝する。ベルニー、アリオス君もどうやら予定通りのようだね。
ええ、 ここまでは。
あとは彼女に委ねるしかありませんね。
聞いた通りだ。キーヤ君、もう分かっているのだろう。この事態を何とかできるのは。
いい子ですよね。
Maybe it has something to do with how like that one city was hidden within like a space-time barrier or something, you know? Same deal, they're just gonna make Crossbell disappear. Gonna get anime. Anime's gonna happen. We're getting it. Anime soon, guaranteed. That looks interestingly like a cannon or an engine, one or the other. Nothing really. There's a lot of vague things that imply that Kia is special, but we don't really know anything about her other than that we found her in a trunk during a black market auction in the last game. That makes sense that Orcus Tower is shaped that way. If you notice, it's got those like fringes at the top. It almost looks like a beacon or a cannon, a weapon of some kind, as opposed to just like, oh yeah, it's just the flowering or whatever because it's an orchid, you know, kind of thing. No, man, it's by design.
とりあえず止めさせてもらいます。
Oh, obviously, you know.
通りたくば、お前たちのすべてをぶつけるがいい。ガイや俺、セルゲイさんが越えられなかった壁、それを乗り越えられる力がお前たちにあるのかを。
ビビんな。一人だ。
なんとか勝機をつかめれば。 エオンシステム全開。目標を撃破します。
Shut up, Tio.
お前たちの全力見せてみろ。
Well, I'm not full HP.
この勝負絶対に負けられない。
裏。
Ouchie.
私の番です。ドライブ開始。
俺の番だな。
私の番ね。
Well. Okay, how am I supposed to get burst if he just dodges everything? Fucking get real. Is this like a supposed to lose kind of situation? Of course somebody fucking dies. So when I go burst mode. Very annoying. I fucking hate it when they make certain characters so stupidly overpowered and like ultra dodgy and like this. It just means there's no reliability, and no reliability means that you can't actually win unless you get lucky.
Yes.
Sure, hope he doesn't have a burst. Okay. I was supposed to lose. I feel like that fight is winnable if I used my immunity thing. I just didn't know he was gonna burst. How could I possibly know he was gonna burst?
峰打ちでしょ。集中力を途切らせたらうまくいきませんわよ。
分かった。もう迷ったりしないから。キーヤちゃん。
やめろー。
That's fine. I'm good. I'm sure you get something nice for it too. Like maybe one of those tier 3 thingies or something. Kind of like the fight with Scarlet Fuckface, which I should have won as well. Feel like I got robbed out of that one. At least that one was a little bit more intuitive on when he was gonna do his ultimate. And so I was able to get around that. some Full Metal Alchemist shit going on right now.
凄まじい密度を持った七属性の霊視情報。
The energy of the bells crossed.
成功しましたわね。失われし幻の手法の再現。
Ah, that's why she's got the silver hair and everything, Mirage.
いいえ、それすら凌駕するゼロの手法の誕生ですわ。
ゼロの手法。
なんだそりゃ。
ロイド、みんな。
キリア、本当に
うん。ベル、行こう。
わかりましたわ。アリオスさん、ここはお任せします。
承知した。
キア。
おい、どこに。
ごめんね。今までありがとう。大好きだよ、みんな。
Oh, hey, all those assholes are here.
おお。ほう。チビ、おめえ。
へえ、なんかすごそうだね。
At least with Kia, it feels like she's got a tremendous amount of power. Like opening like a dimensional gate to step through actually makes a lot of sense for her because she's specifically like the ultimate artifact of one of the higher elements, which are space, time, and mirage. Of course, at least that's kind of believable in a mystical, magical fantasy world.
よくぞ再びこの世界に現れてくれた黒井助の現当主としてお迎えできて光栄だ。
お父様、挨拶はそのくらいで、そろそろ彼らからの贈り物を受け取りませんと。
おお、そうだったな。
ようやく私の努力も実を結ぶようだね。
Can't wait for him to be all executed and then they take it what they want for themselves.
大いなる司法を継ぐ者よ。ウロボロスのマスターに代わり、御身の権限をことほがせていただきます。
ささやかながら献上品を用意しました。
Maybe you know what? Maybe Ouroboros' true purpose is to just reactivate the 7 super artifacts or whatever because they think it will do something, right? Like if they activate them, the elements will be like basically electric, you know, they'll be active and engaged. Maybe that means something to this world.
どうかお受け取りあれ。
ありがとう。
Like bringing back the god Idios. Maybe their purpose is to bring back Idios. Maybe because it like what was it? That was like kind of a FF13 thing, where if there's enough something going on, then the creator will come back. So Ouroboros doesn't care who gets these powers, they just care that they are active. You know, which would kind of illuminate the whole, like, they're so indifferent, seemingly. And even then, they said, in Liberal, they said, it doesn't matter, they've already succeeded in their quest, in their task, so it doesn't matter that they were stopped with going further. Interesting. I did make an assumption about how part of the ancient technology was in orbit around the planet, and this could have basically been a beacon that activated these and brought them back down.
こいつは
かっこいいじゃん。
なかなかのおもちゃ。
I remember I said something about that during, I think it was Sky 2, where I said, I predicted that activating the towers or doing something along those towers could be bringing something in from the atmosphere that the ancient tech, you know, because these ancients weren't just like ancient, weird, mystical technology. They were super hyper advanced society, humans. And with that comes, you know, at least some space travel, maybe not hyper advanced space travel or interstellar travel, but at the very least, you're going to have satellites, you're going to have space stations, you're going to have all of that. And with that, these could have been sitting out, like just sitting in stasis in a hangar in orbit. And since we don't have satellite technology yet, we don't even know they're there, you know?
新規アイオン
Isn't there another game that called Mechs Ions? Was it Xenosaga? No, they called them eggs. Like AEGS or something, not EGGS.
司法が奇跡を振るうための3体のインターフェース
予想以上の仕上がりだ。結社の諸君、借りを作ってしまったようだね。
こちらも資金面でいつも助けてもらっているからね。
Well, I did say that he was gonna hire, what do you call them? Mercenaries. Same difference.
それに今回の件についてはマスターの意にもかなうこと。
Well, Talviers and Zeepsane. I don't know about the. Well, okay. The first one isn't Weltall, it's the Xenogear, but yes, on the. Yes. Definitely some heavy Xenogear inspiration here.
なかなかの太っ腹ですわねキーヤさん
He's gonna send them to wipe out the armies. One east, one west. Yep. Which means Kia is not human, I think. I think she is some kind of construct. Takahashi did work for Falcom in the 90s? No fucking surprise. No fucking surprise whatsoever. Okay, I want that one. I'll take that one, thanks. There was a shiny on the ground, which lets you know that this is precisely just the map that they used for you to travel on. It's like in-game. They just spawn the map with the tanks on it, as opposed to like having a pre-rendered cutscene of any kind. By the way, this makes Kia a mass murderer, by the way. That's probably about 50 or 80 lives that she's just taken now. Probably about 3 per tank, because you have a somebody that mans the movement. You have somebody that mans the cannon, then you have a navigator, at the very least. So 3 per tank at least, and then each of those carriers were probably drop ships. So you're looking at 20 to 30 per drop ship. There's 3. Cause you got pilot, co-pilot, a squad, and then any other administration. The big one is the defensive one. I never would have guessed that. I love that. I love it. He's Mongo, dude. It's the Mongo mech. Oh my god. As stiff as the cutscenes are, they're doing a really good job of showing very powerful things in action, and I appreciate that. They definitely need a more experienced hand and maybe a little bit of a better budget to really let these cutscenes shine. But it is a PSP game originally, so I mean, you gotta forgive it in that regard. It's actually kind of impressive, and I'm about it. It's, oh man. I have such a love-hate relationship with these games, because some things are so fucking good, and others are just a drag. It just, why can't they just, like, balance it?
第5機甲試練が壊滅しただと。信じがたいことですが、巨大な人型が現れて全てをなぎ払ったと。何をバカな。
Yeah, it's showing just how much more advanced those mechs are than anything the army has at this point. It does make me interested in trying to like determine what the you know the 4D chess move is by the writer, because like I implied that I suggested that the society is super advanced and they're sort of like dotting technology here and there across the continent to like, because what happens when a country gets massive amounts of technological advancements when it's not advanced? Usually war, because somebody's gonna see these hyper advanced things and go, I can take out my enemies with this, and if they have power, they're gonna start war. It's gonna happen. It's like, it's just proven to be a reality in so many situations. Very rare for it to not occur that way. So like, okay, here's my prediction for the whole of like Legend of Heroes. Okay, here's my prediction. So the Society, or Ouroboros, I think they want all these 7 mega artifacts active. Just active. It doesn't matter what the people do with them. That's why they play such a passive role in everything in the world. Okay, so they just help people activate them. Everybody gets what they want. They don't care, because what they want is for those artifacts to be active. So they're dotting technology, just kind of letting this country have that technology, this country have that technology, just kind of slipping it in. Maybe they got an inside guy that just goes, oh look, I developed this technology, and to them it's nothing major. It's like if we gave like a revolver technology to a country, but we have like missiles and drones and shit. So it's like, yeah, cool, they got like way advanced. They go from bow and arrow to gun, but like there's go ahead, have your dumb gun. We got way more than that, right? That kind of thing. So it's like limited to them, but hyper advanced to the other people. Those in the ones that are going through the technological revolution, and that causes war. War destabilizes everything, and you can predict that warmongering countries are going to try to go to war as much as possible, and it actually makes sense. Like, you can predict that. All you need is the right little push, a little bit of gasoline here, a little bit of fire there. Boom, you got war, right? That destabilizes things, that causes conflict, that causes issues. They're caught up in all of that, which weakens everything. War weakens everybody. Period, full stop, every single time. That's all it does. So, with everybody in disarray, everybody trying to war, all this like bullshit politics going on, these people butting heads, it allows the society to just kind of slip in unnoticed. You know, they start a few fires, and then all of a sudden they got access to the thing that they really want, which is those 7 hyper artifacts. They activate them, they bring them back for some grand purpose, either to summon back the deity of the world, or because they all need to be active, like they're keys for something. In fact, Kia may just be key A, and Mirage is just element A, you know what I mean, kind of thing. And then there's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, you know, kind of thing, or whatever. Anyway, the point I'm getting at is, that's my kind of prediction of this whole Legend of Heroes epic across all the games, is that there's a reason the society is activating these artifacts, and they are intentionally causing these conflicts around the world by destabilizing everything and causing them to be in situations that would cause them to want to be a war, to distract from the real goal. We'll see how that plays out, because I'm pretty sure none of the games up to now actually can detail that out. But obviously don't spoil it for me, you know, we're still very early in the series. However, it does make me very interested to see what's to come, because while these 5 games have been like such a mixed bag of like drag and frustration and also holy shit, I hope that as we go through the series, things actually start to evolve and get a little bit better from a production perspective, because right now I don't have a high opinion of these games, but scenes like this and situations like this, very eyebrow raising and make me quite a bit more interested in what's going on and what's to come.
列車砲起動。目標クロスベル市。せめてもの情けだ。民間人の密集地は避けてやれ。よ。
Well, I guess they would be considered artillery. However, you have to begs the question of whether or not they can aim high enough with that canyon there. Like, they're in a gorge. I figured the third one was going to come into play here. Keep in mind, the entire population is seeing this. They are seeing that Crossbell City would have been absolutely destroyed if not for what's going on here. It's going to solidify Dieter's position as president, knowing that he's... Wow. Well, that's a spiffy little move. Get fucking disintegrated. So it's like a null existence barrier kind of thing, just complete eradication. The 3 pinnacles of the Gorditas!
しかも奇跡の代行者として自立行動させられるとは。これはあの方にも良い報告ができそうだよ。
The only issue is that they wouldn't really be able to see this. The Crossbell may be small, but it's not small compared to humans. Like a whole ass metropolis is there.
確かに大したもんだ。
They suggested that the city was about 1 kilometer in diameter, not radius, so... No. 2 kilometers in diameter, 1 in radius, that's the one, yeah. So it's 2 kilometers across, which is, I mean, more than a mile, right? Because it's like, what, 1.5 kilometers about per mile or something like that? So that's just the city size. And then you would consider the roads leading to each of those gates have got to be several times over the length of the city. I mean, you're looking at least 10 miles from the center of the city to either side of the country. So 20 or so miles across from one end to the other. A 250-meter tower will definitely give you a view, but it won't give you that much of a view. It will give you a decent view. But also at that distance, you'd barely be able to see anything. You'd need some special eyewear or some monitors from the mech. That would be cool if the monitors were displaying a screen in front of them.
まあ最初ですと。
今この瞬間をもってクロスベルは聖地となった。帝国と共和国という列強を退け、大陸全土に新たな秩序をもたらすための拠点に、我がクロイス家の理想と正義を世界に広めるための中心に。
He feels like the kind of person that gets backstabbed by his so-called allies. How are they able to know what's going on?
現実みたいです。
その通りだ。奇跡の後にも現実は待ち受けている。
いたぞ！アリオス長官、ご無事ですか？
抵抗は無駄です。
この声。
すでにミシュラム一帯は国防軍が制圧しています。
I thought it was gonna be what's her name, her superior. That's why she went back. Fuck, dude. That's why she went back. She couldn't do the full 6 months because she knew. Oh man.
どうかおとなしく投降してください。
ノエル、どうして？ご苦労、シーカー少尉。
I mean, where's the recording come from? What are we actually seeing? The whole event took place across the entire country. Like, it's a little unbelievable.
私はオルキスタワーに戻る。彼らの拘束は任せたぞ。
了解しました。
待ってください。一つだけ、どうか一つだけ答えてほしい。もしあなたが数年前から彼らに協力していたのなら、ガイ・バニングスを、兄貴を殺したのも。
それって。
まさか。ああ、その通りだ。
Twist I did not expect there. You almost forget about Guy. Oh shit. Yay! So I get rank up? All right. You got rank up into being in jail. You got ranked up to prisoner. Well, I got a Grail Locket, which is immunity to status, so that'll be good. You know, for all the things that I have complaints about this game, these games in general, every now and again, it's kind of blown me away. I just got a little blown away there. This whole sequence was really good for the most part, except for the every time a bad guy talks, they have a generic villain laugh in front of it. It's immensely aggravating. From that day forward, the independent state of Crossbell, by virtue of its categorically inviolable power, promoted a daring diplomatic coalition. The proposal, the establishment of the United Nations of Zemuria, with Crossbell as its leader. Oh, I wonder if that's a parallel. Oh man, that... Did the writer of this game think America was evil? And in like early 2000s and all that kind of stuff. Not in any more recent times. Very interesting. With Crossbell as its leader, because Crossbell, so Washington D.C. is also kind of like a state by itself in a way. Washington D.C., the city, while it's in Maryland, it kind of has its own like zip code and all that kind of stuff. So like Washington D.C. would essentially be Crossbell here in that regard. If that's really what they're implying here. This framework, which prohibited all military action and guaranteed free economic activity, was enticing to small countries and autonomous states suffering from under the Empire and the Republic's iron fist. The Barrel, Remiferia, and Arteria initially opposed the Union as excessive and imperious, but in time they too capitulated, unable to push back against the growing momentum. Yeah, but every single one of these countries has a different government structure. You have an empire, you have a republic, and you have a monarchy. And then I'm not sure what the Referendaria is or whatever, but you have all these different countries. It's not NATO. NATO is a collection of countries that work together and they're autonomous and independent, but they come together to decide important issues or whatever, right? This is all of those countries are abdicating their rule and then making Dieter Croy essentially the president of all of Zemuria. So they all lose their autonomy. They all lose their, I wouldn't say independence necessarily, but they become part of one country. I will say this. It is, there is like this whole, there's a biblical reference to the New World Order or whatever, where like, if all the countries become one country, it's like the New World Order, and that's basically the sign of the end times and stuff like that. According to like Abrahamic mythology. So like maybe that's what it's implying and they just use the parallel of the United States that way, but the United States is not a collection of different countries that came together. It's the collection of us sweeping across the landmass, the North American landmass, and eradicating the native people there and then claiming the land for ourselves, and then we just said, yeah, we're all part of the same country. So during that time, a lot of like basically as we were going westward, a lot of those little like settlers kind of created their own little governments and stuff, even though they weren't really part of a central government or anything. And there's just a lot of chaos and confusion during that time. So when like the United States gained their independence, it was just the 13 colonies, and they kind of like sort of swept across it and kept adding to it as they went. But yeah. So remember when they were our steadfast allies in Zero? I know, right? Yeah, exactly, Locke. That's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe it's just like they're just using parallels and that's that. But oftentimes, a writer has a message that they want to send. Like art always has a message, at least good art. Good art always has a message. There's always something, some kind of injustice they want to speak out about, some kind of evil they want to draw to light, something. Good art, not dumb, bad art. And there's a difference, and it has to do with messaging usually. But anyway, is it good art or is it bad art? That messaging will be the important factor. And so far, there hasn't been a strong message in these games. There's not really a subtext, right? Subtext is like they're saying one thing, but they're wink, wink, nod, nod to another, you know? In Calvert, an economic crisis arose as a result of the events of Crossbell. Before long, anti-immigration terrorists began to run rampant within the Republic. But like, they're no longer Calvert, right? That would just be another state, I guess. Meanwhile, Ereboni found itself engulfed in a civil war between the noble and reformist factions as rumors spread that the Blood and Iron Chancellor had been assassinated. Unofficially, Ouroboros made its endorsement of Crossbell known to every nation on the continent, and they have a lot of sway. So nothing and no more would be able to stand in the way of President Croy's ambition. How much time is going to pass? Because this is something that takes years. They said in time they capitulated. This is a years thing. Red Constellation assault ship Beowulf. Yeah, 4 days later, I know, right? I could accept 6 months later, but anything less is questionable. Every time I go up to my wife and ask if she's okay, I'm like, "Tuh, are you okay, hun? Tuh." Or maybe, are you doing fine? You know, that's just normal way to talk.
ねえねえ、そろそろ潮時なんじゃない？帝国がすごいことになってるし、あっちの方が楽しくないかな。共和国の方もいろいろと面白くなってるみたいだし。
今回の仕事はまだ残っている。そんなに暇なら小僧あたりとじゃれ合ってきたらどうだ？
魔人化してたらバルドも悪くないんだけど、やっぱり元のままだと弱っちくて話にならないし、それに今日はどこかに出かけてるみたいなんだよね。
だったら結社の連中あたりとし合ってみたらどうだ？少なくとも退屈はしないだろう。
シャーリーとはなんか相性が悪そうなんだよね。あのすごそうなお姉さんには絶対に勝てなさそうな気がするし。
さすがにわかるか。まあそう腐るな。どうやら奴がマインツ方面で動き出したぞ。
あれだけ叩きのめされたのにまだ挑んでくるつもり。
Guessing we didn't actually get put in prison then.
奴は強い。多分お前が見くびっているよりもな。
そうは思えないけど、まあいっか。そっちはパパに任せるよ。
ああ、そうしておけ。お前にはお前の遊び相手がいるだろうからな。
カルバードの方に帰っちゃったんじゃないの？
キャリカ？
アルモリカ方面でヘイウェの動きを察知しました。
イン。
どうやらクロスベル襲撃以降、インともども潜伏していた模様です。
So far from your perspective, the messaging seems to have mostly been we could all get along and all conflicts will be solved if individuals use the power of friendship, but government always runs everything. I don't know, because in Trails in the Sky, the monarchy was seen as like this shining beacon in the darkness, and monarchies by definition are authoritarian, so I don't know. But then again, most generic RPGs have like the whole kings and castles and dragons and stuff, and you save the kingdom, hurrah, hurrah, hurrah.
ザオのやつも存外にしぶとい。どうやらまだまだ楽しませてくれそうだな。
あんなメガネなんてどうでもいいって。すっごくドキドキしてきた。結局アルカンシェルじゃ決着はつけられなかったし、今度こそ徹底的にやり合って最高に楽しまなくちゃ。
やれやれ、さすがはシャーリー様かと。
Hey, honey, just why don't you go kill whoever you want? All right, love you. Crisis of conscience.
XO! バルドさん。
ディーノ、
本当にバルドさんだ。今までどこに。でもよく無事で。先輩たちはみんな大怪我を負って退院できた人もいるのに全然戻ってきてくれなくて。
Surprisingly, no one died.
バルドさんがいればきっと。バルドさん。
サーベル・バイパーはてめえも二度と俺のケツを追いかけるんじゃねえ。
嘘ですよね。だってバルドさんはいつだって。
Yeah, you know, in this time of turmoil, the best thing for this country is a local gang. Come on, you don't need that. You want to go cause havoc and mayhem in these times of struggles? Come on.
そんなの嘘ですよね。止まれ。
バルド・バレス、まさか戻ってくるとは。
これ以上旧市街をお前の好きにはさせない。何としても止めさせてもらう。
君は一体何がしたかったんだ。あんな化け物になってこの旧市街をめちゃくちゃにして、
おまけに可愛がってた手下たちをあんな風に。
ひどすぎるよ。
One local gang telling the other local gang that you guys are big meanies is sure writing of some kind.
そういえばワジとハゲ坊主はどうした？
Oh, sure. I mean, it's also possible that the Trails in the Sky was created with a different concept in mind, and it just so happened that it was able to continue into other series, and it wasn't the original intent, which is why Trails in the Sky feels like so separate from this. It just kind of feels like that was their own game. Trails Third just kind of feels like a, hey, let's reuse some assets and get some more money out of this kind of thing. And then the whole Crossbell series feels like, hey, what if we did this? And there's definitely a lot stronger writing and concepts in it. It still suffers a lot of the same frustrations that I keep pointing out over and over again, but it does feel quite a bit better overall.
もともとよそ者みてえだし。
It honestly, the biggest thing that I'm picking up, like as far as messaging goes from this game, is like objectivity. You know, like this exists, that exists. These pieces are moving that way. It's just flatline, you know.
バカにするな。あの二人なら必ず戻ってくる。
何？
Because you have situations like this, which is less objective, where two local gangs who like to cause trouble and beat up people and steal and thieve are acting like cowering little school children to the other gang. Like, oh, we'll get you for all the bad things you did. Anyway, we're gonna go, like, I don't know, fucking cause violence and steal and shit and whatever, because we're a gang and that's what we do. Like the first game they were ready to literally kill the entire gang off. Like they had blood, like cravings, you know, and all of a sudden they're just like, "Oh, you're a bad man, you stop it." Because we framed them as good guys because of bad voice direction and subpar writing in that regard.
何のことかわからないけど、僕たちは二人を信じるだけだ。
So it's like it's objective from like a world structure perspective is what I mean, but then they're incredibly biased towards certain characters as framing them as the good guys and others as framing them as the bad guys through the use of bad guy tones and bad guy writing and bad guy music in situations where you're portraying them as bad guys. Like every single one of those people on the rooftop earlier were like, yes, I just farted. You know, it's just like, come on. By the way, nobody actually thinks they're evil. Nobody in the entire world. Everybody thinks that they're doing things in the best interest, in the best interest of whatever. And it may just be themselves. It may just be their family. It may be, you know, everyone, right? But everybody feels like what they're doing is acceptable, and the terms are like, I need to do this to survive, even though it's going to hurt so many other people, or I need to do this to secure safety for my family, even though it's going to hurt lots of people, or I need to do this because it's my belief, even though it'll hurt lots of other people. The thing is the whole hurting other people thing and not caring about that means you lack empathy, you lack care, you lack anything. And you just think that protecting yourself and no matter how many others you hurt is acceptable. And then there's others that like see the world from a much broader perspective. So like the whole wahaha kind of thing, people at the top, that's clearly evil villain talk, and it's just childish writing, I mean. But then again, I mean, these games are written for a teen and preteen audience, so maybe it was intentional. Who am I to know? Who am I to say? Like all the pieces moving around and how they interact shows a level of competence that is very high. But then you get shit like that just shows complete incompetence. So the only conclusion is that it's gotta be intentional. Gotta be, because of their target audience. Oh, shit, it shifts to Erebonian, which means trails in the sky, or trails into Cold Steel. Why does it feel like we're gonna get credits though? They can't possibly get credits just yet. They're setting things up.
帝国方面の段階が進むまでは
現時点でゼロの司法の力は消えた幻の司法に匹敵している。さらにオリジナルが持っていなかった潜在能力すらどこまで進化させられるか、黒い助のお手並みを拝見しようか。
It's true, Locke. It's a good point. But it's just like any other game, it's made by lots of people, but there's one director, you know? The one director determines everything. Well, producer technically is the final call on everything. Okay, let me back it up. The CEO is technically the final call on everything, but they usually are very hands-off. They just say, hey, make the thing. The director is the final say on the product of the game, and the producer is. And then the director is usually the one that's more hands-on. So whenever you see like produced by, directed by, the director is usually the one that was most hands-on with all of the departments and kind of helping guide them, right? CEO's at the top, but he's kind of hands-off. And then you have producer, and then you have director, and then you have like that branches out from there, and then you have the department leads, right? So everybody reports back to the director. Director sends out information, and then the director reports to the producer. Producer may kind of, interact or whatever, but that's usually the hierarchy of game development. So producer and director would have the final say on everything regardless, but, they may have less interest in the finer details and just say, look, just do it like this kind of thing.
彼らの方もやっと動き出したみたいだけ
むしろ好機でありましょう。我らとの立ち位置の違い、今後のためにも明確にすべきかと。
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I heard about that, yeah.
それは君たちに任せるよ。私はここでゼロの司法のデータを取り続けさせてもらう。
Oops, I spilled water on myself. I'm a mess.
人と神をつなぐ究極のインターフェースたり得るかをね。
Yep. That right there says to me that they don't understand super advanced technology that much. Like enough, but not in the way that the ancient Sumerians did. Where it's just technology. But like they even called the mechas gifts from the sky or whatever, which kind of implies a little bit more of like a zealotry sort of situation and less of a objective, you know, science-based fact kind of thing. So yeah. I want to say it was during Sky that happened, Mr. J, because he sort of like resurrected the company that wasn't doing so well with Sky. With the way these games sell and the production value of them, they might be making a decent profit, because the production value is very low, which means the cost to develop these games is very low. And if they're selling like 500 to 600,000 each time, that's not bad. You're making your profit back and then some. Not to mention they have those really expensive collector's editions. Cough, cough, cough.
Kia-chan?
Yeah, that's when Sky came out, was PSP era. Right, but the thing is that they frame the things that they want to frame as evil with mwahaha dialogue, you know, mustache twirling kind of bullshit. So it, like, yeah, they fight against what they feel is oppressive, but if you think about it objectively, let's say, for the sake of argument, that Dieter was not written mwahaha evil. None of the people on the roof were. In fact, they were all written the same way as, like, those gang members, Wazzy's gang or Wazzy in general, or I don't know, the main characters or anybody. And instead of us calling down these gifts from the goddess and destroying the pathetic Erebonians and Calvardians who dare to stand against us, it's like, oh geez, Calvard and Ereboni are trying to assault us. We just want our independence. But maybe this last-ditch effort will save us. We'll activate these bells and get these legendary weapons that will help us in our fight against them. And then we protect our borders. You know what I mean? Like, is it such a wrong, bad thing to unify different countries together under a common umbrella of whatever goodness they might, be pretending to have? You know what I mean? It's all about framing. It's all about, that's why the way that they write so many of the characters makes the player think the way the writer wants to instead of the way that they would just independently think. You know what I mean? 1 second, I gotta give meds to my cat. So yeah, the point I'm making is that the way that the characters are voiced, which is very like I mean, anyway, just very like forced direction, frames them in a good or bad light based on the tone of the characters. By having evil villain laugh in the beginning of every fucking line that they have, the game is forcing you to believe that they're the bad guys, regardless of what they're doing. But like all these countries at war being unified together under a common umbrella, is that considered bad, evil? I mean, in a coercion way, yes, that's bad. You're coercing, they're under coercion, and then they do it because they feel threatened. But in this regard, they could have seen Crossbell as a shining beacon of stability, and they willingly throw themselves at Crossbell to be part of their united Zumurian states with Crossbell as the center after they, gracefully defended their country and the other countries learned the error of their ways or whatever like that, you know what I mean? Point I'm getting at is all about how it's framed. The exact same events could have occurred and just changed the tone in which they said those things, and it doesn't seem so sinister anymore, does it? I have played Unicorn Overlord, but I didn't stream it. I played it on my own time. I did do a Discord review, though. I have a channel on Discord where the games I play off stream, I will review them. It was fun. Probably the best Ogre Battle styled strategy game in existence, which there's like 5 of them, so it's just very good in that regard. But yeah, that kind of thing doesn't allow for the reader to make their own opinion about what is right and what is wrong. And that's why I feel like it's objective, flat line, because all of these situations could be considered fine. The only one that's bad is like maybe coercing Kia. That's not good. But we really don't know what Kia is. Maybe Kia is just a construct, and telling her to do what her role is as a construct it's not moral. It's morally gray, right? The thing in Trails in the Sky that was actually bad was the fact that Liber Arc and the REL was a big EMP pulse to the world, right? So that's bad. It's destabilizing lives and everything. What Erebonia did and Calvert did, that's bad. Trying to suppress independence and creating violence as a means of trying to undermine Crossbell, that's bad. That's objectively bad. Oh, well, breath doesn't weigh very much, so I guess that's not worth that much. But I appreciate that you accept and like my critique, I guess. I don't know how else to respond to that. Sorry, I'm awkward. I'm the awkward one.
もう目の調子はいいの？うん、もうめまいもしないし、色も見えるようになったし、全部キーラちゃんのおかげだよ。本当にありがとう。よかった。でも雫と病院の人たちがずっと頑張ってきたからだよ。キーヤはあくまで最後の一押しをしただけだし。そうなんだ。それにせっかくの力は有効活用しないともったいないし。雫の目が治せたならこうなった甲斐があったなって。でも私は嬉しいよ。ずっと目が見えなくて不運でお父さんのお荷物になってて、キーヤちゃんと友達になれたのにどんな顔かもわからなくって、こうして顔が見られるのは涙が出るほど嬉しいけど、でもキーヤちゃんは本当にこのままでいいの？
She's like 11. She wouldn't understand the weight of everything at all. Like at all. Like at all. And all she would see is that she's in the lap of luxury at this point. She would only be happy with this change. That is, I feel like, creating like a narrative for a child character that is completely unrealistic. Although to be fair, they've done that time and time and time again with this game. Like the power and capability that Ren has is ridiculous. And I understand fantasy game. I can accept that. I can accept all of that stuff from Ren as a fantasy game, and trying to like making younger characters ultra powerful and capable is a very big trope in anime. Fine, whatever. But like Shizuku understanding the dynamics of what is happening is probably one of the least realistic things in all of this entire game.
ロイドさんたちと別れて大変なことをさせられて、私こんなの絶対に間違ってると思う。
She also wouldn't really have a strong moral compass yet, so she wouldn't really know right and wrong just yet.
大丈夫だから、全部分かった上で自分で決めたことだから。だからね、そんなに心配しないで。
That's fair. You ever played D&D? D&D practices the idea that when you are role-playing your character, you're playing your character. So when you think about what your character would do, you think about like their personality, their history, and their knowledge, and then you act upon that. And it's really, really, really fucking hard to do because you as the player have a particular history, knowledge, and capabilities that your character does not have. And so you really got to put yourself in the position of that other character. When you have really, really big, long epics like this, you need to have pieces move a certain way, and you need to create situations that justify those actions of those players and characters across a long course of time. So you have to create outlines, and then you got to create details about how those characters would act in certain situations that would allow them logically to go through those pathways. This game has a big problem with, somebody called it narrative insight, and I thought that was such a great term. But narrative insight basically was explained as the characters oftentimes in this game know more than they should, and they make wild assumptions about what is or is not happening that just happen to be perfectly bang on. It started with Joshua in Sky Second. He would just walk into a building and be like, oh yes, this building is probably for this, that, or the other. And it's like, you're fucking 17. Shut the fuck up, you dumbass. Like, this is all alien to us. We have no idea what's going on here. This is crazy ass shit. Shut your dumb face. You know? Like, it's just absolutely ridiculous assumption that he would even come remotely close to knowing what it is, except for vagaries like this must be an administration building or something, you know? And even then, it make it look like a fucking administration building then, you know what I mean? So that would like probably be my biggest gripe with this writing. If there was like one critique that I would say is frustrating to no end, it's the giggling and light chuckle before every sentence, whether it's evil or good sounding, and that narrative insight, as they called it. Ooh. Fragments crossing false paradise. Oh, looks like we have a intermission before we get the finale, I guess. Unless Fragments is the like an epilogue kind of thing, because it kind of feels like an epilogue. Knox Prison. You know, it would make sense. It would make sense that the game ends here. I don't think it does, but it would make sense that the game ends here because like the third game in the series is Reverie, but it takes place after Cold Steel. So you would play Cold Steel 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then you would come back to Lloyd after all those things. Maybe he's in prison this whole time, you know?
支援課の他のメンバーは別の場所で保護しています。
You know, they made tiny little adjustments to everybody's outfit except for Lloyd's when he's in prison. Unless he's like, I guess they are suggesting under protection, but he's in prison, right? He wouldn't have his civvies. He would have a prison uniform.
ロイドさん一人こんな場所に交流するのは申し訳ありませんが。
俺のことはいいさ。
Yeah, true. Good point, Locke. I mean, it's not unwinnable, though.
さすがにおかしな言い方だな。一体何か。
Also, I did say that it felt like everything was leading to a culmination at the top of that tower.
君だってもう
This potentially being the end of chapter 4 would allow for a finale, which usually is just the final dungeon in Trails games.
クロスベル氏の襲撃を企てた真の黒幕が誰かということもフラノ君の妹さんを傷つけたんだ。
それでも私は警備隊のメンバーですから。それが国防軍に名を変えた以上軍人としての責務を果たすだけです。そうでないとクロスベルは。
Hey, by the way, word of advice to everybody, especially those that are in law enforcement or military. Just because it's supposedly your duty as a soldier to uphold the honor or whatever, or some bullshit that you swore or some shit, it does not exempt you, by the way, in case all of a sudden your country or your military turns like fascist and starts killing people or like doing horrible things to them. You are still liable. Like, it's actually not your duty to uphold your leader or general or whoever. It's your duty to uphold the values that you swore upon when you joined. That's your actual duty. Yeah. Case in point, Nuremberg trials. Yeah. You do not get a pass because you are following orders. That doesn't work that way.
クロスベルは本当に帝国と共和国に滅ぼされてしまう。
ノエル。
キーヤちゃんのことだってこのままでいいとは思えません。
So Noelle has misplaced
結
loyalties.
社みたいな得体の知れない連中の力を借りることだって。でも帝国軍は本当にあの恐ろしい列車砲を撃ったんです。
She's got a point.
命中したら何百人もの犠牲者が出たかもしれない大量破壊兵器を。だったら仕方ないじゃないですか。すみません。
I mean, she's kind of right. Like, she has a really good argument, and she has true motive for wanting to go back and participate in this.
こんなこと
But
言えたきりはありませんよね。交流期間もそう長く
well, what do you do? What do you just say? No, we should have let all those people die? That's a hard sell.
クロスベルが危機を乗り越えたらきっと釈放されると思いますから。だからどうか。
Yeah, once again, it's about how it's framed, right? I mean, relying on the society is bad for sure. We know that they're up to no good. We just don't know what. But again, it's completely how it's framed. In fact, if the society had been voiced like good guys this whole time, would you really feel the same way about them? You know? No, I let her keep her quartz. Damn it, that's what she was confident with all that power. Curses.
あの時俺はろくな言葉を返せなかった。それだけじゃない。キーヤが思い詰めていたのだって。全然気づけなかった。忙しさに翻弄されるだけで。本当に守るべきものも。
It's got a pretty spacious prison cell, though.
キーヤの素性にしても、兄貴を殺した犯人にしても、ちゃんと突き止めようと心に誓ったはずなのに。ガイ・バニングス。 兄貴を殺したのも。
ああ、その通りだ。
ごめんね。今までありがとう。大好きだよ。みんな。
Very Althena vibe from her, by the way.
兄貴。
This is a Simpsons did it moment. Simpsons did it. Lonar did it.
やっぱり俺。 兄貴に全然追いつけてなかったみたい。
All she needs to do is sing.
だってもう 俺はどうしたらいいか。それさえも。
ざまあねえな。俺たちを追い詰めてパクったリーダーがその低たらくとは。こんな場所で半年以上冷や飯を食らっているのがバカバカしくなってくる。
I feel like it's a bad idea to bunk them together. Like, Garcia has every reason to fucking kill me in my sleep, but they bunked us together?
あんたがこの場所にいるのはどう考えても自業自得だし、あんたたちを逮捕できたのだって運が良かったのが重なっただけさ。そうだ、別に俺たちは実力で壁を越えたわけ。
新規くせえ小僧だな。ま、無理もねえが。
Could be his imagination too.
噂を聞く限りとんでもねえ状況になってるみたいだしな。IBC 総裁が全ての黒幕で今や独裁国家の大統領。
Well, now they're actually framing it poorly because he's acting as a dictator, and it did feel like the whole United States of Zemuria was under coercion and more a way to power grab than anything when he had complete dominance over them, right? We just needed the words, right? We needed the words to suggest like what he was doing was actually bad. Those are actually good words if to frame it that way, if he is in fact a dictator. Everybody knows dictators are bad. Period. Man, they don't even have toilets. Poor guys. Also, it feels dumb to put Garcia in this cell, or me in this cell, because they just said that I was under protection and not imprisoned, right? Benevolent ones of software projects. Do you know what a dictator is? Because they're definitely not software developers.
この状況で抗おうなんて正真正銘のバカしかいねえだろう。てめえの
Also, there's pretty much no such thing as a benevolent dictator.
そういえば、うちの兄貴と面識があるんだったか。
面識というほどぬるいもんじゃなかったかな。
I mean, yeah, I mean, you could play Civ like that too.
こちらがいくら脅しつけても懲りもせずに嗅ぎ回ってくる。かと思えば、ばったり屋台で出くわした時に平気で一杯進めてきやがる。
I mean, that's not really a dictator. I'm talking about government leader, like actual dictators, not like, oh yeah, I run this company and haha, I'm a dictator. It's not a democracy, you know, get to work. LOL. That's not what a dictator is. I mean, even in your own copy pasta it says jokes. No, it's not dependent on interpretation. That is framed even in your own definition as a humorous anecdote and not a literal thing. There's only one definition of dictator, and it's an authoritarian government leader. Period.
ま、殺しても死ぬような玉には見えなかったが、あっさりいっちまったからな。
I thought they said I couldn't picture him going down on anyone, and I was like, what? Not even death itself, huh? Well, okay.
世の中なんてわからねえもんだぜ。
兄貴はずっと抗い続けていたの。
ああ、うち以外にも首を突っ込んでたらしいからな。
Yeah, there are people that can call you that and suggest that you're acting like one, but there's only one actual definition. Yeah, ruling the world through super weapon terror is not the way to do a software project.
大物議員の汚職から帝国と共和国の諜報活動、ヨアヒムの野郎の動きまで。
I will release my auto clicker game program.
呆れるくらい精力的だったのは間違いねえだろう。おい、勘違いしてるみてえだが、ガイ・バニングスってのは別にすげえ男じゃなかったぜ。キレと凄みで言うならマクレインの方が上だろう。絡め手と根回しだったらセルゲイの方が上だろうしな。合理的な判断と処理能力なら一家のダドリーの方が上。つまりはその程度ってわけだ。
それは
Cookie Clicker Infinity. Oh my god.
考えてみれば確か
You
に
may be able to take over the world with something like that.
やつに抜きん出てたところがあったとしたら、せいぜい諦めないことくらいだろうぜ。
Just create enough achievements that you couldn't possibly get it in your entire lifetime.
それが多分
This is very Triforce of Wisdom, Triforce of Power, and Triforce of Courage. Like, Arios has a Triforce of Power, Dudley had the Triforce of Wisdom, but your brother, the hero he was, had the Triforce of Courage. Same thing as in Zelda. Zelda has Wisdom, Ganon has Power, and he's the bad guy, and then the hero, Link, has Courage. And it's oftentimes seen that courage and gumption and tenacity are the hero's traits because they never give up, even in the face of darkness, kind of thing. Wisdom guides the courage and power tries to squelch it.
大物相手にも食い下がれる原動力になってたんだろう。それでいて周りが見えてない空気の読めなさもなかったし、なんだこの若造はって当時は思ったもんだぜ。
いいかロイド、男だったら目の前のものに体当たりでぶつかってみろ。てめえの心でてめえだけの真実をつかみ取ってやるんだよ。
Very, what's that? Kaneda vibes from, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann.
そうすりゃてめえが何を
Yours is the drill that will pierce the heaven. Don't believe in yourself, believe in the me that believes in yourself.
多分兄貴の諦めの悪さは大切なものを守るためだったと思う。
Believe in the me that believes in you. Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. And all that other anime shit.
それも身内だけじゃなくてクロスベルという街そのもの。
By the way, did you know Gurren Lagann is a parody? I watched all of Gurren Lagann being like, man, this is cool. And then I learned later it was a parody. And then I rewatched it and I was like, man, this is cool.
その意味ではあんたたちルバージュですら
But also funny.
守る対象だったのかもしれないな。
何？
守るっていう
No way.
おこがましいかもしれないけど
No fucking way. Are you kidding me? That's hilarious because I was getting those communist vibes. Oh, that's hilarious.
多分兄貴は体当たりで今のク
But
ロ
it's
ス
just like the personality more than it was the actual voice. I don't recognize Japanese VAs. I hear a lot of similarities, but I don't recognize names like I do English
その上で
VAs.
クロスベルそのものを自分なりに守ろうとあがいていた。
そいつはバカ以上のとんでもねえ大バカじゃねえか。
ああ、俺は到底そこまでバカにはなれない。でも兄弟だけあって似ている部分もあるみたいだ。
何？
My wife is really good at recognizing Japanese VAs. She's total fucking weeb though. Compared to me, I'm nothing.
てめえまさかここから逃げ出すつもりか。
逃げ出すんじゃない。真実を見極めに行くつもりだ。クロスベル警察特務支援課に所属する囚われたみんなを解放してキーヤを取り戻すためにも。
てめえも十分
ガルシア
見せてみろ小僧。この状況でてめえという男にどんなことができるのか。覚悟と決意のほどをな。
He just opens the door.
なんだ奥からみたいだが。
Yeah, Randy, yeah.
その程度がガキや。
喧嘩？おいやめろ。何をやっている。
てめえのせいで俺たちは冷や飯を食らうことになったんで、このままぶち殺してやる。
ダメだ聞いちゃいない。仕方ない踏み込むぞ。ああやめろガルシア。
それ以上やると撃つぞ。
俺としたことがつい熱くなりすぎちまったようだぜ。
貴様
ここに入ってからずっと
By the way,
おとなしくしていたと
at
思えば。
this distance, hand-to-hand combat is more effective. There's actually these really interesting concepts about like how fast it takes a human to react with a gun versus an assailant with a knife, usually a knife anyway, or anybody that can actually disarm you. And it's like you need 6 feet or so before you can reasonably react fast enough to a knife, especially in tight quarters, and especially if you're holstered.
いいから下がって両手を上げろ。
いくら人手が足りないとはいえ同室にするべきじゃなかったか。おい大丈夫か。内臓が破裂したかもしれん。とにかく医者を。
いや必要ない。
貴様。
気がとがめるな。
今更か。俺を殴ってくれとか言い出しやがった時は土地狂ったかと思ったが、なかなかの策士じゃね
えか。あんたこそ迫真の演技だったよ。本当に奥歯を折られるとは思わなかったけどね。
おかげでそれっぽくなっただろうが。約束通りここから出るまでは協力してやろう。でどうするつもりだ。
ここは拘置所の3階。詰めている兵士も少ないはずだ。なんとか10階を突破して1階の出口から。
Maybe take their weapons and tie them up and then close the door. Just a thought.
いいだろ。久々に俺も暴れさせてもらうとするか。
Lloyd equipped a pair of makeshift tonfas he made out of pipes, and Garcia has joined. Be aware that your Enigma 2 has been confiscated. You will be unable to use arts. Additionally, all of your items have also been seized, so be mindful of your HP. Cool. Linen gloves. Never expected I'd get Garcia in my party, though. That's kind of cool. That's one of the things I really do like about this game is they're not afraid to just like have a reason for some random character to be joining your party. But I will say that the stat systems are fairly generic, so it's kind of easy to do that. All they have to do is just give them some animations, which they probably have already from having fought them before. Oh, sentence 25 to life for chests laughter. You don't want any of this, buddy. Chests laughter. You got put in prison for laughing? When I asked to be locked up, this wasn't what I had in mind. Man, those are some fancy pipes. Grenade launcher? Just casual grenade launcher on that guard? You want to fucking calm down there, bro? Force our way. Water and water and water, water and water. I think in my next life I'd like to be something more than a chest. I'd like to travel all the world, helping people, getting them just what they need when they need it. Yeah, my next life I'd love to be a crate. Ha! Really? Garcia can't equip anything, huh? Hey, if you're making me have minimal HP, then it's no fair for them to go first. I mean, cops use K9s. Not that big of a deal. So, can't believe Don Macaroni's in here. Guess I can't loot them for items. You're busting me out? Great, take me with you. What do you mean I'm too heavy? God, I feel like my face is covered in cat hair right now. It's really annoying. And then I keep bumping my mic when I'm trying to edge my face. Don't think you're ever gonna get out of prison for, you know, trying to take over the city.
天下の若造もいるぞ。えい。
覚悟はいいか、小僧ども。
Oh, it's only a single target. Oops, didn't mean to skip that.
任せてくれ。任せてくれ。そこだ。行くぞ。それ。任せてくれ。
It's kind of our little unfun when they basically are gonna get tons of free damage on me, and I have no like way to cast magic or heal or whatever. So all I have to, is a bunch of single target attacks, and his ultimate isn't even an AOE thing. Like, what the fuck? Why not?
息が上がってきたじゃねえか。そんな低たらくでこの先を切り抜けられると思ってんのか？
ああ、俺一人じゃ無理だとは思うけど、あんたの助けがあれば拘置所からの脱出は可能だ。使える力は使わせてもらうさ。
開き直りやがって。いいだろう、とっとと抜け出そう。
Bet you're wishing you kept the get out of jail free card you found back at the Revenge hideout right about now. What get out of jail free card? I think it's just a go or not go kind of situation. Really, that's weird because we've beaten up everybody on our way. Nobody's gotten away yet. How would they know?
国防軍の誇りにかけて絶対に拘置所から出すな。イエスサー。
誇りときたか。
もう降りてきたのか。
We use their feet.
ここは押し通らせてもらう。
その誇りとやらを見せてもらおうじゃね
えか。かかれ。
We have guns. Charge. Wait, no, wait.
覚悟はいいか。
行くぞ。行くぞ。
Damn. Dude, look at how many attacks in a row they get. This is fucking stupid. Now that I heal myself, I get to take a whole bunch of damage to make it so I have to heal myself again. What fun. Stupid. What a dumb design. Idiotic to make me fight so many enemies without being able to like have a place to heal or like have some kind of healing or AoE or something. 20 fucking enemies versus single target attack only is really dumb.
やっぱり凄まじい戦闘力だな。ランディや赤い星座のボスも相当なものだったけど。
オーガロス、シグムント、両兵時代に何度か遭遇したが、正直本物の化け物だったぜ。噂じゃ娘の方も相当ヤバいと聞いているが。
ああ、結社の連中より。
Is this really the time to have a fucking casual conversation? Move it!
結社の方にも。
It's just like I decided to read this encyclopedia entry about the ogre guy or whatever, you know. Ah yes, right here, Scarlet Ogre, dipshit McGee. Once upon a time, fuck you, get the fuck out of prison, you dumbass.
そんな化け物どもとこの先やり合う必要があるわけよ。善と多難じゃねえか。
ああ、まったくだよ。封鎖されているが、近くでロックを解除できると思うけど。
そこの部屋だろ。とっとと解除してつながるぞ。
Lloyd recovered his Enigma 2 and all equipment and items.
よかった。ここに保管してあったか。どうやらクォーツも全部揃ってるみたいだ。
ほら、さっさと行くぞ。兵士どもに囲まれて。
ああ。
I don't fucking remember what I had, man. There was some cool shit though. I'm really not gonna get that build back, am I? I was really happy with it. Forgot what the last one was. Could have been a cast. Guess I'll just go with that for now. Woo, good thing we don't need any kind of password or clearance for that door. It's like keeping your lock, keeping your like security lock with a puzzle or riddle or something. Oh, fair. Yeah, that makes sense. But they're independent now. Sort of. Oh, hey. Yeah, I know where this is.
ガルシ
ア。慣れ合いはここまでだ。ここから先はてめえ一人で行くんだな。これでも一応ルバーチェの若頭でな。手下はもちろんあの会長だって放って逃げるわけにはいかねえ。
待ってくれ。だったらどうしてここまで付き合ってくれて、それにいくらあんたでも一人じゃどうしようもないだろう。だったら俺も。
履き違えるな小僧。真実を見極めろ。てめえはそう言ったはずだ。捕まった仲間を解放してあのガキを取り戻すとな。こんな場所でグズグズしてる暇はあんのか。
ありがとうガルシア。立ち場所、あんたたちの脱走を歓迎することはできないけど、どうか。
無用な心配ってもんだぜ。ロイド・バニー。
Yeah, bye.
あの野郎の弟か。なかなかいい面構えになってきたじゃねえか。
行ったぞ。絶対に逃がすな。
血の利は十分だ。このキリングベアの鉄拳存分に味わってもらおうか。
エイドスの加護。
Never mind all those innocent guards who are just like given a job. I guess, I mean, they're not innocent because they're party to this hostile takeover, but still. Not everybody has to be like a major player, you know? It's okay, they're faceless, nameless guards, so it's fine.
ここを切り抜けてからだ。とにかく一旦街道を目指そう。あらゆるルートを想定して何としても切り
Yeah,
抜けてみせる。
they got a sudden case of diarrhea every time they get beat up. Oh, oh. All right, I think we're gonna wrap it up here. I didn't want to leave it in the middle of prison escape, and I'm glad that they gave me an opportunity to save it shortly after. So now things have calmed down. Well, the shit has definitely hit the fan, and things have calmed down. But it also doesn't give us a passage of time about how long this has been, because it's acting like days, but it should be months. You know. Anyway. I'm impressed with a lot of the things that are going on, and then I'm disappointed by other things. I think you know exactly which ones are impressive and which ones are disappointing based on my reactions, of course. However, yeah, I had like an hour and a half, but then there was that 2-hour cutscene after chapter 2, you know, so. But anyway, I had time, and if I went a little later, it'd be fine. Either way, I'm pretty happy with how things have panned out so far in this game, and I don't hate it, so that's good to know. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the love and support, bits and donations, subs and resubs. I think we finish this tomorrow. I think we end all of this style of trails tomorrow, which is nice because honestly, like, I can't wait to get past it. I'm really excited for Cold Steel. I'm really excited to start that new Legend of Heroes style of game, you know. But we're gonna be playing something else before we get into Cold Steel. We need a break from Trails for a little bit, so I have a couple ideas on what to do, but we'll see how it pans out. Either way, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the love and support. See you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, as we conclude Trails to Azure. More than likely concluded anyway. Good night, everyone. Good night.